What if the shadows whisper secrets that could shatter your understanding of reality? What if the gods of Slavic folklore are not just tales spun to scare children, but lurking entities, watching with bemused delight as you tread their ancient lands? Picture this: a world where the winter howls with the fury of Veles, the god who twists fate with a flick of his wrist. Are you prepared to sleep after learning your dreams may be shaped by the cunning of Mokosh, the goddess of fate, her threads woven through the fabric of your very existence? In the heart of this tapestry lies a web of intrigue so thick, it suffocates reason. The air crackles with the electrifying tension of ancient rites and forgotten whispers. Ever heard of a witch who turns the moon into soup, or a dragon that hoards not gold, but souls? Welcome to a universe where tricksters play chess with your sanity, and every glance over your shoulder could reveal a lurking Perun, hammer in hand, ready to strike down the unworthy. Riddles drench the landscape. What power fuels the mystique of Baba Yaga, the crone with a hut on chicken legs? Is she a harbinger of doom or a twisted guardian? Each twist of her gnarled fingers could either unleash chaos or grant salvation. The stakes? Your very soul hangs in the balance like a pendulum in an ancient clock. Can you hear it ticking? Every legend hides a truth sharper than a sword, crammed with dark humor and violent beauty. One moment, you're laughing at a rogue spirit tricking a king; the next, you're paralyzed by the realization that you could be the punchline. These aren't mere stories, they are warnings, threats that pulse with a heartbeat of their own. Can you handle the weight of forbidden knowledge? The bare-bones truth is that the Slavic pantheon is more complex than an encrypted message from the gods. Each deity, each tale, is an echo of sin, a faint cry for justice in a world that has long forgotten the meaning of the word. This is not just mythology, it's a mirror reflecting our darkest fears and wildest aspirations. Feel the rush of icy wind as you step closer to the edge. The tales of old seep into your skin, igniting your senses, daring you to decipher their meaning. Do you have the audacity to confront the unpredictable nature of Slavic deities? Or will you cower beneath their gaze, dismissing them as mere figments of imagination? Every page beckons with a siren's call, an invitation to plunge headfirst into chaos. The gods are restless, and their laughter echoes through the ages, demanding your attention. Can you resist the inevitable pull? Will you dare to face the ancient myths that lie just beyond the veil, waiting to ensnare the unwise and enlighten the bold? The answer awaits, but you may not like it. The moon hung low, a sickle sharp enough to cut through the veils of night, casting shadows that dance like lost souls across the barren earth. A storm brewed in the distance, crackling like the whispers of ancient gods, drawing together the shards of forgotten tales. Around a smoldering fire, three figures huddled, their breath mingling with the smoke, each heartbeat echoing a story of longing and fear. I remember the flicker of the flames as they illuminated Misha's face, eyes wide with a wildness that betrayed his internal tempest. He was the dreamer, always caught in the web of imagination, but tonight, there was no escape. The weight of a prophecy hung over him, a dark cloud threatening to burst. Do you hear it? The call of the forest? It's alive, I tell you, he rasped, fingers twitching, longing to touch the ancient oaks that whispered their secrets just beyond the firelight. Vera, ever the skeptic, rolled her eyes, her long, raven hair catching the light like a raven's wing. She had a way of grounding the surreal, her pragmatism like a tether to reality. Misha, you've always romanticized the woods. It's just trees and shadows, nothing more, she shot back, but even as she said it, her heart raced. She could feel the forest watching, waiting for something, perhaps for her to believe, to succumb to the stories that haunted her childhood dreams. And then there was Yaroslav, the warrior, torn between loyalty and love. His broad shoulders bore the scars of battles fought, yet the struggle that raged within him was silent and unseen. "Stop it, both of you," he said, his voice low, gravelly, a stone in a river. "Tonight is not for arguments. The spirits are restless. We must honor them." The tension in his voice sliced through the air, leaving a chill in its wake. He felt the weight of his ancestors pressing down on him, the ghosts of his lineage whispering tales of bravery and sacrifice. But what did they know of love? Of the tumult that came with choice? I remember the stillness that enveloped us as Misha plunged into the depths of the forest's lore, recounting tales of Perun and Veles, gods intertwined in an eternal dance of light and dark. The words spilled from him like blood from a wound, raw, visceral, alive. They say Perun wields the thunder, and with it, he strikes down the wicked. But Veles, the serpentine trickster, waits in the shadows, ever ready to ensnare the hearts of men. It's a game, a cosmic joke, really. His laughter turned hollow, echoing against the silence, a sound that masked the growing dread. As he spoke, I felt the shadows deepen, the trees closing in like the walls of a prison. It was as if the forest were alive, breathing with a heartbeat that pulsed in sync with our own. I noticed the branches' gnarled fingers reaching out, beckoning, and I shuddered at the thought. What if they were not just trees? What if they were watchers, guardians of stories we had long forgotten? Vera's voice broke the tension, a tremor lacing her words. But what if the stories are warnings? What if they speak of doom? She glanced at Yaroslav, her eyes pleading, searching for a glimmer of hope in his stormy gaze. We can't ignore the signs. The crops have withered, the animals restless. The old ways are failing. And there it was, the heart of it, the pulse that quickened the night. The fear of the unknown gripped us like a vice. I felt it gnawing at my insides, a gnawing that spoke of desperation. The mythology wasn't just stories. It was a lifeline, a reflection of our world, of the battles fought not just against monsters, but against ourselves. Look, Yaroslav's voice cut through the fog, a beacon in the night. The tales are not just warnings, they're our heritage. They remind us of who we are, of our strength. We are the children of the earth and the sky, and in this tumult, we must find our place. But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at his heart, a worm burrowing deeper, whispering fears of inadequacy. I could feel the panic rising, a tide that threatened to drown us. What if we're not worthy of such legends? What if the gods have turned their backs on us? I blurted, a crack in my own armor of bravado. My voice wavered, betraying the storm within, a tempest of uncertainty, of longing for something greater. Misha leaned closer, his breath warm against my cheek. Then we make ourselves worthy. We forge our own legends, standing against the shadows. His conviction ignited something within me, a flickering flame amidst the darkness. The wind howled through the trees, a banshee's wail that sent shivers racing down my spine. The silence that followed felt heavy, almost suffocating. I could almost hear the whispers of the ancients, a chorus of voices woven into the fabric of the night, urging us to remember. But remember what? The sacrifices? The pain? Or the love that intertwined with every fable, every myth, binding us to our past like a noose? I looked at my friends, their faces lit by firelight, Misha with his dreams, Vera with her skepticism, Yaroslav with his burdens. Each flawed, each beautiful in their struggle, each carrying the weight of countless tales yet to be told. As the storm brewed ever closer, I could feel the tension snapping, fraying like an old rope, leaving us to hold on to whatever we could, a reminder that the stories we tell are the threads that bind us to one another and to the cosmos. I remember the forest, the myths, the unyielding grip of the past. I remember the fear, the hope, the pulse of something greater. And just as the wind howled louder, drowning out our voices, it dawned on me, these myths were not mere stories. They were our existence, a fierce reminder that we are the authors of our own fate, the architects of our own hearts, standing on the precipice of the unknown, ready to step into the shadows, hand in hand. A thunderclap shattered the stillness of the night, reverberating through the ancient forest like a heart shattering under unbearable weight. Shadows writhed, twisting around gnarled trees, as though the very spirits of the earth were in tumult. In the midst of it all stood Vanya, breathless, his heart hammering like a war drum against his ribs. The air crackled with tension, electric and raw, a palpable reminder that he was not alone. Somewhere in the darkness, the echoes of forgotten gods stirred, whispering promises and threats in the rustling leaves. I remember the tales, he murmured, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and longing, the stories that danced on the lips of the old crones by the fireside. The great deities of the Slavic pantheon hovered just outside the edges of his vision, mere shadows of what they once represented. Veles, the god of the underworld and cattle, loomed like a dark cloud over his thoughts, his presence a haunting reminder of all that was lost. The sweet scent of damp earth and decay filled the air, a reminder that life and death were but two sides of the same coin, and Vanya was trapped in the middle, teetering precariously. Life had never been gentle. His mother, with her fragile hands and fevered brow, had spoken of the gods as if they were relatives, weaving stories of their triumphs and tribulations into the fabric of his childhood. But now, as the storm crashed around him, he felt only the cold fingers of despair creeping in. He had lost her to a sickness that came like a thief in the night, a relentless shadow cast by the hands of Morosko, the winter god, who wrapped the world in his icy embrace. Each shiver that danced down Vanya's spine was a reminder that he was at the mercy of these mighty beings. "Why did they leave us?" he shouted into the void, his voice swallowed by the cacophony of rain and thunder. "Why did you forsake me?" The trees seemed to answer with a sigh, the wind carrying the weight of centuries, a reminder that the deities of the Slavic pantheon were not mere figments of imagination but forces of nature, ever present and indifferent. Across the clearing, Doria emerged, her silhouette stark against the angry sky, a fierce flame flickering in the face of the tempest. The daughter of a chieftain, she had always been fierce, a warrior at heart, but now her heart ached with the weight of her lineage. "Vanya," she called, her voice fierce, yet trembling with the vulnerability of a heart laid bare. "You can't give in. The gods watch, they care. Just believe." But the pitch of her voice cracked, a shard of glass piercing through her bravado. Doria, who had always found solace in the blade of her sword, was now a dancing flame flickering dangerously close to extinguishment. "I remember when we would laugh," Vanya said, the warmth of memory mingling with the chill of the night. "When we thought we were invincible, like Perun, striking lightning from the skies." But that laughter felt like a distant echo, and now, it was just a ghost, haunting the edges of a life once vibrant with hope. Guilt gnawed at him, a relentless beast. He had wanted to protect her, to shield her from the wrath of the gods. Yet here they stood, two lost souls on the precipice, their destinies entwined with the divine drama unfolding above. "Perun would never abandon us." Doria's defiance ignited the air, electric and alive, but even she could feel the tremors of doubt creeping in. Memories of her father's strong arms, the echo of his promises to the gods, now felt like a fragile thread, slowly unraveling. "He is the storm, the sky, and the fury." But even as she spoke, her eyes darted skyward, searching for signs, for answers in the chaos. As they stood, united by fear and desperation, the ground trembled beneath them. The ancient oaks, witnesses to countless moons and storms, creaked ominously. A figure emerged from the shadows, tall and ethereal, cloaked in the shimmer of moonlight. It was Mokosh, the mother goddess, embodiment of fertility and destiny, her eyes pools of sorrow that spoke of countless sacrifices. "Children of the earth," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody, "you seek to understand the will of the gods, yet you are blind to their burden." Vanya and Doria fell silent, heartbeats synchronized in the presence of the divine. Mokosh stretched her hands, revealing the delicate threads of fate woven into the fabric of their lives. Each strand pulsed with emotion, joy, heartbreak, love, and loss. "I remember," Vanya whispered, tears mingling with the rain, "I remember each moment that brought us here." The weight of realization crashed over him, the truth like a wave, pulling him deeper into the undercurrent of existence. They were not mere mortals but players in a cosmic play, their lives intertwined with the whims of gods and destiny. "Will you fight?" Mokosh's voice resonated, a solemn challenge echoing in the tempest. "Will you stand against the darkness, or will you fade like shadows at dawn?" Doria gripped Vanya's arm, her strength rekindling like the fire within. She met Mokosh's gaze, fierce and unyielding. "Together, we will not falter." The words rang like a bell, resonating with resolve and determination. The storm roared in response, as if the gods themselves were listening, weighing their defiance against the weight of the world. Vanya felt the pulse of the earth beneath his feet, the tremors of ancient powers wrestling with the fragility of their humanity. This was their moment, a crucible of despair and hope, and as the winds howled, so too did their spirits soar, entwined in the tapestry of fate. And in that fierce confrontation, with the storm above and the abyss below, they found themselves suspended in time, caught between the sacred and the profane, the divine and the mortal, a heartbeat away from the brink, yet more alive than ever. Clocks ticked in the distance, shadows danced, and the echoes of the past whispered promises of power and pain. They were ready to meet the gods, their story was far from over. Lightning split the sky above the ancient forest, its jagged claws reaching down to claw at the earth, and in that moment, I was reminded of the chaos within me. I stood there, heart thrumming like a war drum, drenched in the cold embrace of rain, as a familiar voice echoed through my mind, a voice heavy with fear, intertwined with longing. You must find him. At that moment, the storm raged more than just in the heavens, it vibrated within my soul, its electric charge tugging at the frayed corners of my heart. Myra, with her fiery hair and fierce spirit, had always been the one to challenge the storm. But now, as the wind howled like a banshee, whispering secrets of loss and betrayal, I could see the cracks in her resolve. This is not just about Perun, she shouted over the thunder, her eyes wild with desperation. This is about us, about everything we've lost. Each word was a dagger, sharp and pointed, revealing the raw wounds we both carried. I wanted to scream back, to tell her that it was all too much, that I didn't know how to face the god of thunder when I couldn't even face my own reflection. The air thickened, pregnant with the weight of unspoken fears and shattered hopes. I could feel it, the pressure building, the anticipation of the storm's full fury. My thoughts drifted to Anton, the one who had always been the anchor in my tempestuous existence. But he was not here. He'd fallen into darkness, swallowed by his own demons, and I was left to wrestle with ghosts that whispered of failure and regret. He is the only one who can help, Myra insisted, her voice now a raw whisper that sliced through the cacophony of rain. You know this. You can't run forever. But how could I not run? I had seen what Perun did to those who dared enter his realm, the bright eyes extinguished, the laughter silenced beneath the weight of his wrath. He was the storm, the god of thunder, and I was just a whisper in a gale, a flicker of life amidst the deluge. Yet here I stood, heart hammering like a war drum, teetering on the edge of a precipice. I remembered the tales, the legends that had been woven into the fabric of my childhood. He will strike down the unworthy, the old crones had said, their voices low and gravelly. He will obliterate the weak. The sky crackled again, a brilliant flash illuminating the shadows that clung to us like cobwebs. There was Anton's face, hauntingly familiar in my mind, his laughter echoing through the corridors of memory. The way he used to tease me about my obsession with history, about how I'd rather read about pestilence than experience a simple romance. You know they bathed once a year, he'd joke, a mischievous glint in his eye. So yeah, earthy is one way to describe it. I had laughed then, but that laughter felt like a lifetime ago. Now, the weight of his absence pressed down on me like the storm clouds overhead, crushing and suffocating. Do you remember the last time we stood under a storm? Myra's voice cut through my reverie, pulling me back to the present, to the chaos surrounding us. We thought we were invincible. We thought we could take on the world. I wanted to believe a girl still existed, the fearless one who had dared to dance in the rain, arms stretched wide, laughing at the sky. But I had become like the trees that bent against the wind, gnarly and twisted, and I didn't know how to unbend myself. The ground trembled beneath our feet, and with each tremor, my heart raced alongside the storm. We have to go, Myra urged, urgency lacing her words. Before he comes for us. The thought sent a shiver down my spine, an icy tendril curling around my heart. I had read about Perun, I had seen the devastation he could unleash. He's not just a god, I murmured, more to myself than to her. He's a force of nature. But wasn't I, too? Torn between the urge to flee and the need to confront the tempest that had become my life, I felt the walls closing in. Lightning struck again, a flash illuminating the clearing, and I saw it, a figure emerging from the shadows, cloaked in storm clouds, power radiating from him like heat from a flame. It was Perun, the embodiment of wrath and fury, and in that moment, everything inside me screamed to run, to hide, to escape the inevitable. But I was no longer just a spectator, I was caught in the web of fate, and the storm was breathing down my neck. Anton! I cried, my voice a fragile thread woven through the chaos. The name echoed, desperate and raw. I remembered the warmth of his presence, the strength of his embrace, the way he made the shadows recede. and now he was lost, drowned in the depths of his own storm. How could I face Perun when the very foundation of my spirit felt as if it was crumbling beneath me? The wind howled in response, shrieking through the trees, and I felt Myra's hand grip my arm, anchoring me. You have to find him. We have to face this together. There was a fierce determination in her eyes, a glimmer of the fiery spirit I had once admired. But at that moment, I felt like a dying ember, flickering in the wind, struggling to remain alight. Together. I breathed, the word tasting foreign on my tongue. What if this is the end? What if we cannot return? That's exactly why we must go. To find him. To confront whatever darkness he's become. The storm roared louder, as if agreeing with her. Lightning flickered overhead, and I felt it, an electric spark, a connection that surged through me, igniting a flicker of hope deep within my chest. But what would I say to Perun? Would I plead? Would I beg him to show mercy, to understand? Or would he unleash his wrath upon me, another casualty in the storm of life? The tension thickened, my heart pounding wildly like a trapped bird, and I knew the moment was upon us. I took a breath, heavy with the weight of despair but laced with the fragrance of fierce resolve. I won't let him drown in the darkness, I whispered, the words filled with a conviction I hadn't felt in ages. The storm surged, as if the very heavens were conspiring with my resolve. We go together. And as the tempest raged around us, I stepped forward, into the eye of the storm, the thunder echoing in my ears, a reminder that even in chaos, there could be clarity, even in despair, there could be hope. The journey had begun. Thunder rumbles in the distance, a portentous growl that reverberates through the hills, each quaking pulse a stark reminder that the gods have not lost their appetite for the chaos of mortals. In the heart of a desolate field, shadows dance beneath a bruised sky, and the silhouette of a lone figure stands, trembling, not with fear, but with a ferocity born of desperation. I remember the weight of that moment, the air thick with dread and something darker, as if Veles himself was watching, his eyes cold and cunning, lurking in the periphery of our lives. Myra clamped her hands around her throat, a futile attempt to stifle the panic rising within her. The scent of damp earth filled her lungs, mingling with the acrid smoke of burning offerings. It was a bitter perfume, one she had grown accustomed to but which now clawed at her insides with ruthless insistence. They'll come for you, she whispered, not to herself, but to the trembling calf at her feet, its big, unblinking eyes wide with innocence, unaware of the storm brewing around them. She had always loved them, these creatures that roamed the pastures like shadows of her own hopes. But today, they were targets, pawns in a game so much larger than herself. I remember the stillness before the storm, she murmured, recalling a time when the wind had kissed her cheeks and the world felt safe. But safety was a distant memory now, a ghost haunting her every heartbeat. I remember when the sun didn't set in blood. From the edge of the clearing, a figure emerged, Vadim, his face illuminated by a flash of lightning. His eyes were wild, frantic, yet when they fell on Myra, a flicker of recognition sparked in the depths. They had danced around this moment for too long, their souls intertwined like roots in the dark soil, both craving connection yet terrified of what it might cost. Myra, he gasped, his breath ragged and raw, it's worse than we thought. They found the cattle, Veles knows. Her heart sank, a stone dropped into a bottomless pit. Veles was not just a name, he was a shadow that slithered through their lives, a spectre of greed and darkness. We have to get out, she stammered, feeling the weight of dread settle over her shoulders like a shroud. Her mind raced, but her body felt paralyzed as she stared into Vadim's eyes, searching for hope. But hope was a frail thing, flickering like a candle in a storm. Vadim turned from her, glancing towards the horizon where the clouds churned with ominous intent. They're coming. We can't run forever. His voice was thick, each word a confession, each confession a nail driven into the coffin of their dreams. I can't lose you, Myra breathed, the words spilling forth like a prayer. She stepped closer, willing the distance between them to dissolve into nothingness. Not now. Not after everything. She clutched his arm, her fingers digging into his skin as if anchoring him to her, to them. Vadim's eyes softened, yet the storm within them raged on. Sometimes, losing is the only way to survive. The truth of his words cut deep, serrated and raw, echoing against the walls of her heart. The inevitability of their fate loomed like a dark cloud, and she could almost feel Veles's icy grip tightening around her throat. A low growl rolled through the air, a sound that sent shivers racing down her spine. It was the sound of something ancient awakening, a creature born of shadows and despair. The earth trembled as if responding to a call only it could hear. "We have to go. Now!" She grabbed Vadim's hand, pulling him toward the woods that lay like a refuge, a sanctuary that might shield them from the coming storm. As they fled, the world closed in around them, the trees whispering secrets of the past, the branches clawing at their skin, a reminder of the entrapment that came with life. But this was not the moment to ponder the philosophy of fate, this was survival. "Do you remember the stories?" she asked breathlessly, darting between the trunks, the underbrush snapping beneath their feet. "About Veles and the cattle." His laughter was hollow, a sound that scraped against her heart. "What good are stories now? They're just shadows, like us." Yet, she pressed on, the memories flooding her mind, each one a lifeline tossed into the churning sea of dread. He was more than a god of cattle, she insisted, urgency edging her voice. He was the keeper of wealth, of fate. He could change everything. A flicker of something, hope, crossed Vadim's face, and she seized it, drawing it into her own heart. "If we can find his altar, if we can plead for his mercy," but the words hung unspoken between them, heavy with the knowledge that they were mere mortals, weakened by desperation. They stumbled through the underbrush, hearts racing, limbs heavy with the weight of their choices. Shadows danced around them, alive with the menace of every decision they had made. In that moment of tension, the air thickening with dread, they stumbled upon the clearing, a place where the grass lay flat, where the earth was dark and sodden, as if soaked in the blood of countless offerings. The altar rose from the ground, crude yet imposing, a monument to the god who demanded so much and offered so little in return. "I remember," Vadim breathed, staring at the altar. "I remember my grandfather telling tales of the sacrifices, the rituals." His fingers trembled as he reached toward the weathered stones, touching them as if they were relics of lost hope. "But what if he has forgotten us?" "No," she said fiercely, her voice trembling with defiance. "We will not be forgotten. Not today." But as she approached, the air shifted, thickening with a palpable tension, the shadows swirling around them like a living thing. Veles was here, she could feel him, his presence wrapping around them like a noose. The wind howled, a banshee's wail, and the sky crackled with a malevolent energy that threatened to consume them. With a heart full of fear, she knelt before the altar, her breath hitching in her throat. "Veles," she cried, the sound raw and desperate. "We offer you our plea. Grant us your mercy." But the world pulsed with silence, an eerie stillness that cut sharper than any blade. Shadows coalesced, taking form and structure, and she could see the outlines of cattle moving, but they were not the gentle beasts she loved. They were twisted, their eyes hollow, reflecting the darkness that festered within Veles himself. "Join us," they seemed to whisper, their voices a chorus of longing and despair. "Join us in the underworld." Terror gripped Myra's heart as she faced the gathering shadows, the weight of her choices crashing down like a tidal wave. She realized then that Veles hadn't merely forgotten them, he was waiting to claim what was his. And at that moment, amidst the chaos and fear, she understood, they were not merely fighting for cattle or wealth, they were fighting for their very souls. And as the thunder rumbled once more, echoing the cries of a past that refused to die, she knew they were merely pawns in a game of gods, caught in the unyielding grip of fate, and the only way was forward, into the darkness, toward the inevitable confrontation with Veles. The air hung heavy, thick with unspoken dread, as the shadows of twilight clawed at the edges of the forest. I stood there, heart racing like a rabbit caught in a snare, the ground beneath my feet trembling with the pulse of something ancient. The chill seeped into my bones, a warning whisper of what lay ahead. My fingers brushed against the bark of a gnarled tree, its surface a tapestry of knotted scars, each indentation a memory, a life lost, a story untold. I remembered my mother's hands, rough and calloused, whispering age-old secrets as she kneaded the dough, the scent of rising bread mingling with the earth's raw scent. Time stretched, warped like the twisted branches overhead. I remembered, no, I felt, the weight of her sorrow as she stared out of our kitchen window, eyes glazed with dreams of a harvest that never came. I pulled my gaze back to the forest, where shadows danced, beckoning with ghostly fingers, inviting my heart to join them in their melancholy waltz. I could feel her presence, Mokosh, the Earth Mother, the goddess of fertility, the keeper of life and death, standing sentinel over the land, her fierce love and unforgiving wrath intertwining like tendrils of smoke. In the distance, the desperate cries of a child echoed, piercing, raw, a stark reminder of innocence dangling by a thread. I turned, my heart aching for the source of that anguish. There was Anna, a woman whose laughter once bubbled like a brook, now silenced by grief. Her son, Eric, had clung to the edge of life, teetering like a freshly sprouted seed in barren soil. She had prayed, bartered, and begged for Mokosh's mercy, but the goddess was fickle, and the earth could be as cruel as it was nurturing. Anna cradled Eric in her arms, his pale face a canvas of suffering, sunken cheeks and lips that whispered secrets of dreams unfulfilled. "Help me," she sobbed, her voice a haunting melody that lingered in the gathering darkness. I could see the shadows wrapping around her, curling like tendrils of smoke, suffocating her hope, as if Mokosh herself had descended, watching, waiting, her breath a tempest that rustled the leaves. Would she answer this woman's plea, or would she let the child slip through her fingers like grains of sand? I felt the heat of Anna's skin as I approached, the desperation radiating off her like heat waves shimmering on a summer's day. "You must believe," I urged, though I could feel my own faith waning. "You have to believe the earth is listening, that Mokosh hears you." I wanted to tear the veil of despair from her eyes, to show her the expanse of the cosmos nestled in the heart of her son, but even I faltered, haunted by my own doubts. "Believe." Her voice cracked like brittle parchment. "The earth has turned from me. I feel it. I feel her anger. I feel the weight of her silence." She rocked Eric gently, her movements a ritual of despair, each sway a prayer sent to the tangled roots below, as if the very soil would rise to answer her cries. The night deepened, encasing us in an indigo shroud, the stars scattered like fragments of a broken mirror. I could sense the tension, a storm brewing within the earth, brewing in the air, thick with the possibility of something monumental. I remembered the tales of old, whispered around flickering fires, of the nights when Mokosh would wade through the fields, her presence igniting the crops, coaxing life from the soil. But tonight, the earth felt barren, her heart shrouded in shadow. Suddenly, a gust of wind tore through the trees, a haunting howl that seemed to echo Anna's despair. The leaves quaked, and with them, my resolve. "Please, Mokosh," I thought, whispering into the void, "show us your mercy." But deep down, I feared I was merely calling into an abyss, an empty, echoing chasm. Anna's gaze pierced through me, her eyes brimming with an intensity that made me shudder. What if she's gone? The words hung between us like a ghost. What if she's forgotten us? Her fear was a living thing, clawing at my chest. She can't be, I forced the words out, though doubt gnawed at my heart. She's always been there, Anna. The earth, it's her essence. You have to fight for it. But the darkness encroached, thickening like fog, every breath a struggle against the suffocating weight of despair. It was true, there were no guarantees. It felt like standing on the edge of a precipice, looking down into a churning sea that could swallow us whole. Then the ground beneath us trembled, a low rumble that resonated through the air, a heartbeat echoing the fear we both clutched onto like a lifeline. Eric stirred, a flicker of life, and Anna's eyes widened with hope, just a crack in the darkness. "Mokosh," she cried out, voice raw with urgency. "Show me your power. Show me your mercy." The shadows danced fiercely, swirling around us, the earth quaking beneath our feet. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a pull, a promise lingering just beyond our reach, and yet, an ominous presence loomed, an uncertainty that twisted in the pit of my stomach. The trees bowed, as if paying homage to something greater, something more powerful than we could ever fathom. In that moment, I felt the weight of centuries pressing down upon us, the histories of women like Anna and mothers like my own, their stories folded into the very soil. I remembered the weight of her hands, the power of her whispers, interwoven with the fabric of the earth. And I began to understand, Mokosh was more than a deity, she was a mirror reflecting our hopes, our fears, our relentless fight for life. As I looked into Anna's eyes, I saw the flicker of determination igniting, a fierce glow illuminating the darkness. Fight, I whispered, the word barely escaping my lips, but it held the weight of 1,000 prayers. Fight for him. Fight for us. And just like that, the darkness felt less oppressive, it felt electric, charged with possibility. The earth began to shift, roots intertwining, the soil whispering back to us. I could almost hear Mokosh's voice, a lullaby wrapping around us, urging us to trust in the unseen forces, the vastness of life that pulsed beneath our feet, waiting for our hearts to align. The confrontation was just beyond the horizon, a tempest brewing, but in that moment, as Anna held Eric tightly, I realized we were not alone. The weight of our fears, our desires, and our desperate pleas hung in the air, a tapestry woven of hope and despair, intertwined like the roots beneath us. And so, we stood together, fragile yet unyielding, awaiting Mokosh's answer, her choice to embrace us or let us go. The heartbeat of the earth echoed in our chests, and we held our breath, suspended in the delicate balance of life and death, waiting for the storm to break. The air crackled with intensity, a palpable energy trembling on the cusp of chaos. The sun hung low, a blazing orb caught in a struggle against the darkening sky, casting an ethereal glow across the jagged peaks of the mountains. Shadows stretched like fingers clawing towards the valley, desperate to claim what little light remained. I stood there, pulse racing, heart pounding in cadence with the distant drum of battle, a cacophony that echoed the war within. I remember the first time I felt the weight of Dazbog, the sun god. It was a moment woven with threads of awe and despair. My sister, Lyra, lay crumpled on the ground, her spirit flickering like a dying ember. Her eyes, once vibrant pools of laughter, were now dulled by the impending shadow. I could taste the metallic tang of fear in the air, and I knew that the light we sought would be snuffed out if my brother, Ilya, didn't act. "We can't give in," Ilya shouted, voice cracking, terror and defiance warring within him. His hands trembled, not from the chill of the night but from the weight of the world that sat upon his shoulders. I could see it in his eyes, the fear of losing everything, the suffocating dread that time, in all its cruel irony, was slipping away. "Lyra, fight! Fight for the sun!" Every word was a desperate plea thrown into the void, swallowed by the echo of our ancestors' failures. I wanted to scream, to shake her awake as if the raw power of my voice could awaken her from this nightmare. I remembered our days beneath the sun, laughing, the sky a canvas painted with dreams. But those dreams felt like ghosts now, phantoms of joy that danced just beyond my reach. The echoes of battle surged closer, fierce and unrelenting. The clash of steel against steel rang out like a heartbeat, steady yet erratic, each pulse a reminder that life teetered on the edge of oblivion. I could feel the darkness creeping in, wrapping around us, whispering promises of despair. "Where is Dazbog?" I cried into the void, my voice trembling. "Where is the light when we need it most?" Then, in the depths of that chaos, a flicker, a glimmer, broke through the shadows. It was almost imperceptible, a golden thread pulling at the fabric of our reality. Ilya's gaze snapped upward as if sensing something only he could see. "Do you feel that?" he asked, voice hushed, reverent. I followed his gaze, heart racing. The sun, fierce yet distant, seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. Each throb resonated through the very marrow of my bones, a call to arms, a whisper that promised salvation. But salvation came at a cost. Each heartbeat mirrored the clash of our lives against the unimaginable. I recalled the legends my grandmother spun like delicate webs, tales of Dazbog, the radiant bringer of light, his power capable of igniting even the darkest corners of our souls. Yet now, it felt like a cruel joke, a taunt sung by the winds as they whipped through the valley. In that moment, I felt a surge of anger, a fire igniting within me. Why should we rely on a god to save us? The only truth I knew was the warmth of my sister's hand, the echo of my brother's laughter. Those memories were mine to wield. I stepped forward, heart thundering, defiance blazing like a wildfire within me. "We are the light!" I shouted, desperation transforming into determination, the words spilling from my lips like a spell. We carry the sun in our hearts. Lyra stirred, her eyelids fluttering, caught between the realm of dreams and the grasp of reality. Hold on, I murmured, wishing I could shield her from the darkness that wove through the air. Time was an enemy, and I felt its relentless march. Hold on, sister. Fight with us. And then it happened, an explosion of color, a kaleidoscope of flames igniting the horizon as the sun broke free, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. It was as if Dazbog himself had heard our cries, summoned from the depths of despair, spilling forth like molten fire. The shadows recoiled, trembling under the onslaught of light. But amid the brilliance, I could see the cost. Our enemies faltered, but they were not defeated. Their eyes burned with fury, shadows twisted into grotesque forms, and I could almost hear their snarls, their hunger for vengeance. Ilya clenched his fists, and I could see the determination etched into every line of his face. We must fight, he said, urgency lacing his words. For Lyra, for all of us. The fire in his eyes raged with the intensity of 1,000 suns. I glanced at my sister, her spirit flickering, and knew we couldn't falter now. The weight of our lives pressed down upon us like a suffocating fog, yet here we stood, on the precipice of something monumental. Together, I breathed, feeling the warmth of my brother beside me, the pulse of our shared defiance intertwining. The sun hung just above the horizon, an unyielding promise that light would pierce the darkness we faced. I felt it in my veins, the surge of hope and fear entwined, the bittersweet knowledge that victory could come at a price. Yet I longed for that confrontation, that collision of light and dark, where souls would clash, and destinies would intertwine. I could see it clearly now, the dance of shadows flickering against the vibrant tapestry of light. The world around us felt infinite, alive, and in that electrifying moment, I knew we were more than mere players in a cosmic game. We were the embodiment of the sun, the stewards of light battling the encroaching night. Would it be enough? I didn't know. But as I looked into my brother's eyes, the flicker of our sister's spirit beside us, the truth resonated. The dawn was a promise, and we were the bearers of it, a truth blazing through the heart of chaos. And so we stood, poised at the edge, ready to ignite the world. The forge blazed, a heart of fire in the belly of a mountain, and the air crackled with heat, thick and suffocating. Sparks danced like wild fireflies, illuminating the faces of those who dared to stand too close. I remember the moment vividly, how the steel roared in anguish, a tortured scream that echoed through the cavern, sending shivers down my spine. It was a place of creation, yes, but also a graveyard for dreams, where hopes went to be hammered into the unforgiving anvil of reality. There stood Svarog, god of fire and forge, his silhouette dark against the inferno. His arms, strong as iron chains, pounded relentlessly at the metal, forging not just weapons, but destinies. Each blow was a heartbeat, each spark a whispered secret. He was a titan, yes, but also a man bound by a melancholy that curled around him like smoke, suffocating yet familiar. Longing and rage intertwined in his fiery gaze, a tempest contained within the confines of a living, breathing furnace. And then there was Doria, eyes wide like twin moons caught in the dark, unyielding sorrow that clutched at her heart. She wrapped her fingers around the crumbling stone of the wall, a silent witness to the chaos unfolding before her. I remember the way she breathed, sharp, quick intakes of air, as if the very act of breathing was a betrayal of her fear. She watched Svarog with a blend of awe and anguish, torn between the man she loved and the burden he carried. Every swing of the hammer sent ripples through her heart, each spark that flew from the forge was like a shard of glass embedded in her chest. "Why do you do this?" she cried out, her voice trembling with frustration and love, raw and exposed. "You're breaking yourself, Svarog. Will you forge a weapon to fight the shadows of your own making?" He turned, eyes aglow with the fire that consumed him, but beneath that radiant rage, I saw the flicker of doubt. "The fire is my life, Doria. It shapes me as surely as I shape the steel." There was a desolation in his voice, a truth that cut deeper than the sharpest blade. And then there was Nikolai, a shadow lurking in the corners, a ghost of the past that haunted Svarog like the bitter scent of smoke. I remember his face, marred by regret, etched with the scars of choices made and lives lost. He had once been a brother in arms, a friend turned foe, but now he stood at the precipice of redemption, yearning for forgiveness like a moth drawn to the flame. "You can't keep doing this, Svarog. The forge will consume you." Nikolai's voice trembled, a desperate plea echoed against the raging inferno. But Svarog only grunted, the hammer falling again and again with a ferocious intensity that resonated within the cavernous walls. Each clang was a scream, a fight against the specters that whispered in the shadows, taunting him with memories of their shared past. Each spark that flew from the metal felt like a memory lost, a life snuffed out before it could bloom. I felt the weight of their history pressing down like a shroud, a heavy cloak of despair woven with threads of betrayal and regret. "Forgiveness is a luxury, Nikolai. I have no time for that," Svarog spat, his breath coming out in steamy clouds that mingled with the smoke swirling around them. Doria stepped forward, daring and fragile, like a flower in the face of a storm. "But it's not too late, Svarog. You can change. You can let go." Her voice was a soft caress, but it struck the air like thunder, resonating deep in the bowels of the forge. "Change," he roared, the hammer halting midair. "Change is a curse. I am what I am, forged from the very fire that threatens to destroy me." The words tumbled from his lips like molten metal, scalding and raw. I watched as the tension thickened, a palpable force in the air, crackling like static. The shadows danced, flickering across the walls, mocking their pain, their longing. It was a battle fought not with swords but with unspoken words and stifled cries, a war of the soul raging in the belly of the earth. Nikolai stepped forward, fists clenched, desperation etched into every line of his face. "Then let me carry the burden with you, brother. Let me stand in the flames beside you." But Svarog shook his head, a fierce tempest of anger and sorrow waging war within him. "You would not survive the forge, Nikolai. I am the fire. I am the forge. I burn alone." The hammer dropped, falling into the abyss of silence, leaving behind the echo of their unresolved conflict. As the heat enveloped us, I felt the air grow heavy with unspoken words, with dreams deferred and hearts broken. Doria's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, each one a testament to the love that struggled against the tide of despair. I watched her breathe, slow and silent, and I felt the weight of her hope collide with the stark reality of Svarog's rage. Time blurred, a vortex of emotion swirling around them, memories of laughter and brotherhood, now twisted into despair. The forge roared on, a beast that demanded sacrifice, a pit that consumed all who dared to draw too close. And as the flames licked at the air, I felt the presence of something ancient, something eternal, looming just beyond the shadows, whispers of futures unwritten and destinies unfulfilled. The heat intensified, a fierce reminder that within the forge, nothing was guaranteed, and everything could be lost in the blink of an eye. Far above, the stars blinked out one by one, swallowed by the darkness, as if the cosmos held its breath, waiting for the next act of this tragic theater. I remember the moment everything hung in the balance, the world itself trembling in anticipation, caught in the flames of their conflict, waiting to see who would rise from the ashes, and who would be consumed by the fire. The air was thick with the weight of fate, of choices made and paths yet to be taken. And as the forge pulsed, as the fire raged, I felt the earth beneath me tremble. It was a prelude to something profound, a crack in the very fabric of reality that hinted at chaos and creation, a dance of destruction and rebirth. In that moment, I knew I was witnessing a crucible of emotions that would alter the course of their lives forever. The flames rose higher, and the shadows danced more wildly, as if they knew something we did not, something that would ignite the very world around them. And so, I stood on the precipice of their fate, feeling the weight of their choices, the heat of their passions, the chill of the unknown crawling up my spine as the confrontation loomed like the promise of dawn, or the threat of night. The moon hung low, a ghostly witness to the chaos that unfolded beneath its pale gaze. Shadows danced on the cobblestone streets of the village, twisting into ghastly shapes as villagers clamored in a frenzy. Heartbeats drummed in unison, a visceral rhythm that echoed against the walls of narrow homes. Lada stood at the center, her presence a raw electric pulse, drawing the energy of the crowd into a singular, frantic focus. She was beauty incarnate, a haunting vision of elegance wrapped in a cloak of despair. Her long hair flowed like a river of ink, cascading past her shoulders, catching the faint light like the glimmer of a promise unfulfilled. I remember the laughter, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread that barely carried above the din. Memories of joyous days flooded her mind, vibrant festivals, laughter echoing like music through the fields, hands entwined with those she loved. Yet now, despair smothered every sweet recollection. The festival of love had turned into a cacophony of fear and desperation, a haunting reminder that beauty could twist into something grotesque when the dark shadows of jealousy crept in. Across the square, Ivan stood, a figure shrouded in uncertainty. His heart raced, a wild bird trapped in a cage of his own making. Moments before, Lada had been the sun in his life, illuminating every corner of his existence. But now, his thoughts spiraled, a tempest of longing and regret. He remembered their last shared moment, the warmth of her hand in his, the way she laughed at his ridiculous attempts to impress her with tales of his own bravery that he never truly possessed. "Why can't you see?" he shouted, his voice cracking through the chaos. "This is madness. We can't let petty grievances steal our joy." But the crowd surged, a sea of hands grasping for answers, for love, for the goddess herself to mend the rift torn open in their hearts. In the corner, Doria watched, her breath shallow, a silent sentinel. She had loved Ivan in her own quiet way, her heart a garden that had blossomed in the shadows, unnoticed, until now. The stinging burn of longing twisted inside her as she watched him reaching for Lada, the goddess whose essence he could never grasp. Doria's hands trembled, her fingers curling into fists. "I remember the dreams," she murmured to herself, recalling the nights when she lay awake, weaving her hopes around Ivan like a fragile thread, only to have them unravel in the harsh light of day. The air crackled with tension as the crowd turned its gaze toward Lada, their eyes reflecting a desperate hope. "Help us," they cried, their voices a dissonant chorus that filled the night with a sense of urgency. Lada's heart swelled and broke in equal measure. She was their goddess of love, yet here she stood, powerless to quell the storm brewing in their hearts. "But love is not something I can conjure with a flick of my wrist or a whispered spell," she implored, a voice rising above the clamor. "Love is a choice, a delicate dance that requires courage, not just desire." As she spoke, Doria felt the weight of her own silent love pressing down, the injustice of it all prickling her skin. Would she forever remain a ghost, a whisper lost in the cacophony? Behind the beauty of the goddess stood a haunting truth: love often danced on the edge of tragedy. The villagers had come seeking salvation, but what they needed was to confront the very darkness that threatened to consume them. "Let us not forget what love truly is," Lada cried, her voice resonating with the weight of ancient wisdom. "It is not the fleeting passion that ignites like fire and leaves ashes in its wake, it is the steadfast commitment that binds us together, even in the face of despair." But as her words hung in the air, a flicker of doubt crept into her heart, whispering cruel reminders of her own inadequacies. The crowd surged forward, a wave of desperation crashing against her, and Ivan's eyes were wild with a mix of admiration and confusion. "You're wrong," he shouted, his voice hoarse with frustration. "What do you know of love? You stand there, beautiful and untouchable, while we are left to drown in our hurt." And with that accusation, a collective gasp rippled through the villagers, a gut punch to their fragile hope. In that instant, Doria stepped forward, her pulse quickening. "What do you know of love?" she challenged, her voice steady and fierce. "It's not about beauty wrapped in a perfect package, it's about the scars we bear, the moments we choose to rise, even when it feels impossible." The crowd shifted, their focus now torn between the goddess and a woman who dared to challenge her. And just like that, the ground beneath them trembled, an echo of ages past when the goddess herself had once walked among mortals, scattering seeds of love and pain alike. The very essence of the cosmos shifted, swirling in dizzying patterns, as if the universe was holding its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat to drop. Lada's heart raced, caught between the admiration she felt for Doria's courage and the fear of losing the fragile connection she had with the villagers. "I am not merely a figure in your dreams," she choked out, her voice strained. "I am your reflection, your pain, your beauty. I am the love you seek, but I am also the darkness you must confront." Ivan stepped closer, the heat of his anger simmering beneath the surface but mingled with a dawning realization. "Then let's confront it together," he said, his voice softer now, like the first light of dawn breaking through the night. "If love is a choice, let us choose it." In that moment, the air thickened with possibility, and the crowd held its breath. Doria's heart fluttered, a fragile bird daring to take flight. The stage was set for an emotional reckoning, a confrontation that would ripple through time and space, binding them all together in a web of emotional truth. Yet, the moon shone on, indifferent, a silent witness to their turmoil, an eternal reminder that beauty and love are often woven into the fabric of pain and struggle. In the shadows, echoes of laughter and heartache intertwined, a haunting melody that would never truly fade. And so the dance began, a contradiction of beauty and heartbreak, a fragile tapestry of love that would weave its way through the hearts of these souls forevermore. In the end, they would learn that every heartbeat, every breath, every moment of joy was simply an echo of the divine, the goddess Lada, entwined in their very essence, the eternal symbol of love's paradox. I remember the moment the sky cracked, a jagged gash in the fabric of the universe. It wasn't thunder that rumbled, it was the roar of something primal, something ancient. The air shimmered with electricity, and I felt my heart race, each beat a drum echoing through the chaos. The world around me was a cauldron of fear and wonder, swirling with shadows that danced like ghosts. And in that moment, I was not just an observer, I was a part of this cosmic upheaval. Ilara stood beside me, her eyes reflecting the storm. Fear coursed through her, a turbulent river that threatened to drown her spirit. "We have to go," she screamed, but her voice was swallowed by the sound of the world breaking apart. She was the fierce flame, flickering against the darkness, but I could see the flickers of doubt in her eyes. I remembered when she was carefree, laughter spilling from her like sunlight. Now, that light was dimmed, flickering with uncertainty. I clenched my fists, feeling the weight of destiny pressing down on me. Not long ago, I was just a boy with dreams as vast as the night sky. But the call of the creator god, Rod, had shifted everything. "Stay with me, Ilara!" I shouted, my voice raw with desperation. I needed her strength, I needed her to remember the joy that once danced in her eyes. And then there was Kale, lurking in the edges of our chaos, wrapped in shadows that clung to him like a second skin. His heart, once filled with courage, now beat with the fear of failure. He had made a choice, one that came with a heavy price. "We can't fight this," he declared, arms crossed, as if warding off the very fate that haunted him. "It's bigger than us." But I remember the nights we had spent beneath the stars, our dreams spilling into the vastness. How could he abandon that? How could he abandon us? I felt the tension crackling in the air, three souls standing at the precipice of oblivion, and the weight of a creator god looming above us, casting long shadows upon our fragile hopes. "Rod doesn't care," Kale said, his voice trembling, but I saw the flicker of defiance in his eyes. "He's the god of creation, not of salvation." He was spiraling, lost in a tempest of his own making. I wanted to reach out, to tether him to the ground of reality, but fear coiled around my heart. What if he was right? What if our fight was for naught? "Listen," Ilara said, her voice breaking through the din, a fragile thread woven with hope. "If he created us, then we are part of his design. We have the power to change our fate." But even as she spoke, I could see doubt creeping into her resolve. The storm outside mirrored the storm within her, and I felt the tremors of her fear ripple through the air. The ground shook beneath our feet, a reminder that time was running out. I could feel the pulse of the earth, quickening, racing towards a climax that was inevitable. My heart raced with it, each thump a countdown to something I couldn't quite grasp. The shadows around us twisted, dark tendrils reaching for our souls, whispering promises of despair. But amidst the chaos, a spark flickered in my chest, an ember of defiance that refused to be extinguished. "We have to face him," I said, the words tumbling out before I could reconsider. My voice felt foreign, electric, a lifeline to the others. "We have to confront Rod. Not just to ask for life, but to take it." Ilara's eyes widened, shimmering with a mix of fear and something else, something like hope. "But what if he's not what we think?" "Then we'll find out," Kale muttered, his voice a low growl of rebellion, the shadows receding ever so slightly. I could see the gears turning in his mind, battling against the weight of despair. "We have nothing left to lose." The storm outside howled, but inside, the tension thickened like fog, wrapping around us with an unsettling intimacy. I felt it, the unbreakable bond forged through shared fear, shared dreams, three souls entwined in a dance against destiny. The shadows flickered, and we stood against them, resolute. The world was an expansive void, a canvas upon which our emotions painted vivid strokes: fear, love, anger, hope. Every heartbeat echoed through me, a reminder that we were alive, that we could fight for every breath. I felt the weight of our ancestors bearing down on us, the ghosts of those who had come before, urging us to rise, to defy the odds stacked against us. Together, I whispered, feeling the strength of our unity ignite a fire in my chest. We face him together. The ground shook once more, a rumble like the growl of a beast awakening from slumber. The storm outside reached a fever pitch, and in that moment, it felt as though the universe held its breath. The air crackled with anticipation, a silent promise of what was to come. Ilara's hand found mine, her grip fierce, grounding me in this whirlwind of chaos. Kale shifted closer, shadows melting away as he took a step toward the light. I felt the shift, the pivot from despair to determination, and with it came a rush of exhilaration. The Creator God was waiting, and so were we, three flawed beings, ready to face the embodiment of life itself. As we took our first step toward the heart of the storm, I remembered the words that had shaped my existence, an ancient whisper that reverberated through the cosmos. We were not merely creations, we were expressions of defiance, living echoes in a world crafted by an enigmatic hand. And in that moment, the horizon blurred, the darkness surged, and our shared heartbeat resonated with the pulse of 1,000 stars. This was only the beginning. The confrontation loomed ahead, and the shadows danced, reminding us that we were not just fighting for our lives, we were fighting for the very essence of existence itself. The Creator God awaited us, and so did destiny. The wind howled through the skeletal trees, the branches clawing at the bruised sky like desperate hands reaching for salvation. In the heart of a forgotten village, the air was thick with the scent of loamy earth and impending rain. A storm brewed, not just above but within, and its electric energy crackled like a warning. Misha stood at the edge of the clearing, heart pounding, breath caught in his throat, eyes wide as the shadows danced around him, whispering secrets he wasn't ready to hear. "I remember the stories," he murmured, voice trembling. The tales of light and darkness, woven through our blood like the very fabric of the soul. Each word felt like a pebble thrown into a chasm, echoing back at him in distorted reverberations. There was a time when he believed it was all mere folklore, a game spun by old crones by the fire. But now, as the world twisted and turned around him, he could feel the darkness encroaching, slipping through the cracks of his sanity. Beside him, Anna stood, her presence a flickering candle in a storm. The fiery spirit that once lit her eyes now flickered against the onslaught of doubt. "Misha, we need to go. Before it swallows us whole," she urged, her voice hoarse like dry leaves scraping against stone. She had once been so full of life, the laughter that cascaded from her lips like sunlight through trees. Now, the shadows had stolen that light, leaving behind a hollow echo that threatened to drown them both. "I can't leave," he replied, desperation threading through his tone. "What if they come for us? What if—" "Stop," she interrupted, fierce and unyielding, but it was the kind of fierceness that felt like glass, sharp yet fragile. "You can't keep holding on to that fear." But the fear was all he had left. Misha could feel it, a living thing, clawing its way up his spine, whispering riddles of betrayal and doom. The stories echoed in the recesses of his mind, tales of the darkness that lurked just beyond the veil of light, waiting for the weak to falter. In moments like this, he wished he could shake it off, but it clung to him as tightly as his own skin. He remembered the old woman in the village, her gnarled hands weaving charms that smelled of rosemary and smoke. "Light and darkness are two sides of a coin," she had said, her voice a creaky whisper that seemed to seep into the ground beneath him. "One cannot exist without the other, and both will come for you in the end." The storm rumbled overhead, and Misha fought the impulse to look up. The clouds were a shroud of despair, the weight of their darkness palpable. He felt it pressing down on him, suffocating him, and the thought of letting it in sent shivers racing down his spine. "Anna," he said, fear turning his voice raw, "what if we're not strong enough? What if we're just shadows ourselves?" She stepped closer, their breaths mingling in the damp air. "We're stronger than we know," she insisted, but her eyes betrayed her, a mirror reflecting the same vulnerability he felt. The light of hope flickered between them, tenuous like a spider's thread, and they both understood the weight of the moment. It was then that the darkness struck. A figure emerged from the haze, shrouded in a cloak as black as despair itself. Misha's heart thundered in his chest, every beat a warning, every breath a plea for courage. "Run," he shouted, but Anna stood frozen, her pulse quickening, eyes wide with a mix of fascination and dread. "Misha," she gasped, and for an instant, time seemed to stretch, a cosmic pause where all that existed was that singular moment, the two of them, love and fear intertwined. The figure moved closer, and Misha could see the glint of eyes that burned with ancient knowledge, a knowing that transcended time. A chill swept through him, not just from the cold but from the realization that this being was not just darkness. It was history, it was memory, it was the echo of every fear whispered around flickering fires. It was part of him, part of the very fabric that made them human. "I remember," Misha's voice faltered, the words clawing their way out of him. "I remember the stories. I remember the brightness, the warmth, the way the sun felt on my skin, and the way it made me feel alive. I remember," Anna echoed, her voice trembling, "the first time I saw you, standing in the light, oblivious to the shadows creeping in. I remember believing that love could conquer it all." The figure stopped, an unsettling stillness surrounding it, and for a moment, it was as if the world held its breath. Misha's thoughts raced, colliding with the inevitability of their reality. "You can't take her," he found himself shouting, the courage born from desperation igniting a fire within. "You won't have her." The darkness laughed, a sound that sent chills spiraling through the air, a mocking reminder of their fragility. "You think you can resist? You're both made of shadows and light, just like everything else in this world. You cannot outrun what you are." Suddenly, a flood of memories crashed around them, echoes of laughter, moments of joy, and the bittersweet weight of love lost and found. Misha could see it all, swirling in the air like a kaleidoscope of emotion. "But we're not just shadows," he pleaded, desperation spilling from him. "We are choices, we are moments that define us." The figure loomed, the darkness coiling around Misha and Anna like a suffocating embrace. The storm raged above, lightning illuminating the dread that stained the air. In that moment, they stood at the precipice, trapped in a dance of light and darkness, love and fear. Together, Anna breathed, her hands slipping into Misha's, fingers intertwining, a tether against the storm. "We could be light." But the darkness answered with a whisper, an insidious caress that tempted them with the weight of despair. "And yet, you will always be haunted by your shadows. You cannot escape." Time slipped away, the world a tapestry of chaos and emotion, and in that convergence of light and darkness, the true battle began, not against the figure before them but within themselves. Heartbeats echoed in the void, and as the storm broke loose, they faced the truth, that to embrace the light, they must also confront the darkness lurking inside. And so they stood, at the edge, the storm raging, shadows dancing, knowing that the duality of their existence would define their fate, as the whispers of the past intertwined with the promise of tomorrow, forever lingering, forever unresolved. The moon hung high, a pale eye weeping silver tears over the forest, and every shadow seemed alive, twisting and writhing like ghosts of the past. I stood there, heart pounding, breath shallow, surrounded by the echo of whispers, my ancestors calling me, their voices rising from the depths of my blood. The trees loomed, ancient sentinels, their branches clawing at the night sky, and I felt them, my lineage, the weight of years pressing down like a shroud, suffocating yet intoxicating. I remember my grandmother's stories, how they danced in the flickering firelight, the crackle of the flames punctuating her words. "You are not alone," she would say, her eyes gleaming with a knowing light. "They are always with you." But here, in this moment, uncertainty clawed at my insides. I was supposed to feel the warmth of their presence, but all I felt was cold dread. Beside me stood Misha, his eyes wide and wild, a reflection of my own turmoil. He was a child of the city, brought to this forsaken edge of the world to confront the ghosts that plagued his family. He believed that finding the grave of his ancestor would grant him strength, a blessing to guide him away from the shadows that whispered of failure and despair. But as we ventured deeper into the woods, I could feel the energy shift, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. "Do you think they're watching us?" he whispered, his voice barely more than a breeze. "What if they're angry?" I swallowed hard, tasting fear on my tongue. I remember my mother's warning, how she spoke of the dead as ancient gods, formidable and fierce. "Respect them," she had said, her voice tinged with a reverence that turned my blood to ice. "They guard our paths and punish those who forget." And as we moved deeper into the heart of the forest, the air thickened with a palpable tension that curled around us like smoke. I felt the shadows pressing in, echoing my own doubts. Memories flooded back, uninvited, like specters clawing at the edges of my mind. I saw my father's face, taut with disappointment, words like daggers piercing my heart. "You are nothing without your roots." Branches snapped, and Misha flinched. "What was that?" "Nothing," I lied, but my voice trembled. My own fears rumbled like distant thunder, and the darkness laughed in our faces. Amidst the oppressive silence, a chill swept through the air, raising goosebumps on my skin. The forest was alive, not with the gentle rustle of leaves but with the weight of history, a cacophony of silent screams that echoed through time. Each step felt heavier, a reminder of every ancestor who had worn the same shoes, faced the same fears. I could almost hear them whispering in the wind, tales of triumph and tragedy woven into the very fabric of this land. Then, the ground beneath us shifted, and we stumbled upon a clearing, a sacred space where the veil between the worlds felt thin. A massive stone monument stood there, covered in moss and the scars of time, etched with the names of those long gone. The air vibrated with energy, a hum that resonated within my bones. I could almost see their faces, shimmering like the stars, my great-grandfather, my great-aunt, lost yet watching, waiting for recognition. "Misha," I said, my voice steadying as I gazed at the stone. "This is where you must connect with them." But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at me. Would the weight of his lineage crush him, or would it empower him? He stepped forward, breath hitching, eyes reflecting the moonlight. "What if they don't want me?" "They will," I murmured, though I could feel the fear twist in my gut. Our past was a tangled web, and sometimes the threads frayed, unraveling into darkness. As Misha knelt before the monument, I could see the tension in his shoulders, the quiver of hope and fear. He pressed his palm against the cool stone, and the moment felt electric, alive with possibility. But then the wind howled, a cruel laugh that sent chills down my spine, and I could almost hear them, angry, resentful spirits, echoing through the trees. "Why have you come?" The voice was low, a growl that reverberated through the air, and I felt the ground shudder beneath us. I looked around, heart racing, the shadows swirling menacingly. "We seek guidance," Misha replied, his voice breaking, a fragile note amid the storm. "I want to honor you." But his words hung in the air, a desperate plea that felt inadequate against the weight of the past pressing down upon us. "Honor." The laughter grew louder, a cacophony of voices rising from the depths of despair. "You think you can honor us by simply remembering? You must confront the darkness in your blood, only then will we grant you peace." Misha's eyes widened, the realization crashing into him like a wave. The weight of history was a burden, one he had to bear if he sought the strength to break free from his own shadows. I felt a connection between us, a mirror reflecting our shared fears and faults, yet a glimmer of resilience sparked in his gaze, a flicker of hope. In that moment, I understood. The ancestors weren't mere memories, they were living echoes, demanding recognition, inviting us to confront our flaws and embrace our humanity. The air trembled with anticipation, and the moon watched, silent and indifferent, a reminder of all that was fleeting. "Misha," I said, my voice a whisper, "you are not just a child of the city. You are a link in a chain that stretches back into the depths of time." He looked up, and I saw it, the flicker of determination ignited within him, a flame that could not be extinguished. "I will face them," he declared, and as his voice echoed through the clearing, I felt the energy shift again, the winds howling in approval or perhaps warning. The forest stood still, the night heavy with promise and foreboding, and I knew we were no longer alone. The ancestors had awakened, their presence enveloping us like a shroud, and the confrontation was only beginning, a thread woven into the very fabric of our existence. And as I clasped Misha's shoulder, our fates intertwined. I felt the pulse of our ancestors reverberating through the earth, a reminder that their stories, our stories, were far from over. The moon hung low, a silver eye watching, a silent witness to the chaos that had unleashed itself upon the forest. Trees danced in the wind, their branches scraping against one another like bones in a graveyard, whispering secrets of lost souls. The air was thick with tension, heavy with the smell of damp earth and impending rain. I stood at the edge of a clearing, heart pounding, pulse racing, every beat a drum heralding the storm brewing within. Somewhere in that dark, twisting labyrinth of bark and shadow, I could hear her voice, a haunting melody that both called to me and chilled my blood. Rusalka. The water spirit, tangled in sorrow and longing, her laughter like shards of glass, beautiful yet deadly. I remembered the stories, the warnings passed down through hushed whispers, don't approach the water at twilight, for she beckons with a smile and drags you down into the depths. Did she sense me? Did she know the weight of my regret, the desperate ache of my loneliness? Where are you? I called into the emptiness, but the forest swallowed my words, leaving behind an echo that felt like a confession. And then there was Ivan, my brother, a tempest of emotions. He had always been the brave one, the one who dared to challenge the darkness. I remember the way he would climb trees, arms outstretched like the wings of a falcon, daring the sky to let him fly. But now he was lost, consumed by his own shadow. You have to help me, he begged just days before, desperation twisting his features into something unrecognizable. I'm drawn to her, I can't fight it. I need you. The moonlight flickered as I stepped deeper into the forest, the branches clawing at my clothing, as if they were sentinels warning me to turn back. I could feel the weight of the Domovoi, the house spirit, lurking in the corners of my mind. His presence was a constant reminder of home, of warmth and safety, yet he was also the keeper of secrets, the guardian of what was hidden. He only reveals himself when needed, when the balance of the home is threatened, an old woman had said once, as we huddled around a fire, her voice trembling with the weight of ancient knowledge. Stay away from the water, protect what is yours. I shivered, thinking of the fragile thread that connected us, family bound by blood but frayed by ambition. Suddenly, a rustle. I turned, heart racing, finding myself face to face with Ivan. His eyes gleamed with an eerie light, reflecting the moon as if he were the one caught within its spell. Help me, he repeated, but this time it was a growl, raw and primal, the kind that makes you realize how thin the veil is between love and madness. She's calling me, can't you hear her? Ivan, please, I pleaded, the words escaping my lips before I could catch them. This isn't just a story. She'll take you. Yet the forest was alive, pulsating with an energy that was palpable, a heartbeat beneath the bark, a whisper in the leaves. I felt it tugging at me, beckoning me closer to the water's edge, where Rusalka waited with open arms and a smile that promised salvation. I remember the nights we spent by the river, Ivan continued, voice softening, and suddenly I was transported back to those moments, laughter echoing like a distant memory. The stars above, the stories we told, but the Rusalka was not just a memory, she was a predator, a hunger that could not be satisfied. I remembered the tales, a man had once ventured too close, entranced by her beauty, his heart entwined in her sorrow. The water had turned black around him, dragging him beneath the surface, where the light could not reach. No! I shouted, breaking the spell with the force of my own fear. The trees shivered in response, their leaves whispering my name, while the shadows around us thickened and pulsed with life. You don't know what she is. She'll take you, and I won't be able to save you. But Ivan was lost in the depths of his desire. He stepped forward, closer to the edge, and I felt the very fabric of our bond fray. You don't understand, he murmured, the darkness in his eyes deepening. I have to go to her. I have to know her. The wind howled, mourning our shattered connection, and behind Ivan stood something else, something watching, something waiting. The Leshy, the forest spirit, twisted and gnarled like the roots of a great oak. His laughter was a low growl, a warning to those who dared to trespass. I could feel him pulling at the edges of my mind, tempting me with promises of power and knowledge. Join us, he whispered, voice dripping with poison. Embrace the darkness. There is freedom here. but freedom always comes at a cost. I stumbled back, fighting against the pull as the memories flooded in, laughter turned to screams, joy twisted into despair. "You're not free, you're a prisoner of your own desires," I shouted, but even as I spoke, I felt the weight of the chains binding me to my own choices. The clearing grew colder, shadows swallowing the light, and I saw the flicker of water in the distance, the surface glistening like 1,000 diamonds. Rusalka's song echoed, sweet and sorrowful, luring me closer, promising answers to the questions that haunted me. "You can belong," she sang, her voice a caress that brushed against my skin. "No more loneliness, no more pain." "Ivan!" I cried, panic surging through me like a storm. "She's not what you think. Don't go to her." But he was already lost, a silhouette against the shimmering water, an offering to the dark depths. My heart shattered with the realization, 1,000 pieces scattering like fallen leaves. I lunged forward, desperation fueling my every move, but the branches tangled around me like fingers of the past, holding me back. And then I heard it, the splashing, the laughter that wasn't laughter at all. It was a howl of the damned, the echoes of lost souls rising from the depths as the water churned, hungry and alive. "I remember," I whispered, the words slipping through my fingers like sand, lost to the night as I reached out for him. The moon shone down, illuminating the scene, a tragic ballet of desires unfulfilled, of love twisted by darkness. Ivan stood at the precipice, and I, a mere breath away, felt the rift between us widening, an abyss formed by choices made and choices avoided. In that moment, the forest held its breath, time suspended, a heartbeat echoing through the night, a reminder that some spirits linger, not to haunt but to claim, to tempt, to drown. And I was left standing at the edge, grappling with my own ghosts while the song of the Rusalka wove its way around my heart, drawing me toward the darkness, toward the promise of belonging that was both enticing and terrifying. The moon continued to watch, unblinking, as the shadows deepened, and the story unfurled, threads weaving through the night, binding us all together in a tapestry of nature's unforgiving embrace. The water glistened under the moonlight, a silken sheet of shimmering silver. The bank, a decaying remnant of an old world, cracked and crumbled like a forgotten dream. I stood there, breath hitching, as the surface rippled, whispering promises of the unknown. My heart raced, each thump a frantic drum against the silence, each pulse a desperate plea to the spirits that dwelled beneath. The tales of old echoed in the air, tales of nymphs and spirits that might rise from the depths, of beauty wrapped in danger that lured the unwary into the icy embrace of the river. Yelena was beside me, her eyes wide pools of fear and fascination. She was too vulnerable, too human, but there was a fire in her spirit, a wildness that drew me in. I remembered the first time I saw her at the village festival, laughing as she twirled beneath the stars, the scent of her hair mingling with the smoke from the bonfire. But tonight, something shifted. The laughter felt distant, like echoes from a lifelong lost. The weight of her anguish hung in the air, thick and suffocating. This was not just about the water, it was about choices made and paths broken. "Do you feel it?" Yelena whispered, as if the night itself might hear her. "The pull?" Her voice trembled, like the leaves rustling in the wind, and I could see the shadows of her fears dancing in her eyes. I did feel it, the call of the water, seductive and stirring, like a lover's whisper promising bliss but wielding a dagger hidden in the shadows. My heart sank as I glanced at Mikhail, standing just a step away, a knot of anger and sorrow twisting in his chest. He had always been protective, the steadfast guardian of our youth, but tonight he was a tempest, ready to unleash his fury against the spirits that haunted him. He had lost his brother to the river, swallowed whole by the very waters that now beckoned us. Mikhail's fists clenched, his jaw hardening against the flood of memories, the laughter, the camaraderie, the last embrace before tragedy struck. "Yelena, we shouldn't be here," he warned, urgency clawing at him. The legends, they were never just stories. They're warnings. Each word dripped with the weight of foreboding, chilling me to the bone. I remembered the tales of the Rusalki, of how they lured men to their doom, singing sweet songs that would shatter into screams beneath the surface. I remembered, but a part of me longed for that siren song, the promise of eternity in a single moment. "I have to know," Yelena breathed, stepping forward, drawn toward the water like a moth to a flame, her soul flickering in the dark. I can't run from it anymore. No. Mikhail thundered, his voice echoing through the night, a thunderclap that sent shivers down my spine. You don't understand. The desperation in his tone cut through the air like glass, splintering the fragile tension. He reached out for her, but she was already lost, her gaze entrapped by the glimmering surface. The water bubbled, teasingly, as though it could sense our dread, our desire. A moment hung heavy, stretching like a taut string ready to snap. I felt it, time lost its meaning. Should I pull Yelena back, save her from herself? Or did I want her to leap, to dance with the spirits that haunted my dreams? The lines blurred, tangled between love and fear, between the desperate need to protect and the equally desperate desire to let her free. Let her be, Mikhail, I said, my voice a trembling whisper, though my heart screamed in protest. It was as if I was drowning in the depths of my own conflict, a betrayal woven into the fabric of friendship. With every heartbeat, the world around us shifted. The wind howled like a lost soul, the trees bowed in supplication, and the river pulsated, alive and hungry. Suddenly, I saw them, figures rising from the depths, cloaked in shimmering water, the Rusalka, the spirit of the river, beckoning with slender fingers. Their laughter rang out, a haunting melody that wrapped around Yelena like a lover's embrace. I could see the longing in her eyes, the pull of the water too strong to resist. Mikhail! I cried, but my words drowned in the cacophony of the supernatural. Would we become part of the myth, too? Would we be mere shadows, mere whispers carried away by the current? And then it happened. The moment exploded into chaos. Mikhail surged forward, his body a wall against the darkness as he reached for Yelena. But she was already slipping, the river claiming her with its siren call. I reached out, our hands brushing like fleeting memories, but the current was too strong, and she vanished beneath the surface. Yelena! The cry tore from my throat, raw and broken, reverberating against the night. Mikhail let out a furious roar, his grief manifesting violently against the night. But there was nothing, only the gaping maw of the river, swallowing everything whole, her laughter, her light, her very essence. And in that moment, as the water settled, the echoes of her spirit lingered like a ghost at the edge of my mind. I remember the fear, the love, the haunting sorrow that enveloped us. Time collapsed, each second stretching into eternity, and the significance of water washed over me in a wave of revelation. It was both life and death, an ancient promise and a treacherous curse. I stood there, trembling, feeling the shadows of the past creeping in, whispering of nymphs and spirits that thrived in the dark depths. The river was both a cradle and a grave, teeming with stories untold, and I was caught on the precipice of a choice that would ripple through my soul like the water that twinkled with secrets in the night. In the silence, I could almost hear the echoes of Yelena, the laughter that haunted the waters, the hope that shimmered like light on the surface. The spirits of the river were waiting, and their stories were far from over. And as the moon hung heavy in the sky, I realized this was merely the beginning. The moon hung high, a sentinel of shadows, casting an icy glow over the battered village of Vishemir. There, amongst crumbling wooden huts, a girl stood, heart hammering like a caged beast. Her name was Katia, and she was alone with the knowledge that darkness had come to claim her family. She could hear the whispers, distant yet so close, swirling through the night air like a wicked breeze. Something was hunting them, something more terrifying than the jagged teeth of winter itself. Do you hear it? She breathed, her voice trembling as she clutched her brother's hand. Misha, only 8, looked up with wide, innocent eyes, seemingly unaware of the creeping dread that gnawed at her insides. He was still young enough to believe in the fairy tales their grandmother spun by the fire, tales that spoke of brave knights and beautiful maidens, of love and redemption. But fantasy had no place in Vishemir tonight. A guttural growl shattered the silence. It came from the forest, where shadows twisted and danced like fever dreams. The trees loomed tall and ancient, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. Stay close! Katia hissed, pulling Misha tight against her side. The village had warned them of the Zeme Gorinich, a dragon with 3 heads, each bearing fangs like daggers and eyes that burned with hunger. Yet it wasn't just the dragon she feared, it was the sense of inevitability that wrapped around her heart, squeezing tighter with every breath. She could feel her pulse quicken, a terrible rhythm that matched the approaching footsteps, heavy and deliberate. They bathed once a year, she recalled with a bitter laugh, knowing that even the nonchalant humor that had once sparked joy in her heart had turned sour in this bleak moment. Romance was earthy, but death felt like a predator lurking just out of sight. As the growls crescendoed into a roar that split the air, Katia's mind raced. "I remember the stories," she muttered, wishing she could grasp the threads of her grandmother's tales, but they slipped through her fingers like water. "The dragon can be defeated. You just have to be," but the words faded, replaced by a gnawing despair. How could you be brave when faced with something so fundamentally monstrous? "Misha," she whispered, meeting his gaze, and for a moment, the world narrowed to just the two of them, a fragile thread in the chaos. "If we don't make it," the words hung there, heavy and suffocating. But Misha shook his head, his small face fierce with determination. "I'm not afraid, Katia. Not if you're with me." And there, under the moon's cold gaze, something flickered in her heart, hope. A spark ignited, a fierce and unyielding flame. "We will fight," she declared, each word carving the air with purpose. "We will find a way." But the forest erupted in chaos, a cacophony of snarls and howls as the creature broke through the underbrush, scales gleaming like blackened steel. Its three heads twisted as it scanned the surroundings, nostrils flaring. The air grew thick with the stench of sulfur, cloying and bitter. Katia's breath hitched. She could feel the weight of her fear trying to pull her down, but she clung to Misha as if he were a lifeline. In the shadows, another figure lurked. A witch, they called her, Baba Yaga, a name that dripped with foreboding. She was a woman of contradictions, both feared and revered, with her iron teeth and a heart that could just as easily forge alliances as it could break them. Rumor had it she dwelled in a hut that danced on chicken legs, waiting for the desperate to stumble upon her. Katia had never believed in her, except now, in this harrowing moment, she found herself wishing for a miracle, wishing for the crone's twisted wisdom. The dragon moved, its powerful body a blur of motion, snapping its jaws with a sound that echoed like thunder. "Run!" Katia screamed, adrenaline surging. Misha's little legs struggled to keep pace, but she wouldn't let go. They dashed through the village, past the crumbling stone well, past the ghosts of their ancestors watching, silent and wretched. "Where is she?" Katia thought, desperation clawing at her throat. They rounded the corner, and there, silhouetted against the moonlight, stood Baba Yaga. She was a vision of chaos, a whirlwind of wild hair and fierce eyes, her presence somehow both terrifying and comforting. "Help us!" Katia shouted, her voice raw. "Please!" The witch cackled, a sound like brittle leaves crunching underfoot. "Help is a fickle thing, girl. It comes with a price." She stepped forward, the moon illuminating her iron teeth, gleaming like a predator's smile. "I'll pay," Katia blurted, desperation spilling over. "Whatever it takes." And then the air shifted, the weight of the night pressing down, heavy as a funeral shroud. Baba Yaga's eyes glinted with wicked delight. "Then fetch me a feather from the dragon's wing, and I shall weave you a spell," she rasped, each word dripping with a promise that felt both like salvation and doom. Katia and Misha exchanged a glance, an unspoken agreement forged in the fire of their shared fear. "I won't let you go alone," Misha said, voice steady but trembling. The dragon roared again, a cry that seemed to shake the very ground beneath them. Katia's heart thundered in her chest, fear mixing with fierce resolve. "Together," she whispered. "We fight together." And in that moment, the world narrowed until it was just the three of them, the dragon, the witch, and the children who dared to confront the monstrous night. They were the last flicker of humanity against the abyss, and the battle was about to begin. Shadows danced around them, the moon watching like a vengeful god, waiting to see who would emerge victorious from the chaos that swirled in the dark. What is courage, if not the defiance of despair? What is love, if not the willingness to face the untamed wilds of fear? In the heart of this storm, Katia felt it all, the weight of her family, the legacy of her ancestors, the echo of whispered dreams, and the promise of something greater than herself. As the dragon's eyes locked on them, she took a deep breath, and the fight was on. The wind howled through the cracked window, a haunting lullaby that curled around the room like a shroud. It was an eerie night. Thick shadows danced in the corners, taunting the light, whispering secrets only the lost could hear. I sat there, heart thrumming like a frantic bird caught in a cage, the air heavy with the scent of jasmine and dread. Somewhere outside, a clock ticked, each second a reminder of the life slipping away, of time that would never return. In the dim light, I saw two figures, their faces etched with worry, their breaths jagged like broken glass. Lila's hands trembled, fingers restless as they traced patterns into the fabric of her chair. Her eyes, usually so bright, now flickered with uncertainty, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. Then there was Sam, his jaw clenched, a fortress of silence that begged to be breached. I could feel it, the tension was thick enough to slice through, a palpable force that wrapped around us like a vice. "Do you think she can hear us?" Lila's voice trembled, almost swallowed by the shadows. What if she's trapped somewhere?" My heart twisted with a raw ache. The ache of knowing. Knowing that somewhere, in the dim depths of that sterile hospital room, Mom lay unconscious, tethered to life by the faintest threads. Dusar, the soul, what did it mean? Was it still with her, fluttering like a moth drawn to the flickering light of consciousness? I remember the stories she used to tell, how the soul was a shimmering echo that resonated with the universe. Now, it felt like a cruel joke. "Sam," I whispered, my voice barely a breath. "What do we do if she—" He cut me off with a sharp inhale, his eyes piercing through the darkness. "We fight. For her. We fight until the end." The conviction in his tone sent shivers down my spine, igniting a flicker of hope within the suffocating gloom. But that hope was fragile, pulsating with fear, the fear of losing everything. The clock continued its relentless march, and each tick felt like a countdown. I remember the stories, the old wives' fables about the Dusar, how it wandered between worlds, tethered to the body by threads unseen. As a child, I'd thought of it as a guardian, a gentle spirit that whispered comfort. But now? Now, it felt like a grim specter, looming over us. Would we ever see her smile again? Hear her laughter echoing in our lives? Silence fell heavy, thick like smoke. Outside, the moon loomed, a pale sentinel watching over our despair. I could almost hear its whispers, tales of hope and loss woven into the fabric of night. I recalled the old tale about a lost soul, wandering the barren streets, searching for a way home. Home. The word tasted bitter on my tongue, a reminder of the warmth that once filled our home, now replaced by an icy void. What if it's too late? Lila's voice cracked, the tremor worsening, each syllable a shard of glass, cutting into my heart. I wanted to tell her it was impossible, that hope was a flame that never truly extinguished. But the truth loomed, dark and heavy. Suddenly, Sam's voice broke through the encroaching darkness, low and intense. "If she's gone, we'll honor her. We'll remember every laugh, every story." The fire in his eyes sparked something within me, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching shadows. "She's alive, Lila. We can't give up. Not now." But what if her Dusar was already wandering, lost in some ethereal expanse, drifting further from our grasp with each passing moment? I could feel my heart racing, each beat echoing a desperate plea. I remember the way she used to cradle my face in her hands, whispering tales of the cosmos, of stars that burned bright but faded into the fabric of eternity. Was that where she was now? Somewhere in the vastness, a flicker of light in the dark? Suddenly, the air shifted, a crackle of energy that sent a bolt of realization through me. I turned to Lila, her expression mirroring my thoughts, her eyes wide with an understanding that transcended words. "What if we call her back?" I murmured, the idea trembling on my lips like a fragile butterfly. "Call her back." Lila echoed, her brow furrowed, uncertainty weaving through her features. "How?" By reminding her, I said, my voice stronger now, infused with a fervor I didn't know I had. "We tell her about the things she loves. We remind her of us. Of the life she built, the soul she nurtured." Sam stood tall, determination radiating from him. "Let's do it. Let's fight with everything we have." We gathered ourselves, an unbreakable bond forged in the fire of our despair. We began to share our memories, the soft laughter in the kitchen, the scent of her garden blooming in spring, the way she sang off-key but with such joy. Each word was a thread, weaving a tapestry of love that stretched beyond the boundaries of the physical world. And in that moment, time felt suspended. The wind howled louder, the shadows seemed to dance, and somewhere, deep within the silence, I felt a shift. A flicker of warmth, a whisper of familiarity. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting with us, caught in the weave of our words. "Mom," I called into the void, my heart aching with every syllable. "Can you hear us?" The wind responded, brushing against my skin like a soft caress, and for a brief heartbeat, I believed. I believed that somewhere, in that infinite cosmos, her Dusar was listening, tethered to our love, dancing in the darkness. And then, as if the universe itself nodded in agreement, I felt a spark, a flicker of hope ignited amid the shadows. I would not let go. Together, with Lila and Sam, we would fight against the encroaching dark, weaving our love into the very fabric of existence. But the clock still ticked, relentless, a reminder that our battle was just beginning, that the shadows were waiting, eager to claim what they believed was theirs. Yet here we stood, defiantly alive, a pulse of fierce humanity against an indifferent universe. The moment hung there, raw and trembling, filled with every unspoken fear and flickering hope. It was far from over, this was just the beginning. The battle for our souls had begun, and I could feel every heart beating in harmony, echoing a tune that would resonate through time itself. The air was thick, heavy with the stench of regret and despair. I stood there, ankle-deep in the muck of memories, the shadows shivering around me, whispering secrets of a life once bright, now cloaked in darkness. The underworld, Nav, a city of the damned, where hope was but a flickering candle in the wind, its flame barely holding on. The ground trembled under my feet, a heartbeat echoing the pulse of dread that coursed through this forsaken place. I remember the first time I set foot here, the chill of the air biting into my skin, every breath a struggle against the weight pressing down, suffocating. A crash. A scream. The sound of something breaking, a heart, perhaps, or a spirit. In that moment, I found her, Ilara, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the chaos around us. She was not just a girl, she was a tempest, a force of nature caught in the jaws of despair. "Ilara!" I shouted over the din, but my voice was swallowed by the darkness. She turned, her face pale, a ghostly mask of fear. "We have to go." But her feet were cemented to the ground, as if the shadows had reached up to claim her. "I can't," she whispered, the words raw, tearing at my heart. "They know I'm here. They're watching." And they were. In the corners of my vision, figures lurked, cloaked in darkness, their eyes glowing like embers in a dying fire. I could feel their hunger, their desire to devour hope, to feast on our despair. They thrived in the underworld, in this realm of lost souls, and I was no exception. We were all puppets, tangled in threads of fear, each of us struggling against the inevitable pull toward oblivion. Then there was Eric, a boy shaped by shadows and light, a paradox of bravery and cowardice. He had once told me that the heart is a strange thing, capable of holding both love and loss, joy and sorrow. I often wondered if his heart was as heavy as mine, burdened by the ghosts of those who had come before us. Here, in the underworld, it felt as if time twisted, each moment stretching into eternity, a cosmic echo reverberating through our souls. "Eric!" I called, my voice trembling with desperation. "Where are you?" He emerged from the darkness, his face drawn and weary, the weight of the world hanging on his shoulders. "I'm here," he panted, urgency dripping from his words. "We need to find the gate. It's the only way out." "Out?" Ilara's voice crackled like dry leaves, the hope beginning to fade from her eyes. "What if the gate is just another illusion? Another trap?" "Then we'll be trapped together," Eric replied, his voice steadying as he reached for her hand. "I would rather face the shadows with you than be alone." Together, we stumbled through the labyrinthine streets, where the walls seemed to close in around us, each corner revealing a new horror, a twisted statue weeping blood, a flickering lantern casting ghostly shadows that danced like lost souls. I felt the ghosts of those who had walked here before, their pain raw and real, wrapping around me like a shroud. I remember the stories, bizarre, macabre tales that echoed through the cobblestones, tales of those who wandered too far, too deep, in search of something unattainable. The truth is, we were all searching for the same thing, a last glimmer of hope, a sliver of light in the consuming darkness. "Elara, don't!" I shouted as she stumbled, reaching for a shadow that flickered just beyond her grasp. "It's a trap!" But the shadows were seductive, whispering promises of freedom, sweet lies that tasted like ash on my tongue. I watched as she faltered, caught in a dance with despair, and I felt the universe shift, the weight of existence pressing down, like the slow tick of a clock counting down to oblivion. Eric's grip on her tightened, a lifeline in the storm. "You have to fight it. Remember the light outside. Remember the stars." Her breath hitched, a gasp escaping her lips. I remember, and in that moment, she began to break free, the grip of the shadows loosening, if only just. But I could feel them tightening around me, cold tendrils of fear wrapping around my heart, squeezing until it hurt to breathe. I had come to Nav searching for answers. Instead, I found only confusion and suffering. The air crackled with energy, and I felt the ground tremble beneath us once more, a warning, a portent of the confrontation that loomed just out of reach. The shadows thickened, coiling tighter, and I could hear their whispers rising to a crescendo, a cacophony of anguish and desire, the haunting refrain of lost souls yearning for release. "Elara!" I screamed, my voice raw with panic as the shadows began to dance, pulling her down into their cold embrace. "No!" Eric's voice sliced through the air like a knife, his desperation igniting a flicker of fury within me. "We won't let you go." And in that moment, as I felt the breath of the underworld on my neck, I realized the truth. We were all threads in a tapestry of despair, woven together by shared pain and an insatiable longing for something more than mere existence. We were the lost and the hopeless, bound together in this hellish embrace, yet somehow, amidst the agony, there was a spark of rebellion. "Fight!" I cried, and the echoes of my voice bounced off the walls like thunder. "Fight against the shadows!" And together, we clawed our way through the darkness, our hearts pounding as one, refusing to surrender to the crushing despair that tried to swallow us whole. But the shadows were relentless, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning. The gate, that elusive glimmer of hope, awaited us somewhere in the chaos, beckoning like a distant star in a night sky thick with storm clouds. And as we pressed forward, the air crackled with more than just fear, it buzzed with the promise of a battle against the darkness that lay ahead. I remember the moment we stepped into the heart of the underworld, feeling time itself shift, like the ticking of a clock counting down to the inevitable. The shadows thickened, and the air grew heavy with tension. Our fight had just begun, and the past was but a shadow, whispering warnings that scarcely mattered as we plunged deeper into the abyss. Together, we would face whatever horrors awaited us, bound by the threads of our intertwined souls, each heartbeat echoing in the dark, a testament to our refusal to be consumed. The underworld was not just a place of despair, it was a crucible, shaping us into something unbreakable, something fierce. As we moved forward, hearts pounding and breaths shallow, we understood, this was only the beginning of our haunting tale, and the shadows hadn't seen the last of us yet. The air crackled with an electric tension, a quiet before the storm, as I stood on the edge of the clearing. Shadows danced, flickering in the dim light of the bonfire, each flame a whisper of forgotten souls. Around me, the faces of my neighbors twisted in the glow, excitement mingling with fear, a festival, yes, but also a reckoning. This was Samhain, a night where the veil between worlds thinned to nothing. I could feel her presence before I saw her, a shadow slipping through the throng. Maeve, with her wild hair like a tangle of autumn leaves, her eyes black holes consuming everything in their gaze. She was the town's outcast, a remnant of old magic and deeper secrets, carrying the weight of generations on her slender shoulders. I remember the way she spoke of the dead, with a reverence that made my spine tingle. "They're not gone, just waiting," she had said, her voice a haunting melody in the night. Then there was Alaric, my childhood friend, standing beside me, anxiety etching lines across his brow. He was the practical one, outspoken against the old ways, yet here he was, drawn to the fire like a moth. "It's just a festival," he said, but I could see the quiver of his lip. He had lost his sister to the darkness that seeped from the forest, a shadow now haunting his every breath, and tonight those shadows were alive with possibility. The drums began to thrum, a heartbeat resonating through the ground beneath us. I could taste the smoke on my tongue, thick and heavy, as the first chant rose, carried by voices that trembled with both joy and dread. It was a call, a beckoning to the spirits, to ancestors long forgotten but ever present. I felt the hum in my bones. We were all connected, a web of life and death, joy and sorrow stretching beyond the stars. I remember the stories, the ones our grandparents whispered when the nights grew too long. Tales of the great hunt, of the wild hunt led by the horned god, who stalked the earth on this very night. He comes to claim what is his, Maeve had told me, her voice dripping with a mix of awe and terror. I watched Alaric's face pale, his grip on my arm tightening as the drums grew louder, each beat a countdown to a confrontation with the unknown. The ground trembled as the first figure emerged from the shadows, cloaked in a darkness that seemed almost sentient. Tonight, the dead walk among us. Maeve's voice rose above the din, a siren's call drawing us into the depths of an ancient rite. Tonight, we remember. A wave of panic surged through Alaric, and I felt it too, a fear that twisted my stomach into knots. What if they come for me? He whispered, his eyes darting around, hunting for a way out. But there was no escape from the tradition that bound us, the blood that tied us to this land, this night. I remember the laughter that mingled with the chants, the way it could chill your bones. It was a reminder that joy and despair often danced hand in hand. As we lit the lanterns, flickering orbs of hope against the abyss, I caught Maeve's gaze. She smiled, a fierce, knowing smile that sent a shiver down my spine. "The festival is a mirror," she said softly, her voice barely audible above the drumming. "We celebrate, but we also confront." Then the wind shifted, and the air grew thick with whispers, the veil thinning until I could almost see them, the lost, the forgotten. Shadows stretched out, and for a moment, I felt the weight of lives lived, choices made. The ghosts of our ancestors brushed against my skin, a chill that ignited both fear and reverence. What did they want from us? What had we forgotten? Alaric's breathing quickened, and I could see it in his eyes, the ghosts of his sister, the echoes of her laughter, those sacred memories twisted by his grief. "I don't want to see her," he said, voice trembling as if the very mention would summon her. "What if she's not at peace?" I reached for him, my fingers brushing against his arm, as the drums pounded like a war cry in the night. "We have to face this," I urged, feeling the urgency of the moment swell. "It's our chance to remember, to forgive." But the night was darkening, something shifting in the rhythm, an urgency creeping into the air that made my heart race. The spirits were restless, their energy thrumming with purpose, seeking something, someone. I caught Maeve's eye again, and the flicker of fear in her gaze sent a jolt through me. The chanting grew fervent, rising, twisting, wrapping around us like a cocoon of sound. I remember, I thought, the words a mantra in my mind. I remember the stories of sacrifice, of offerings made to appease the restless dead. I remember the flickering flames of the bonfire, flickering like the paths left unexplored, the lives unlived. And then, a figure stepped into the light, illuminated by the flames, a woman, ethereal and haunting, a spectre of memories past. Alaric gasped, and my heart plummeted. It was his sister, just as he remembered, untainted by the passage of time, her eyes reflecting the firelight, holding all the secrets of their shared past. "Lyra," he choked, a cry of despair and wonder tangled into one. The air thickened, crackling with an intensity that felt like a storm about to break. The festival's energy swirled around us, alive and vibrating with the weight of our fears and hopes. I could see Maeve, her breath hitching as she stepped forward, drawn to the figure like a moth to flame. "You have to let her go," she urged, her voice strained, yet firm. The ancient magic that bound us together was both a blessing and a curse. And in that moment, the boundaries of life and death blurred, the festival becoming a conduit of everything we had chained to our souls, the grief, the love, the longing. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, a reminder that we were not alone, we were here to reclaim lost fragments, to honor the cycles of life and death, joy and sorrow. As the drums thundered on, the veil continued to thin, and I could only hope we would emerge whole, transformed by the chaos of the night. The festival was not merely about celebration, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with the shadows living within us, waiting for a moment like this to rise and dance once more. The howl of the wolf shatters the stillness of the night, a piercing cry that rips through the darkness like a knife. It hangs in the air, thick and heavy, trembling with the weight of ancient knowledge and primal fear. I stand in the clearing, heart racing, sweat slicking my brow, feeling the ghosts of the forest press in around me. Shadows twist and turn between the trees, their shapes shifting, merging with my pulse, echoing the howls that call to something deep within me, an instinct buried in the marrow of my bones. I remember the stories. I remember the legends, where the wolf is both hunter and hunted, the harbinger of doom and the guardian of secrets. I glance sideways at Lena, her eyes wide, reflecting the pale glow of the moonlight. She's clutching her pendant, fingers white-knuckled, as though it alone can shield her from the encroaching night. "Do you think it knows?" she whispers, fear wrapping around her voice like a vine, squeezing tight. She's always been the brave one, the one with the fire in her spirit. But tonight, that fire flickers, struggling against an unseen wind. I want to reach out, to assure her, but the words choke in my throat. I am drowning in my own anxiety. Behind us, Mythical lingers, his silhouette stark against the gnarled trees. He's the skeptic, the one who scoffs at the old tales, yet here he is, bound by some unspoken dread. "It's just an animal," he mutters, though his voice wavers, betraying him. I can see the flickers of doubt in his eyes, the doubt that gnaws at him like a relentless rat. It doesn't mean anything. But it does. I know it does. In our world, animals are not mere beasts, they are conduits. They carry the weight of our ancestors, the burden of our fears and desires, the very essence of the sacred and the profane. Each claw and fang whispers stories of the past. The wolf howls again, louder this time, a sound that reverberates through the fabric of the night, a call to arms, a summons to something we cannot yet grasp. I remember my grandmother's voice, rich and deep as the earth, as she taught me the old ways. "You must listen," she said, her eyes dancing with the flicker of candlelight. "Animals are the spirits of our land. They carry messages, serve as guides. The wolf is the protector of the lost souls, the bridge between the living and the dead." There was a gravity in her words, a truth that resonated deep within me. I see it now, as the darkness swells and pulses around us, as the wolf's howl reverberates in my very core. Lena shakes her head, her resolve faltering. "I don't want to be a sacrifice to some myth," she whispers, and the rawness in her voice cuts through the air like a blade. She's not just afraid of the wolf, she fears what that wolf represents, the unknown, the fate that lurks in the shadows, waiting to seize her. "I just want to go home." Home. Mythical scoffs, but there's a tremor beneath his bravado. What's home when things are already shifting? The tension in him is palpable, a quivering tautness that dances on the edge of breaking. The shadows flicker and twist, and I wonder if the wolf stalks us, prowling just beyond the veil of moonlight. And then, a rustle in the underbrush. My heart stops, suspended in a moment of sheer terror. The air thickens, a heavy fog of dread wrapping around us. Mythical's bravado dissipates, replaced by a visceral fear that twists his features into something unrecognizable. Lena steps closer, her warmth bleeding into me, grounding me even as the world threatens to fracture. A shape emerges, gliding through the shadows, a massive wolf, its fur glistening like silver under the moon. It stands before us, a creature of raw, untamed power, eyes glinting with an intelligence that chills me to the bone. It's both beautiful and terrifying, a reminder of nature's duality, the sacred and the profane. The primal essence pulses in the air, thick and electric. I can feel it tugging at my heart, a bittersweet call that stirs something ancient and wild within. This is it, I breathe, the realization clawing at my insides. It's all true. The stories. I can't take my eyes off the beast, compelled by a force greater than fear. It's a paradox. This creature is both monster and guardian, the essence of life and death intertwined. Run! Mythical gasps, panic spilling from his lips, but I'm rooted to the spot, captivated. I see the wolf's gaze pierce through me, as if weighing my soul on a scale of fate. I want to scream, to run, to flee from this moment that feels suspended in time, yet I can't tear myself away. It's a revelation, a reminder that we are all entwined in this dance of existence, bound by the threads of fate. Lena's breath catches as she steps forward, drawn into the magnetic pull of the creature. "Wait," she murmurs, voice trembling. "What does it want?" Her eyes glisten, caught between wonder and terror, and in that moment, I see her vulnerability, the fragile threads of her spirit laid bare. The wolf lowers its head, as if considering us, weighing our worth. I feel my heart hammering in my chest, the primal rhythm echoing through the night as we stand on the precipice of truth. The forest is alive, every whispering leaf, every shivering branch, holding its breath. I remember a lesson long ago: animals reveal our true selves. I hadn't understood then, but now the realization washes over me like a tide. The wolf reflects our fears, our desires, our deepest truths. It is not just an animal, it is a mirror, a reminder of the sacred woven into the fabric of our lives. And as the wolf steps forward, crossing the threshold of moonlight, I sense a shift, a crack in the very essence of reality. The world tilts, a delicate balance hanging by a thread, and I know, deep within, that this moment will change everything. The sacred and the profane are intertwined, and the wolf stands at the center, a sentinel of the unknown. No conclusions are drawn, no resolutions offered. Just the tension of breath held, the weight of existence pressing down on us, and the howl of the wolf echoing in the distance, an endless cycle, a loop that draws us ever deeper into the heart of myth, where animals reign as sacred guardians and profane tricksters, forever entwined in the dance of life and death. The church bells toll, their haunting echoes piercing the twilight like a knife through flesh. I stand at the edge of the forest, shadows melting into the underbrush. My heart races, each beat a drumroll of dread and anticipation. The air smells of damp earth and decay, whispered secrets curling around my throat like a noose. Somewhere in the distance, a voice wails, a mother, perhaps, mourning a child lost to the relentless grip of fate. I remember the stories of our ancestors, the Slavic gods who ruled the land before the priests arrived, their presence a shroud of silence draped over the old ways. Anna kneels beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutches a withered sprig of elderflower, the last remnant of a world that once flourished, vibrant and wild. "You can't forget them," she whispers, tears glistening like dew on her cheeks. "They watch over us, you know. The forest spirits, the ancestors. They'll never let go." Her voice, both a plea and a defiance, hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of history, echoing the sorrow of generations. In her eyes, I see the flicker of rebellion, a fire burning against the cold steel of doctrine. Then there's Mikhail, a man caught between two worlds, his brow furrowed with a storm of conflict. He stands apart, an island of uncertainty, wrestling with the chains of faith and tradition. The cross he wears around his neck feels heavy, a symbol of salvation festering with doubt. "They say it's all a lie, Anna," he mutters, glancing at her with a mix of longing and fear. "These gods, these stories, they're just echoes of a past that doesn't exist anymore." The bitterness in his voice sends a shiver down my spine. I remember his laughter, a sound like warm sunlight on the coldest of days, and now it feels so distant, like a dream that has slipped through our fingers. I remember the night they first came. Torches flickering like angry stars, the priests marched into the village, their eyes burning with zeal. "Repent," they thundered, their words like stones thrown into the calm of a river, creating ripples of panic. I can still see the faces of my neighbors, fear etched into their features, as they turned their backs on the ancient rites, the songs of the earth replaced with the solemn hymns of the church. I remember the chill that settled over the village, the oppressive weight of a new doctrine pushing aside the old rhythms of life. In the silence that followed, the spirits of the forest faded, their whispers growing fainter, drowned out by the hollow chants of the new faith. I think of the sacrifices made, the blood spilled on the altar of progress. We traded the sacred groves for pews, the vibrant dance of nature for the sterile silence of the chapel. It felt like a betrayal, a wound that festered, leaving scars etched in our souls. Mikhail's voice breaks through my reverie, raw and jagged. "What if they're gone, Anna? What if the old gods have abandoned us?" The words hang in the air, heavy with despair. His hands clench into fists, and I see the conflict raging within him. The lines of his face etch deeper with each passing moment, a battle between faith and doubt. I can't forget the stories, Mikhail, Anna whispers fiercely, her belief a shield against the dark tide that threatens to swallow us whole. They're more than stories. They're a part of us. We stand at the precipice of something ancient, a fracture in the fabric of our lives that threatens to tear us asunder. The forest looms behind us, a tangled web of memories and shadows, where the echoes of our ancestors call out, urging us to remember. I close my eyes, and for a brief moment, I can feel their presence, a rush of warmth enveloping me like a long-lost embrace. I open them again to find Anna's gaze searching mine, an unspoken understanding passing between us, a bond forged in the fires of our shared history. The earth trembles beneath our feet as the fog rolls in, thick and suffocating, swallowing the world in a shroud of uncertainty. I can taste the bitterness of fear on my tongue, like ashes left from a forgotten fire. What if we could bring them back? Anna's voice quivers with a mixture of hope and desperation. What if we could reclaim our stories? Those words ignite something deep within me, a flicker of rebellion, a longing to defy the silence that threatens to consume us. I remember the rituals we once performed, the songs that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth, and I feel the stirrings of something primal, something that refuses to fade away. Suddenly, the stillness is shattered, a rustle in the underbrush, a whispered warning. I turn, heart hammering, as a figure emerges from the mist, cloaked in shadow, eyes glinting like the distant stars. You seek what has been lost, the figure murmurs, voice like the rustle of leaves in the wind. But every choice holds a price. A chill runs down my spine. This is the crossroads we never anticipated, the moment where faith collides with myth, where love wrestles with doubt. Mikhail shifts beside me, his body tense, poised for flight or fight. What are you? He snaps, a hint of fear lacing his bravado. The figure's laugh echoes, a sound both beautiful and haunting. I am what you make of me, they declare. A spirit of the old ways, a reflection of your longing. The air crackles with energy, the very essence of magic and might swirling around us like a tempest. I reach for Anna's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin, a lifeline amidst the chaos. We must remember, I whisper, though my voice trembles. We must not let them take everything. Her grip tightens, and I can see the flicker of determination in her eyes, a shared understanding that we are woven from the same fabric of history, our lives punctuated by the echoes of the past. The figure steps forward, beckoning us into the depths of the forest, where the ancient trees stand tall and resolute, guardians of the forgotten. Will you reclaim your stories or let them slip into silence? They ask, their voice a siren's call that draws us in, deeper into the embrace of the night. And just like that, the world around us expands and contracts, time twisting in on itself, every heartbeat a whisper, every breath a promise. We are teetering on the edge of the abyss, caught in the throes of a transformation that neither of us can fully grasp. But one thing is certain, the battle for our souls has begun, and the shadows of the past will not rest until their presence is acknowledged, their stories told once more, as the lines between belief and myth blur into a tapestry of emotion, memory, and fierce, unyielding hope. The wind howled through the jagged trees, a mournful lament that echoed across the desolate landscape, a warning, or perhaps an invitation. The moon hung low, a sickly yellow orb, casting a ghastly glow on the frost-kissed ground where shadows danced like lost souls. I stood there, breath hitching in my throat, as the chill seeped into my bones. In that moment, fear gripped me, a vice tightening with each heartbeat, urging me to run, to flee from the weight of destiny pressing down like a shroud. Across the clearing, I saw her, Irina, her dark hair wild, eyes wide with a mix of terror and determination. She was my sister, bonded by blood yet haunted by secrets that twisted between us like vines, thorns pressing deep. I could see it on her face, the tremors of her heart battling against the oncoming darkness. We shouldn't be here, she whispered, the words barely breaking through the cacophony of the night. But I couldn't turn back. Not now. Not when the stories had begun to bleed into reality. Rumors of the Rusalka, the water spirit who lured men to their doom, flitted through my mind, whispers of tragedy that had become folklore in every village. You don't understand, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. If we don't confront it, we'll let it consume us. the air thickened, laden with the scent of damp earth and decay, and as if on cue, the shadows began to swell, twisting and contorting, morphing into shapes that loomed larger than life. It was then that I remembered the tale of the Leshy, the forest spirit who guarded the woods, trickster and guardian, both. What if he hears us? Irina's voice cracked, and I felt the weight of her fear wrap around my heart like a vice. Then we'll have to outsmart him, I replied, though doubt gnawed at my insides. The legend spoke of cleverness as a weapon, and I was armed with nothing but desperation and the fading flicker of light from my lantern. The stories were old, worn thin by time, but they pulsed with a life of their own, and I was determined to weave my fate into their fabric. In the distance, a mournful wail pierced the night, the sound of a lost soul, or the call of something darker. Irina shivered beside me, and I could see her mind racing, memories tumbling forth like leaves in a storm. "Do you remember the old woman by the river?" she asked suddenly, her voice rising above the wind's fury. She told us of the shadows that walked among us at dusk, of souls bound to the earth by unfinished business. Of course, I replied, heart pounding. She warned us that they would not rest until their stories were told. The urgency of our mission pressed down harder. We had to know, we had to unravel the threads of our own existence before the night swallowed us whole. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath our feet, and the trees leaned in closer, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for something just beyond sight. Irina took a step back, terror flooding her eyes. What if it's too late? The question hung heavy, a noose tightening around us. I reached for her hand, clutching it tightly, feeling the warmth bleed through as if it could anchor us against the impending storm. "We're all lost sometimes," I said, voice hushed, "but we have to face the dark to find the light." I remembered my grandmother's stories, how she'd spun tales of heroes who battled their fears and emerged stronger, though I never considered myself a hero. I was just a brother, a flawed man scrambling through the chaos of life, desperate to save my sister from the abyss. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension that seemed to snarl around us. "Listen," I urged, and for a moment, the world fell silent, like the breath before the plunge. Then came the sound, a soft, haunting melody that floated through the trees, weaving in and out like fingers through hair. It beckoned, an otherworldly invitation, laced with both beauty and foreboding. Irina's eyes narrowed, caught between fear and fascination. "What if it's the Rusalka?" she breathed, an edge of hope infused with dread. "What if she can show us the way?" The legends warned of her allure, of the way she could steal hearts with her voice, yet the promise of knowing burned brightly in our chests. "We need to be careful," I cautioned. "Her beauty may be a mask, hiding something far darker." Yet as I turned to face Irina, I could see the flicker of longing in her gaze, a desire for connection that echoed my own. We were hungry for answers, starved for the truth that had eluded us for too long. As the melody grew louder, I felt a pull, an unseen force drawing us closer to the tree line where shadows twisted and curled, a dark tapestry embroidered with the whispers of our ancestors. The ground throbbed beneath us, pulsating with life, our hearts quickened in sync with the rhythm of the earth, each beat a reminder of what was at stake. "I remember," I whispered, the words spilling from my lips like blood, "when we were children, we played by the river, chasing fireflies, laughing without a care. But those days are long gone." The memories crashed over me like waves, relentless and overwhelming. The innocence we had known felt like a distant dream, swallowed by the weight of expectation and fear. Irina's fingers twitched in mine, an electric connection sparking between us, pulling us from the brink of despair. "Whatever we face it together," she said, her voice a fragile promise laced with steel. The intensity of her gaze ignited something deep within. In that moment, our bond became a shield, forged in shared pain and unyielding love. The melody crescendoed, and I felt the air shift, thickening with anticipation. The shadows morphed, taking form, revealing the outline of a figure, ethereal yet hauntingly real. A sense of inevitability washed over me, a belief that we were entwined in a tale larger than ourselves, a fable that echoed through the ages, whispering secrets of loss and redemption. "Show us," I breathed, my heart racing, "show us the way." Each word released the tension anchoring us, a fragile hope igniting in the darkness. As the figure stepped closer, the air shimmered, and I felt the pulse of history coursing through my veins, a reminder that every legend was born from a grain of truth, a truth that could either shatter or redeem us. Irina squeezed my hand tighter, and I understood then that the battle ahead wouldn't just be against the shadows that loomed, but against the fears we carried within. And in that moment, as the night deepened and the world tilted on the brink of the unknown, we stood ready to confront the ghosts of our past and the legends that had entwined our fates. There was no turning back now, only the relentless pull of the unfolding tale, each heartbeat echoing our resolve as we stepped toward the light, or the darkness, that awaited us. The wind howled through the barren trees, a mournful wail that twisted the air into a ghostly symphony. I stood there, heart racing, beneath a sky bruised by tempestuous clouds, shadows creeping like fingers across the frozen ground. It felt as if the earth itself held its breath, waiting for something to break the silence of the desolate winter, a crack, a scream, the very moment when the cosmos held its heart in turmoil. In the distance, a flickering light danced like a wicked spirit, teasing the dark. I could feel it calling to me, as if it knew my deepest fears, my haunting regrets. The stories whispered through the generations echoed in my mind. The creation myths of the Slavic world were not just tales, they were living things, violent and raw, stirring an ancient hunger within me. This was the birthplace of gods, the forge of humanity's darkest dreams. The moment of creation was never gentle. I remember the first time I heard of Perun, the thunderer, wielding his mighty axe, striking the earth in a fury. There I was, a child, wide-eyed, caught between terror and awe. And now, standing under the swirling sky, I felt his wrath, imagined the crack of his weapon against the heavens, the storm brewing in his eyes, a tempest of power. But I also remembered the soft murmur of Mokosh, the earth goddess, weaving the fabric of life. Could these two forces coexist? Love and fury, creation and destruction, they thrummed through my veins like a living pulse. Then I saw her, Yelena, her eyes wild and luminous, dancing through the dark as if she were one with the shadows. A flicker of my past, and suddenly I was a boy again, watching her spin in the meadows, her laughter a melody that mingled with the winds. But now the laughter was gone, replaced with a desperate scream that echoed in the night. "They're coming," she cried, her voice a shard of glass piercing the heavy air. I could feel the fear radiating off her in waves, a palpable force that threatened to drown me. "Who?" I shouted, but the wind swallowed my words, leaving only the thudding of my heart, a relentless drum marking the seconds. Time was slipping away, and I could see the shadows closing in, the wraiths of forgotten souls, the echoes of stories long buried. Yelena turned, her face pale, framed by the chaos, and for a moment, everything fell away. It was just us, two souls tethered by fate, by a history we could not escape. "I remember," she whispered, the words trembling on her lips, "the last time the stars aligned, the darkness consumed everything." Her voice cracked, an undercurrent of despair that clutched at my throat. The stars, those distant, indifferent observers, had witnessed our fall, our failures, and now they seemed to dim, casting us into a void. I reached for her, grasping her hand, feeling its warmth against the cold of my heart. "We can fight. We are the children of these myths, we carry their blood." But even as I said it, doubt gnawed at my insides. What power did we truly hold against the tide of history? I remembered the tales of the ancient ones, their triumphs and tragedies, woven with strands of humanity's frail existence. Their stories coursed through me, but they were not enough to quell the storm. Then, from behind the trees, a figure appeared, cloaked in darkness, like a spectre birthed from the very soil. Vanya, the frail one, the dreamer, his essence was woven with the fabric of the myths we spoke of, yet he was a paradox, afraid of his own shadow. "We cannot change what is written," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, as if uttering the words would summon the very fates he feared. "The gods have decided our path." "No!" I shouted, the word igniting the air. "We are not puppets. We can rewrite the script. We carry the spirit of creation, the magic of our ancestors." My heart thundered, a wild beast desperate to escape. I could see his eyes, filled with the ghosts of doubt and resignation. It tore at me, the knowledge that despair could be a lullaby for the restless. But as we stood together, three lost souls under the bruised sky, something shifted. The weight of our fears, our histories, collided with the raw energy of possibility, crackling in the air like the static before a storm. The shadows thickened, swirling around us, whispering secrets and promises, taunting us with our own insignificance. I wanted to scream, to push back against the tide of despair, to summon the strength of Perun himself and unleash its fury upon the darkness. Yet, within those shadows, I felt the flicker of hope, like a single flame against the night. The essence of Mokosh thrummed beneath my skin, a reminder that creation was not merely a beginning but an intertwining of all things. Life and death, joy and sorrow, they danced together in an eternal waltz, and we were part of that rhythm, part of that cycle. "Fight with me," I implored, turning to Yelena and Vonya, my voice echoing with the conviction of 1,000 stories. We are the storytellers. We breathe life into the myths. We can shape our destiny. The shadows recoiled, a fleeting moment of uncertainty. I could feel the collective heartbeat of the universe, pulsating with the weight of our decisions. Time held its breath, suspended between the past and the future, aching with the promise of what could be. As we stood together, our hands entwined, I knew we were not simply players in a tragic tale, we were the authors of our fate, wielding the pen of our creation. And in that moment, beneath the swirling tempest, the wind shifted, carrying our defiance into the cosmos. The darkness may have been thick, but we were more than mere shadows, we were the spark of life, the embodiment of both the nightmares and the dreams. Our story was far from over, it was just beginning, intertwining with the ancient threads of creation, a tapestry woven with the echoes of the past and the pulse of the future. The darkness stirred, and I felt the ground tremble beneath us, a promise, or a warning. I could not tell. But as the storm loomed, an electric charge filled the air, crackling with the intensity of countless lives lived, battles fought, and love lost. We would face whatever came next, together, with the weight of the myths on our shoulders and the fire of creation in our hearts. The sky churned with thunderous clouds, a swirling tempest of darkness, as if the cosmos itself had drawn a veil over the world. I stood, breathless, in the heart of a battlefield where echoes of swords clashed against shields, the very air thick with the scent of sweat and fear. A wounded warrior, his eyes wide with the terror of 1,000 lifetimes, fell to his knees beside me. I could hear his broken whispers, a prayer caught in his throat, and in that fragile moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down, a reminder that legends are born not in triumph, but in the crucible of despair. Milan, a hero forged in the fires of conflict, a man who danced on the edge of madness and nobility. His hands were stained with blood, a crimson testament to the foes he had faced, but it was the blood of his kin that haunted him most. I could see it in his eyes, the ghosts of loved ones lost, their faces flickering like candle flames extinguished too soon. I remember, he rasped, the laughter, the warmth of hearth and home, now all I have is this bloody sword and a heart that beats like a drum of war. His voice trembled like a leaf in a storm, raw and exposed. And then there was Irina, fiery, defiant, her spirit an unquenchable flame against the shadows that sought to engulf her. She stood on the precipice of the chaos, her dagger glinting menacingly, a promise of retribution emblazoned on her face. "It's not over," she shouted into the tempest, her voice a furious bird taking flight. "The night may swallow us whole, but I will not let it steal my soul." Her fury was palpable, a force of nature, yet beneath it lay a fragility that tugged at my heart. I understood her struggle, to be both warrior and woman, to fight against the tide of history that sought to erase her from the narrative. The world spun like a dervish as the battle raged on, a cacophony of cries and clashing metal that seemed to drown out the very essence of humanity. I found myself drawn deeper into their turmoil, a witness to the collision of honor and regret, love and loss. Time twisted around me, the seconds stretching like shadows at dusk, each heartbeat a reminder that life teeters on the edge of chaos. "I remember the stories," Milan murmured, his voice cracking like fragile glass. "The songs of the bards, tales of heroes who stood against the storm. They made it sound so easy, didn't they? But they didn't tell of the cost, the blood that stains the earth beneath our feet." His eyes searched mine, a desperate plea for understanding. "We are not mere tales, we are flesh and bone, and the weight. Oh, the weight is unbearable." With each swing of his sword, I saw him grappling with the shadows of his past, every life he had taken clawing at the edges of his sanity, every face of the fallen etched into his memory like a haunting melody. It was in that realization that I felt the heat of tears pooling in my own eyes, the connection between us forged in the fires of shared suffering. Irina, ever fierce, turned towards him, her spirit a tempest against the gathering darkness. Yet, Milan, we are the authors of our own legends. We write them with every breath, every battle. Do not let the darkness steal your pen. Her laughter rang out like crystal bells, defiant and bright, but beneath it lurked an aching vulnerability. She was terrified of losing him, of collapsing into the same void that swallowed so many before them. The unspoken words hung thick between them, fragile threads woven through the fabric of their shared fate. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in shades of death and despair, a figure emerged from the shadows, a wraith cloaked in whispers and malice. It was the spectre of their past, a reminder that the ghosts they battled were not just the ones they faced on the field, but those that lingered in the recesses of their hearts. The creature's eyes glowed with a malevolent hunger, and I felt an icy shiver race down my spine. This was it, the moment of reckoning. I remember, I whispered, though I knew I was not the one fighting. I remember the stories of old, the heroes who faced their demons not with might, but with the courage to confront the light within. The words escaped my lips, a prayer, and a challenge, a spark in the encroaching night. Milan raised his sword, a beacon against the darkness, while Irina gripped her dagger with steely resolve. Their breaths intertwined in a fierce rhythm, a pulse in the chaos, and for a heartbeat, time stood still. The wraith lunged, and the world erupted into a kaleidoscope of movement and sound, a dance of life and death that thrummed with palpable intensity. In that moment, I felt the weight of every hero who had ever stood on a battlefield, every soul who had dared to dream against the odds. I realized that legends are not born from the silence of victory but from the tumult of survival, from hearts that beat defiantly against the darkness that seeks to consume all. The clash of their blades against the wraith was a symphony of chaos, a manifestation of their intertwined fates. Each swing was an echo of their hopes, each parry a testament to their fears. Together? Irina cried, her voice soaring above the cacophony, but it was more than a battle cry, it was a vow. A promise that even in the depths of despair, they would hold on to each other, to the light of their shared humanity. And just as the storm reached its zenith, I felt a flicker of warmth push against the cold. Was it the dawn breaking, or merely the spark of their spirits igniting against the tide? The cosmos stretched infinitely above them, a tapestry woven with the dreams of those who dared to fight. But the confrontation was far from over. The shadows loomed larger, the wraith more furious, and I could not see the end. I could only feel the tension, the heartbeat of a world teetering on the edge of oblivion. Every moment was a cliffhanger, every breath an unsung ballad in the making. The battle raged on, and I was entwined in the pulse of their struggle, holding my breath, waiting for the next surge of emotion to sweep me away. I remember the stories that will never be told, the songs that will echo in the caverns of time, and I knew this was merely the beginning. The heroes of Slavic lore would rise, would fall, and in their wake, they would leave behind a legacy painted in shades of sorrow and defiance. We were not done yet, and the darkness still awaited its reckoning. The wind howled through the jagged cliffs, a mournful wail that echoed the storm brewing within her heart. I stood at the precipice, staring down into the churning sea, the salty spray mingling with the tears on my cheeks. The salt water burned, a reminder that pain and beauty could coexist in the most visceral way. I could feel the ancient spirit swirling around me, whispering secrets of the sacred land beneath my feet, a land steeped in blood and memory. I remember the first time I heard the legends of Tyrannes, the god of thunder, who carved his rage into the mountains, leaving trails of splintered stone in his wake. I remember the flickering candles in the chapel, the scent of damp earth and incense mixing with the palpable tension in the air, the sense that something powerful was always watching, always waiting. I was drawn here, like a moth to a flame, desperate to confront the ghosts of my own making. And then there was him, Adrian, a tormented artist who spoke in splashes of paint and frayed edges. He found solace in the shadows of the crumbling ruins, where the night draped itself like a shroud. "You can't escape the past," he would say, his voice low, a rasp that held the weight of 1,000 sleepless nights. "It's in the stones, in the air." It breathes with you. He painted the sacred sites, each brushstroke a cry for redemption, each canvas a battlefield of his lost dreams. But the truth is, Adrian drowned in his own sorrow, a tempest raging inside him. The whispers of the land called to him, but they were tainted with despair. I watched him crumble as the sun set behind the sacred mountain, casting long, sinister shadows that seemed to stretch out for him. The pain is part of the beauty, he murmured, not realizing that beauty without light is just darkness masquerading as art. And then there was Clara, a force of nature wrapped in soft smiles and brittle laughter. She stood apart, her heart a cage for the ghosts of her ancestors. They were warriors, defiant spirits who would not let her forget the bloodlines that ran through her veins. I must honor them, she said, her voice trembling. But what if I am not enough? I saw the weight of her heritage. I saw the way her fingers brushed against the sacred stones, as if seeking comfort, seeking answers. The sun dipped lower, and the air thickened with tension, the energy of the land pulsing like a heartbeat, matching the racing tempo of our fears. The sacred sites, monuments of hope and despair, held their breath around us, as if waiting for our next move, our next mistake. Do you really think they're watching? I asked her one evening, the moon hanging heavy and full, casting ghostly shadows over Clara's face. Do you think they care? She turned to me, eyes glimmering with a light far too bright for this desolate landscape. They do care. They have to. We are part of their story. Her conviction shook me, but it was Adrian's silence that haunted me more. I could feel the weight of his pain, his demons entwined with the very stones we walked upon. I could see him looking at the sacred sites as if searching for an escape. As the days slipped by, the tension grew, coiling tighter around our souls. The ancient trees whispered secrets in a language only the land understood, and I felt the pull of their stories, their tragedies woven through the tapestry of time. I remember the night we gathered at the altar, a place where sacrifices had once been made, where blood mingled with the soil in a grotesque dance of life and death. The air crackled with electricity, and I knew something monumental was about to unravel. Tell me what you see, Clara urged Adrian, her voice quivering with desperation. See beyond the pain. He stood there, paintbrush trembling in his hands, eyes glazed with a haunting familiarity, the same look of someone staring into an abyss. I see ghosts, he whispered, as if confessing a sin. I see them trapped between worlds, begging for release. In that moment, I felt the weight of our choices pressing down upon us. The sacred sites were not just land, they were living memories, echoing our fears and desires. The very ground we stood upon held the essence of every person who had come before us, their hopes and heartbreaks spilling into the soil like rain. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the clearing, a spine-chilling reminder that we were not alone. Shadows danced at the edge of my vision, beckoning, taunting, and I felt a primal fear claw at my insides. We shouldn't be here, I gasped, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of ancient voices swirling around us. Not yet, Clara replied, stealing her resolve. We need to confront them. We need to honor them. It was that word, honor, that echoed in my mind, a haunting refrain that clung to my thoughts. What did it mean to honor the past? Was it a weight to bear or a release? I could feel the stones vibrating beneath my feet, the air thick with anticipation, and I knew we were on the brink of something monumental, something that would change us forever. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the sacred landscape, illuminating the ghosts of our ancestors. The world spun on its axis, and with it, the fragile threads of our fates began to intertwine. I felt the ground shift beneath me, the pulse of the earth quickening, and I knew that the confrontation was near. The landscape breathed, alive with the weight of our emotions, the shadows swirling, ready to reveal their truths. And in that moment, I realized we were never just here to visit the past, we were here to become part of it. The sacred sites, the myths, the memories, they were not just stories etched in time, they were a mirror reflecting our own struggles, our own desires. And as the night deepened, we stood together, ready to face whatever darkness awaited us, bound by a shared destiny that was just beginning to unfold. The candle flickers, its flame trembling like the heartbeat of the room. Shadows stretch across the walls, curling like smoke, whispering secrets only the night knows. A figure kneels, head bowed, trembling in the grip of fear and anticipation. This is the moment. The air is thick, charged with the pulse of something ancient. I can't breathe. I can't think. The weight of all that has come before hangs heavy, a curtain of dread, and I'm caught in it. Mara, fierce and fragile, clutches a worn leather journal to her chest. It is filled with the ink of her ancestors, their hopes, their sins, their prayers. She remembers her mother's voice, fierce yet soothing, urging her to connect with the divine, to claw her way through the veil between worlds. Each word echoes in her mind like a prayer, a plea for guidance. But what does she hope to find? Redemption? Forgiveness? Or perhaps just a flicker of understanding in a world that feels dark and unforgiving? Do you hear it? She whispers, her voice a thread in the thick silence. The others, her brother, Ethan, and their childhood friend, Lorelei, look at her, eyes wide, hearts pounding in unison. They can feel it too. The air crackles around them, electric, alive with the promise of something. What? A presence? A reckoning? Ethan's hands tremble at his sides, fingers twitching like caged birds. He's haunted by the memories of their father, a man who sought the divine not through rituals but through the bottle. Every sip was a prayer, every stumble a sacrament. We shouldn't be doing this, he mutters, but it sounds weak even to his own ears. He remembers the nights he spent listening to his father's drunken rant about gods he never saw, demons hiding in the corners of their home. There's a fear deep in him, the kind that gnaws at the edges of his mind, whispering that they are trespassing where they don't belong. Lorelei stands apart, the steady pulse of her heart a stark contrast to her friend's turmoil. She believes in the cosmic web, in the interconnectedness of all things, but tonight, doubt plants its roots deep within her. She remembers the stories of the ancients, tales of men and women who danced with spirits under the moonlight, who reached across the divide to touch the divine. What if we summon something we can't control, she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet her curiosity is aflame, drawing her closer to the fire, igniting an insatiable hunger within her. The clock ticks, a relentless heartbeat vibrating through the air, counting down to... What? Mara opens her journal, and the pages rustle like dry leaves in the wind. She can almost feel the presence of those who came before her, their spirits swirling in the shadows, waiting. We must begin, she declares, her voice steady now, echoing through the tempest of doubt and fear. As she speaks the incantation, the words pour from her lips, ancient and melodic, weaving a tapestry of sound that hangs heavy in the air. Each syllable feels like a prayer, a plea, yet also a challenge, daring whatever listens to respond. Shadows swirl, pulsing in rhythm with her voice, and for a moment, she feels invincible, as if she has pierced the veil, and the divine waits just beyond her reach. And then, a chill. A whispering wind seeps through the cracks, wrapping around them, cold and taunting, like a ghostly embrace. The temperature drops, and Mara shivers, her heart racing, a wild drumbeat in her chest. What have we done? Ethan gasps, eyes darting around the dimly lit room, searching for a way out, yet trapped by the very air they've invited in. His breath hangs like fog, thick and heavy, as a sweet, sickly scent fills the space, something burnt, something ancient. It's too late, Lorelei mutters, her voice trembling as she fights the rising tide of dread. The shadows grow, stretching, twisting, reaching for their souls. They dance together, an ancient waltz of fear and exhilaration, and in that moment, they are bound by something greater than themselves, a shared desire to connect, to understand, to seek the divine in a world that seems forever lost. But what if the divine is not what they expect? What if it is not the benevolent force of light but something darker, something that feeds on their fears and regrets? They are not ready for this confrontation, not prepared for what lies ahead. Yet, they are here, each breath a desperate invocation, each heartbeat a call to the shadows. Mara's voice falters, doubt creeps back in, wrapping around her heart like a vice. I thought I could find her, she chokes out, recalling her mother's face, filled with love and pain, the last moment before she slipped away into darkness. I thought this would bring me closer. Ethan's eyes flare with anger, a flash of light in the consuming dark. You think this can bring her back? You think any of this makes sense? His voice is a storm, a tempest unleashed, echoing through the hollow chamber of their souls. Lorelei steps forward, the weight of the moment crashing down like a wave. Maybe it's not about bringing her back. Maybe it's about understanding why she left. As the shadows pulse and twist, they feel the weight of their history pressing down, the ghosts of their past rising to meet them. Fear grips them, but in that fear is also the spark of truth, the realization that to connect with the divine is to confront all they are, all they've lost, and all they've hidden beneath the surface. And in that realization, the air crackles again, a sudden, fierce energy that binds them together, fusing their hearts and souls in the sacred space they've created. There's no going back now. They are caught in the maelstrom, and the only way through is to face the tempest within themselves. The candle sputters, a flickering heartbeat in the darkness, and the walls pulse with their fear. They are on the precipice, teetering between the known and the unknown, and the weight of it all threatens to crush them. But they reach for each other, a fragile yet fierce connection in the swirling shadows. Something shifts. A whisper, a shiver, the breath of the divine, or the abyss. And they know, deep in their souls, that this is only the beginning. The clock continues to tick, the shadows grow deeper, and somewhere in the distance, they can hear the haunting call of their own truths, echoing back to them. They stand together, heartbeats entwined, waiting for what comes next, desperate and hopeful, ready to confront the darkness. The moon hung low, an unblinking eye in the night sky, casting its ghostly glow upon the village square. Shadows danced like lost souls, swirling around the well, where the water was as dark as the secrets buried beneath the earth. I stood there, breath catching in my throat, heart thundering like the drums of war, my fingers aching to touch the cool stone. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a tension that whispered of things long forgotten. She stood at the edge, Xenia, fierce and wild, a tempest wrapped in the guise of a woman. Her hair, a cascade of raven curls, fluttered as if alive, each strand a serpent weaving tales of betrayal and power. They fear us, she snarled, eyes glinting with the ferocity of a wolf at midnight. They think we are mere shadows, fleeting and insubstantial. But we are the storm. I could feel the weight of her words, heavy like the iron chains that bound the lost souls of our ancestors. Women in our folklore held the power of life and death, wielding magic as effortlessly as a peasant wields a scythe. Matryona, the wise crone, with her gnarled hands and eyes that saw into the very heart of darkness, had whispered stories of the past, tales of women who danced with the moon and sang to the stars. They were not just muses, they were the architects of fate, the weavers of destiny. But in this moment, standing on the precipice of some unseen abyss, I felt my own heart waver. The shadows loomed larger, and I thought of my sister, Anya, who had been lost to the whispers of the night. I remembered her laughter, ringing out like a bell, bright and clear, before it was swallowed by the silence that descended like a shroud. Anya had been the light, and without her, I was adrift, a ship caught in a storm, desperate for the shore. Do you hear them? Xenia's voice sliced through my thoughts, sharp and jagged. The wind picked up, carrying the haunting echoes of our ancestors. They call for us, the women who've come before. They want us to rise. The ghosts of our lineage hovered around us, ethereal and relentless. They tugged at the edges of my mind, memories swirling like leaves caught in an autumn gust. I could see them, the fierce warrior maidens, the wise enchantresses, the cunning tricksters. They fought battles not just on the fields but within the hearts of men, challenging the very fabric of a world that sought to cage them. I clenched my fists, the earth beneath me trembling with their power. But what if we fail? The question slipped from my lips, a frail whisper against the howling wind. What if we can't live up to their legacy? Xenia turned, her gaze piercing and unyielding. Failure is a choice, sister. It is surrender in the face of chaos. She stepped closer, the heat of her anger igniting the air around us. Remember, we are the daughters of the moon. We are born of fire and ice, of sorrow and joy. We cannot be contained. In her eyes, I saw a reflection of my own fear, raw and jagged. Yet, within that fear, there was a flicker of hope, like the first light of dawn breaking through the longest night. I could feel it swelling within me, pulling me from the depths of despair. Then let us answer their call, I breathed, the resolve igniting a fire in my chest. Let us become the warriors we were born to be. The earth shook beneath our feet, a heartbeat synchronized with the rhythm of our determination. In that moment, we were not just women, we were a force of nature, embodying the spirit of the Slavic goddess Mokosh, who spun the threads of fate and brought fertility to the land. But as the air crackled with anticipation, the shadows thickened, pressing in on us like a vice. Something was coming, something dark and malevolent. My heart raced, the pulse echoing in my ears like a funeral drum. Dusk approaches, Ksenia warned, her voice now a low growl. They will come for us. And then, as if summoned by our fears, they emerged from the darkness, figures cloaked in shadows, eyes burning with a malevolence that chilled my bones. They were the remnants of those who feared our rise, the ghosts of old, the oppressors who once silenced our voices. I felt the air thicken, the weight of their disdain pressing down on my chest. They were the expectations, the doubts, the chains forged from centuries of oppression. Fight! Ksenia roared, the command reverberating through my soul. Fight for your sister. Fight for every woman who has ever been silenced. The battle erupted like a storm, shouts mingling with the cries of the past, fists raised against the onslaught of darkness. I felt alive, the blood surging through my veins, igniting my spirit. I fought not just for Ksenia or Anya, but for every woman who had ever stood in the shadow of doubt, every woman who had ever felt her voice tremble at the edge of oblivion. I remembered the stories told by the firelight of women who had shaped the world with their courage, who had defied the very gods that sought to bind them. I was not alone. We were not alone. As the shadows loomed, I glanced at Ksenia. Her expression was a whirlwind of rage and determination, a testament to the strength that surged between us. We were a tapestry woven of defiance, stitched together by the cries of our ancestors. And in that moment, I understood. We were more than the roles assigned to us, we were the very essence of creation and destruction, the duality of existence. Our anger was righteous, a fire that could not be extinguished. The moon hung high, a witness to our struggle. I could feel the weight of our history pressing against me, yet it only fueled my resolve. We would fight, we would scream, and we would rise, not for ourselves alone but for every woman who had ever dared to dream in a world that sought to silence her. As the shadows closed in, I knew this was not the end. This was merely the beginning of a fight that had raged through centuries, and in this chaos, we would find our truth. The night was filled with the echoes of forgotten battles, and I would not let them fade into silence. I would not let our stories be lost. Together, I shouted, my voice joining the chorus of the past, the present, and the future. Together, we are unstoppable. And the night answered back, echoing our defiance in a symphony of resilience. The wind howled, a banshee's cry that sent chills through the night, echoing against the crumbling walls of the once magnificent castle. A lone figure stood at the edge of the precipice, heart racing, breath fogging the air like the ghosts of ancestors long forgotten. Vanya knew the stories. The legends that flowed through his veins like molten fire, tales of gods and spirits that shaped the very soil beneath his feet. But standing here, with the shadows of the past clawing at his soul, he felt the weight of those tales suffocating him. Do you hear them? He whispered, his voice swallowed by the darkness. The tree swayed, their gnarled limbs arching like skeletal fingers reaching out, grasping at secrets that lingered just beyond reach. The rustling leaves spoke a language he understood, a murmur of ancient fears and unfulfilled desires. He was not alone, not really. The spirits of his ancestors lingered, watching, waiting. The moon hung low, a pale sentinel, illuminating the path that twisted before him like a serpent, beckoning him deeper into the labyrinth of his own mind and mythology. He could almost see her, Emila, the girl who had stolen his heart and fled into the night, haunted by the echoes of her own fears. Her laughter still rang in his ears, a melody entwined with the bittersweet taste of longing. How he wished he could reach for her now, to pull her back from the brink of despair. But he had his own demons to face. The weight of expectation pressed down on him like a shroud. His family had seen the shadows of the past as burdens, but to him, those stories were life. They were the marrow that filled his bones. Yet here he was, paralyzed by the thought of what lay ahead. What if the legends were wrong? What if the shadows held nothing but darkness? A flicker of movement caught his eye. There, in the distance, cloaked in the mist, was a figure. It had to be her. Vonya's heart leapt, a feral beast straining against its cage. Mila, he called, the name bursting from his lips, a prayer, a plea, a curse. But the figure turned, revealing nothing but an empty hood, a reminder that hope can be as treacherous as a knife in the dark. In that moment, time twisted, memories coiling like smoke. A scene unfolded in his mind, the two of them laughing under a canopy of stars, the world reduced to a single moment of joy. I remember, he breathed, the way you danced, how the firelight flickered in your eyes. But those were just echoes now, fading as quickly as the mist that swallowed the night. Mila stood on the other side of the forest, her heart pounding like a war drum. She could feel the weight of the earth beneath her feet, the pulse of history thrumming through her veins. She'd heard the tales, too, the stories of Vodyanoi and Rusalka, the river spirits that lured unsuspecting souls into watery graves. What if she was becoming one of them? A spectre lost in the currents of time, forever haunted by her own choices. A chill ran through her, a whisper of an omen. She had come to the forest searching for truth, but all she found was darkness. The trees watched her, their twisted forms looming like sentinels of fate. I wanted to be brave, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. But what if bravery is just another name for madness? The thought clawed at her, a reminder that sometimes the stories aren't meant to be lived. As shadows deepened, the forest began to pulse with an energy that was both intoxicating and terrifying. The wind carried the scent of damp earth and decay, mingling with the promise of something more, something ancient and wild. Her eyes darted, catching glimpses of movement, of flickering shapes that danced just out of sight, teasing her senses. She could almost hear Vonya's voice weaving through the trees, a haunting lullaby promising salvation and damnation in equal measure. Mila! The sound of his voice shattered her reverie, echoing through the shadows. Her heart raced as she sprinted toward him, fear and yearning igniting her every step. What had she been thinking? They were bound by something greater than themselves, two souls entwined in the tapestry of forgotten gods and whispered legends. But with each step, the ground beneath her shifted, threatening to swallow her whole. Vonya met her eyes, and for a moment, the world fell away. The forest, the shadows, the weight of expectation, everything melted into a single heartbeat. You came, he said, voice trembling. I thought, his words faltered, caught in the web of uncertainty that tangled them both. Thought what? She challenged, the fire of her own fear igniting a spark of defiance within her. That you would run forever, he replied, the raw honesty of his confession hanging heavy in the air. No, she whispered, stepping closer. I was running toward something, not away. The admission hung like a spell between them, charged with the electricity of unspoken truths. But the night was not finished with them yet. The ground trembled, a deep rumble echoing from the depths of the earth, a monstrous reminder of the stories that lived beneath the surface. It's the legends, Vonya breathed, the realization dawning as the shadows began to shift and swell around them. They're alive! In that moment, their fears converged, swirling together like the tempestuous winds that whipped through the trees. Each legend they had laughed at, each story dismissed as childish tales, now loomed like specters ready to devour them whole. They were caught in the web of their own making, the fragile line between myth and reality fraying beneath their feet. Mila grabbed Vonya's hand, their fingers intertwining, the warmth of their connection igniting a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. We have to confront them, she said, heart thundering. We can't let the past swallow us. But the shadows thickened, whispering promises of despair, and all at once, the air crackled with tension. The legends had awoken, and the night was far from over. The confrontation loomed, the churning depths of the forest swirling with uncertainty, as the weight of their choices hung heavy like the moon overhead. And thus, the tale twisted onward, a relentless spiral into the heart of darkness, where the line between the living and the lost blurred, and the echoes of Slavic mythology throbbed beneath the skin of modern existence. They were not just characters, they were vessels of emotion, caught in a world where every heartbeat resonated with the legacy of those who came before, every breath a testament to the struggle between light and shadow. The night held its breath, cloaked in a silence so profound it felt like the world was teetering on the edge of an unseen abyss. A single flickering candle cast long shadows across the walls of the cramped cabin, illuminating the worn faces of three figures hunched around a table cluttered with remnants of ancient offerings, twisted roots, dried herbs, and the twisted remnants of a rabbit's foot, its luck long expired. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and desperation, as if the very walls were listening, waiting for something, anything, to shatter the stillness. Myra's hands trembled, fingers brushing against the table's rough surface. "I can't do this," she whispered, her voice barely breaking the tension. The weight of her family's legacy hung heavy in the air. In her mind, she replayed the stories from her grandmother, tales of the Vodiano rising from the depths, eyes glimmering like lanterns in the night, luring the unwary to their watery graves. Those tales had always been mere stories, until now. Across from her, Dimitri's eyes were fierce, a storm brewing within them. "We have to." His voice was low, filled with a desperate urgency that struck against Myra like thunder. "If we don't make the offering tonight, she'll come for us." The old tales, they're not just tales. They're warnings. His breath hitched, and for a moment, the bravado slipped. "I can't lose anyone else, Myra." And then there was Lena, the quiet observer. She sat curled into herself, haunted by the ghosts of her past. The shadows that danced on the walls seemed to whisper secrets only she could hear. "Dimitri, you can't keep doing this," she murmured, her tone a soft plea. "What if we're calling something worse than death?" Every word was a dagger, slicing through the fragile air. She remembered too well the screams of those taken, the chilling laughter of the unseen forces that feasted on despair. Each memory flickered like the candle flame, brief, chaotic, and dangerously alive. Outside, the wind howled, carrying with it the echoes of ancient rites, the songs of ancestors woven through the very fabric of the night. The shadows lengthened, clawing at the edges of their resolve, as if the very darkness conspired against them. Myra closed her eyes, shutting out the world, but the stories flooded back, her grandmother's voice, a soothing balm and a chilling reminder of fate entwined with folklore. "The Slavic spirits, they don't forget," she could hear her say. "They lurk in the corners of the mind, waiting to be remembered." "I remember," Myra breathed, her heart pounding. "I remember how they warned us of the Rusalka, how she dances in the moonlight, luring men to their doom." The room felt smaller, the walls pressing closer as the weight of myth hung like a noose. The tales of the Slavic gods were not mere whispers of the past, they breathed with life, their essence woven into the very soil they stood upon. Dimitri clenched his jaw, his fists tightening. "Then we must confront her. We can't be afraid of the stories, Myra, we must become part of them. We're woven into this tapestry of fate, like the threads of an ancient cloak. Every soul has its place." His words were a hammer striking against the anvil of their fears, but with each strike, the echoes of loss reverberated louder in the hollow of Myra's chest. "What if our place is among the lost?" Lena whispered, her voice trembling as shadows danced like wraiths around her. She could feel the cold fingers of despair creeping into her heart, a reminder of the lives they couldn't save. The weight of unfulfilled promises pressed heavy upon her, a chain binding her to a past she couldn't escape. The candle flickered again, and in that moment, a silence fell, a fragile truce amid the chaos. A single drop of wax fell to the table, pooling like a tear in the stillness. Time stretched, thickening like the fog that shrouded the forest outside, and Myra felt the pulse of something ancient, something vast, thrumming beneath her skin. The myths weren't just stories, they were manifestations of fear, desire, and loss, tangled in the marrow of their existence. "Look," she said suddenly, her voice rising with fierce clarity. "We have to make a choice. We can't let fear dictate who we are." The flicker of determination ignited within her, a fire against the encroaching darkness. The Slavic myths, the spirits, they remind us of our humanity. But Dimitri's eyes darkened, the storm within him swirling with a tempest of his own making. And what if our humanity is what they want? What if they feed on that? He swept a hand across the table, scattering the herbs. The tales say they'll demand a price, even the fiercest love can become a weapon. Lena shivered, recalling the stories whispered in the dead of night. But stories can turn against you, she murmured. They twist and writhe, morphing into something grotesque if you don't tread carefully. The shadows seemed to nod, their approval a chilling acknowledgement of the fragile balance they walked. I remember, Myra spoke again, this time louder, emboldened by the surge of defiance. I remember my grandmother saying that every offering is a promise. If we confront the Rusalka, we have to do it with our hearts open, ready to face what we've buried deep. We can't shy away. She felt the stirrings of hope, a flicker in the darkness that threatened to consume them. As the wind howled outside, a sudden chill swept through the cabin, and the candle flickered violently, casting monstrous shapes against the walls. The atmosphere thickened, the very fabric of the night alive with raw energy. An unearthly whisper seemed to crawl through the cracks, a voice echoing from the depths of time. You think you can bargain with us? You think you can summon what you do not understand? The ground trembled beneath them, reality fraying at the edges. With hearts racing and breaths hitching, they stood on the precipice of something extraordinary, something terrifying. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum as they faced the unknown, a confrontation not just with legends, but with the very essence of their fears and desires. The clock ticked ominously, time slipping through their fingers like grains of sand. Shadows clawed at their resolve, but within that darkness, something flickered, an ember of bravery amidst the chaos. They had the choice to embrace the stories, to become more than mere characters in a tale. As the first hint of dawn crept into the corners of the cabin, they stood together, bound by the weight of their shared histories, ready to confront the myths that would either break them or set them free. And in that moment, as the shadows retreated, the boundaries between myth and reality blurred, revealing the raw, unfiltered soul of their existence. They were not just living in the stories, they were the stories, everything they feared, everything they longed for, an eternal dance of light and dark. And as the first rays of sunlight spilled into the room, they understood, this was only the beginning. The air hangs heavy, thick as fog, suffocating in its silence, broken only by the distant echo of a child's laughter that twists into a sob. I see him, Eli, my son, his small body trembling under the weight of a shadow that looms larger than the night itself. He clutches a frayed teddy bear, a relic of innocence amidst the chaos of a world grown too sharp, too cruel. The shadows whisper secrets, and a chill races down my spine, clenching my heart in a vice. Mommy, are the monsters real? His voice pierces the darkness, a fragile thread pulling me back from the brink of despair. I remember whispers in the dark, tales spun from the shattered remains of a world I once understood. Eli, I breathe, the word a lifeline, yet fragile like glass. Sometimes, monsters wear human faces. Across the room, shadows flicker, Rhea, my sister, her face pale as a ghost, etched with lines of anguish. She stands by the window, peering into the abyss outside, a city swallowed by its own secrets, where dreams go to die. We need to leave, she says, her voice a raspy whisper, laced with urgency and disbelief. Now. But where do you run when the monsters are everywhere? I turn towards her, desperation clawing at my throat. And where would we go, Rhea? The world isn't safe anymore. It hangs between us, a truth too heavy to bear. Each beat of my heart echoes the rhythm of a clock ticking down, an unseen countdown to an unknown catastrophe. Eli needs to believe, Rhea whispers, her eyes shimmering with the ghosts of the past. He needs the stories. I shudder, remembering the tales of heroes and villains, of battles fought with swords forged from the fires of myth. But sometimes, even the bravest warriors fall. I look at Eli, his eyes wide, reflecting a universe filled with stars yet to be born, and I want to shield him from the encroaching darkness. Listen to me, I say, kneeling down, drawing him close. The world is made of stories, both beautiful and terrifying. But it's the stories we choose to tell that shape who we become. I can feel the warmth of his tiny body against mine, a flicker of hope in the cavernous gloom. Suddenly, a crash reverberates through the house, shattering glass, splintering wood. The monsters are real. I grab Eli's hand, pulling him to me, a sudden surge of protectiveness flooding my veins. Rhea, too, stands resolute, ready to confront whatever looms beyond the threshold. The air is thick with the scent of fear and dust, a reminder of a past we can't escape. Outside, the city pulses with life and decay, lights flickering like fireflies trapped in a jar, shadows twisting and turning, mocking our trapped existence. They can't take what we believe, Rhea insists, her voice rising, filled with a fervor rooted in desperation. The language of myth dances in the air, gnawing at the edges of our reality. It's what makes us human. I want to scream, to rip apart the lies and the hope sewn into the fabric of our existence. I remember my mother's stories, the ones that lulled me to sleep, where heroes triumphed and love conquered all. But reality is a merciless ghost, and the echoes of those tales are fading, slipping through my fingers like sand. "Mommy, I'm scared," Eli's voice trembles, a hesitant whisper caught in the web of fear. "What if the monsters are stronger?" The weight of his question is a lead ball in my stomach, twisting and turning, sinking deep. "Then we will be stronger," I whisper, though my voice quivers, threatening to unravel. I glance at Rhea, and in her gaze, I see the same fraying threads, the fabric of our belief, ripping apart at the seams. "Breathe," I tell myself. But the air is thick with dread, each inhalation a struggle against the tide. The shadows claw at my resolve, and I feel the weight of the world on my shoulders. I remember the stories, the heroes who faced insurmountable odds, who danced with death and lived to tell the tale. But what if we're not heroes? What if we're just people, muddling through this nightmare? Together, Rhea says, her voice steady as a heartbeat, a lifeline in the storm. We face them together. I squeeze Eli's hand, his warmth grounding me. I can't let fear consume us. The night is dark, but there's a glimmer of light, a flicker of hope nestled within the heart of despair. We stand together, three souls intertwined in this battle against the shadows that threaten to engulf us. The city outside pulses with danger, a chaotic symphony of sirens and shouts. We can't wait any longer, I murmur, the urgency clawing at my insides. The air shifts, a palpable tension crackling like electricity, urging us forward. Eli looks up at me, his face a canvas of innocence and fear, and I find strength in his gaze. "What do we do, Mommy?" he asks, the tremor in his voice a haunting reminder of the stakes. "Tonight, we create our own story," I say, blood roaring in my ears, drowning out the chaos around us. "We become the heroes." The words spill from my lips, an invocation of courage that drowns the fear. I remember the stories, the symbols, the metaphors woven through time like threads in a tapestry, each one a reminder that we are more than our fears. The shadow outside shifts, and the moment stretches, frozen in time, as we stand at the threshold of our destiny. The monsters are real, and so are the heroes. The line blurs, and in that moment, I realize we are both. The darkness may wrap around us, but it cannot snuff out the fire that burns within. And as we step into the unknown, I understand, every heartbeat, every breath, every moment is a part of the story. And stories never truly end, they merely transform, echoing through the ages. The clock struck midnight, its echo vibrating through the still air like a heartbeat, and I stood there, caught between the flickering shadows of history and the cold bite of the present. The castle loomed above me, a monstrous silhouette against the moonlit sky, its towers piercing the veil of night like jagged teeth ready to consume all who dared to tread too close. I could feel the weight of centuries pressing down upon my chest, a suffocating reminder that every stone in this fortress had been stained with blood, tears, and whispered secrets. I remember the rain, torrential and relentless, washing away the remnants of the day, and I remember Isabel, her face pale in the dim light, eyes wide with unshed tears. She was a tapestry of contradictions, fierce yet fragile, so willing to fight for a future she feared would never come. "They can't erase us," she whispered, her voice trembling like the flickering candle that cast shadows dancing on the cold stone walls. "They wouldn't dare." But they did dare, didn't they? The scribes were already at work, painting our lives with words that would echo through time, some cruel, others romanticized, all of them distorted by the biases of the pen. I could almost hear the scratch of quills on parchment, capturing every moment with a careless permanence. What would they write about us? Would they see Isabel's defiance or only the inevitable fall? Elijah stood beside her, a man forged in the fires of war, his heart heavy with the burdens of the past. His hands were calloused, each scar a testament to battles fought, and yet he quivered before Isabel, caught between duty and desire. "We're more than footnotes in their chronicles," he said, his voice a low growl, filled with a raw urgency that sent shivers coursing through me. "If they think they can silence us, they've forgotten the power of our stories." But what are stories if not echoes of the past, whispers of our missteps and triumphs, laced with the desperate hope that maybe, just maybe, someone would remember? I felt the pull of their lives, the intertwining of their fates, a tapestry stitched with fear and love, anger and hope. The air was thick with tension, each breath heavy with the weight of unspoken words, promise clinging to the edges like the aroma of wet earth after a storm. And so we stood, three souls entangled in a moment that felt as fragile as the silence before a storm. Around us, the castle creaked and sighed, a living entity steeped in history, as if it too was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable plunge into chaos. I could sense the shadows growing darker, creeping closer, and the weight of the past pressed against us, a ghostly reminder that history is never kind. I remember the stories my grandmother told, Isabel murmured, her voice breaking the suffocating silence. Of the ones who fought back against oppression, whose voices became legends. They didn't let the ink of tyrants drown them. Her eyes sparkled with fervor, a hint of rebellion igniting in the depths. But there was fear too, a terror of erasure that lived in the marrow of her bones. What if we're just forgotten? Elijah stepped closer, a protective instinct radiating from him, like a shield forged in love. We won't be forgotten. Not while we breathe. Not while we write our own stories. And in that moment, the air crackled with energy, a kaleidoscope of emotion swirling around us, hope and despair entwined, laughter and sorrow mingling. Each heartbeat thrummed like a drum, summoning the spirits of those who had walked these halls before us, their voices twisting into an unsettling chorus. I could almost hear the echoes of their laughter, their cries, the very essence of their lives blending with ours. But the shadows were drawing closer, whispering of impending doom, warning us of the storm gathering outside our fragile sanctuary. What would become of us when the ink dried, when the quills fell silent? Would Isabel's defiance transform into a cautionary tale, and Elijah's courage be reduced to mere footnotes? My heart raced, a tempest of emotions crashing against the shores of my consciousness, each wave threatening to drown me. "Listen," I urged, my voice barely more than a breath, but it felt like a battle cry. "We are the authors of our fate. No matter what they write, our story lives on in the echoes of our laughter, the fire in our hearts. Remember that." But just as hope began to bloom, heavy thunder rumbled outside, a warning growl from the heavens, the air crackling with an electric charge. The skies darkened, and I felt the tide of change pull at my very soul. Fear clawed at me like a beast, encroaching, relentless, whispering promises of forgotten histories and lost dreams. "Isabel," I said, my voice breaking, the weight of her name hanging in the air like a prayer. "Will you promise me? No matter what happens, remember our stories? The truth of who we are." And as she nodded, I could see the glimmer of rebellion reflected in her eyes, a bright flame in the enveloping darkness. Even amidst the uncertainty, we found our strength, a fragile but fierce connection, binding us together against the swell of history and the shadows of doubt. But time, that cruel master, ticked on, relentless as the storm outside, and we stood on the precipice of something vast and terrifying, caught within the spirals of our own narratives, the ghosts of the past circling just out of reach, waiting for us to join their ranks. Each heartbeat echoed like a countdown, each breath heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises, a reminder that what lay ahead could shatter us or rebuild us anew. And so, in that eerie silence, with the wind howling like a banshee, we prepared to write our own futures, leaving behind the shadows of what could have been, stepping boldly into the churning storm that awaited us, ready to etch our stories into the annals of history, not as forgotten souls, but as vibrant voices demanding to be heard. The wind howled through the skeletal trees, a mournful wail that echoed the battle cries of a forgotten past. Shadows flickered like lost souls in the dying light, and I stood there, heart pounding, trapped between worlds, each heartbeat a drumbeat of ancient rituals, each breath a sigh of the old gods whispering their secrets on the breeze. I could feel it in my bones, the clash of beliefs, the struggle of a nation clawing its way from the depths of history toward identity. Mila stood beside me, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resolve. She was not just any village girl, she was the keeper of the old songs, the last thread connecting us to the spirits of the earth and sky. Her family had bled for the ancient ways, their blood mingling with the soil, nourishing the very roots of our existence. But now, with the spectre of a new world looming, her heart was caught in a tempest, torn between tradition and the beckoning promises of the church. "What if we are wrong, Marek?" she whispered, voice quaking, reflecting the storm brewing in her soul. I closed my eyes, remembering the festivals, the firelight flickering against the cold, the sounds of drums and laughter mingling with the haunting chants of our ancestors. I remembered the stories of Perun, the thunder god, and Mokosh, the earth mother, their power coursing through our veins like liquid fire. How could such vibrant life be replaced by an altar of cold stone? "We are not wrong, Mila. We are merely misunderstood," I replied, my own voice breaking, trembling with the weight of our legacy. A legacy that felt like it could collapse into dust at any moment. The night deepened around us, and with it, the shadows stretched and twisted, taking on forms that felt far too familiar. Behind us lay the village square, the heart of our community, now a battleground of ideologies. Torches flickered like malignant stars, illuminating faces twisted in anger and fear. The townsfolk were divided, some chanting the old hymns in defiance, while others, lured by the promise of salvation, rallied behind the priests who had come to cleanse us of our so-called sins. I could taste the bitterness in the air, an acrid mixture of fear, hope, and betrayal. And then there was Ivan. His presence was a storm of contradictions, a man whose laughter could fill a room even as his heart was burdened with doubt. He had once been our fiercest protector, wielding a sword forged in the fires of our ancestors, but now he stood at the precipice of change, caught in the crosshairs of faith and loyalty. "You think this is a battle of beliefs?" he bellowed, voice hoarse, eyes glinting like sharpened blades. "It's a war for our souls. And what are we without our souls?" I watched him, this friend who felt like a brother, unraveling like the threads of an ancient tapestry. His gaze was distant, haunted, as if he could see our past slipping through his fingers, and I couldn't help but feel the same. What if, I dared to say, we could weave something new? A tapestry of both worlds. The silence that followed was a chasm, deep and echoing, filled with unspoken fears and unyielding hopes. Mila's fingers brushed against mine, a gentle reminder of connection, of the warmth of the earth beneath our feet. "We don't need to choose, Marek," she urged, though her voice quivered with uncertainty. "The gods of old still walk among us. They are not gone. They are waiting." Her eyes glistened in the torchlight, reflecting the flickering flames as if she were channeling the very spirit of the earth. I could feel the surge of ancient energy coursing through her like lightning, igniting my own dormant beliefs. But as the night deepened, the divide grew sharper. A roar of anger erupted from the square as the villagers clashed, faithful against faithful, tradition against tradition. The air thickened with the scent of smoke and sweat, a stench of something primal, something desperate. I could see the fear in Ivan's eyes, the way it twisted his features, the way it made him clench his fists as if to hold onto the very fabric of our existence. "I want to believe, but what if we lose everything?" he shouted, a plea that echoed through the chaos. "Then we fight!" I screamed back, and the words erupted from me, fueled by a fire I didn't know I possessed. "Not just for the past, but for the future we can create together. We do not have to be chained to the ghosts, we can carry them with us." My voice climbed above the tumult, a beacon in the storm. Yet even as I said it, I felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down on my chest like a heavy stone. And there it was, that spine-chilling moment when clarity cut through the fog of doubt, a flash of realization that ignited the darkness. The moon hung high, a silent witness to our plight, and in that instant, I understood. Paganism was not merely a belief system, it was the pulse of our identity, a tapestry woven from the threads of myriad voices, each one vital, each one a lifeline. The air crackled with energy, emotion surged like an overwhelming tide, and as the villagers clashed, I felt the weight of history pressing against my soul. The old gods beckoned, not to be forgotten, but to be merged with the new. "We are not alone," I bellowed, and in that heartbeat, our spirits intertwined, a dance of shadows and light, the old and the new battling for dominance. As the chaos unfolded around us, I felt it, the thrum of the earth beneath my feet, the ghosts of our ancestors rising in the depths of our hearts, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished. The struggle was not merely for identity, it was for the very essence of who we were destined to become. The night swirled with intensity, a maelstrom of conflict and connection, and in that moment, the past and future collided, creating a rift of potential that seemed to stretch into the cosmos, a promise of rebirth, a whisper of unity. I took a deep breath, the air swirling with the scent of burnt offerings, the smoke curling like the tendrils of a dream yet unfulfilled. "Let them see us!" I cried, my voice a clarion call. "Let them feel the weight of our history, our pain, our joy." And as my words echoed into the night, I knew our battle was not just for survival, it was for the soul of our land, for the very heartbeat of who we were destined to be. The moon hung low that night, cloaked in tattered wisps of grey cloud, as the air thickened with the scent of damp earth and forgotten dreams. The village lay hushed, a slumbering beast awaiting the spark that would rouse it from its reverie. I remember the way the shadows danced beneath the ancient birch trees, their gnarled branches reaching out, as if trying to claw back the memories of those who had come before. The whispers of the past echoed in the rustling leaves, urging me onward. Then came the music, the haunting melody that pierced through the stillness, summoning life from the very soil beneath our feet. I felt it in my bones, a pulse that resonated through the darkness, quickening my heart. I stood with my back against the cold bark of a tree, feeling the rough texture as my lifeline, while the sounds wrapped around me like a lover's embrace. The notes carried tales of gods and spirits, of laughter mingled with sorrow, of battles fought and lost, and of love that transcended even death. Myra spun into the clearing, her movements fluid and wild, a spirit unbound. Her laughter rang like bells, light and ethereal, contrasting sharply with the weight of her heart. I could see it, the shadow of grief lurking behind her bright eyes. She had lost her brother to a bitter winter, a freezing grasp that stole him away, leaving her adrift in a sea of what ifs. Yet here she was, dancing as if the earth itself demanded it, as if every twirl could bring him back, if only for a fleeting moment. Then there was Victor, his face a mask of quiet intensity. He stood apart, arms crossed, a fortress of solitude amidst the turmoil. Dark thoughts clouded his mind, a tempest brewing beneath his stoic exterior. The village had judged him a sorcerer, a wielder of dark magic, ever since the day the storm swallowed the harvest. He felt their eyes upon him, every whisper a dagger piercing his resolve. "I didn't choose this," he would murmur to the shadows, "I'm not a monster." Yet, the music called to him, a siren song that tugged at the corners of his heart, urging him to join, to let go of the burden he carried. As the drums began to thrum, the heartbeat echoing through the night, Myra beckoned him, her fingers graceful like willow branches. "Join me, Victor!" Her voice was both invitation and challenge, a thread of longing woven into the air. With each beat, the tension swelled. I felt the collective breath of the villagers, held captive by the clash of their own fears and hopes. But there he stood, wrestling with demons of his own creation. What if I ruin it? His mind raced, heart pounding louder than the drums. I could see the struggle etched across his face, the moment stretched like thin ice, the weight of an entire lineage pressing down. The music surged. It pulled at us, roots of a great tree digging deep into our collective soul. The first note spiraled through the night, melancholic flutes mingling with the throaty hum of a balalaika. Suddenly, the air was electric, crackling with a mixture of dread and exhilaration. The villagers began to emerge, drawn by the magnetic pulse of the celebration, stepping into the clearing, their faces illuminated in the flickering glow of a bonfire, a beacon of warmth against the encroaching chill. I remember the collective gasps as the flames danced higher, illuminating Myra's face, flushed with fervor, while Victor stood still as stone, battling the tempest in his heart. The world around us transformed, shadows twisting into the forms of ancient deities and forgotten ancestors, their whispers mingling with the music, guiding us into a primordial trance. "Dance, Victor! Dance!" The word slipped from Myra's lips, a plea woven with desperation and hope. She twirled, her skirt a cascade of colors, spinning like a lost soul searching for its place. I could see Victor's resolve fracturing, the battle within him raging, a tempest of fear and longing. As she stepped closer, I could feel the crackling energy between them, and the air grew thick with unspoken words. "I can't," he whispered, almost too softly for anyone but me to hear. "Not now." "Why not?" Her voice cut through the haze, fierce as a winter wind, pushing him to confront his own ghosts. "We're alive. We must remember the dances, the songs, the joy. It's our only weapon against the darkness." In that moment, the music morphed, an echo of laughter, a cry of mourning, a clash of joy and despair, all intertwined. The villagers surrounded them, a living tableau of emotion, each face reflecting the struggle against their own shadows. The drums quickened, and I felt my heart race, mirroring the chaos that swirled around us. Victor hesitated, caught in the gravity of his fear, yet the call of the dance gnawed at his resolve. I saw it in the flicker of his eyes, the moment when he dared to let go of the chains that bound him. The music swelled, urging him onward, a force greater than his doubts. And then, with a single fierce breath, he stepped forward, joining Myra. The spark ignited, the clearing erupted with primal energy as they danced, spinning through time and memory. Every step was a release, a declaration against the judgment that had haunted him, a celebration of all that was lost and all that remained. I remember when their hands connected, a shiver coursing through the crowd, a palpable shift as if the very cosmos held its breath. The shadows that had plagued them began to melt away, replaced by an energy that filled the air, alive and vibrating with the promise of redemption. The music roared into a crescendo, a symphony of ancient rites, and as they danced, the villagers joined in, a tidal wave of bodies moving as one, a living history of love, loss, and rebirth. And as the night unfurled like a tapestry of stars, I realized that music and dance were not just remnants of a forgotten past, they were the lifeblood of our existence, a force that could bind us together in the face of despair. The echoes of their celebration would linger long after the fire smoldered into embers, an indelible mark upon the fabric of time. The wind howled through the ancient forest, a banshee's wail that sent shivers through the marrow of my bones. I stood frozen, clutching a talisman, the silver amulet cool against my skin, a memory of my ancestors, a tether to the past. The trees loomed like giants, their gnarled limbs reaching out, beckoning, whispering secrets of old, trapped in the tendrils of the mist that clung to the ground like a lover's embrace. I remember the warmth of the bonfire just days ago, the flames dancing against the night sky, illuminating the faces of my kin. We honored the old gods then, their laughter mingling with the smoke. But now, they were gone, replaced by the chilling silence of a new faith. I could still hear my brother's voice, fervent and loud, drowning in a sea of uncertainty. "This is our land. Our gods." But the iron grip of the cross loomed larger each day, like an executioner sharpening his blade. I turned to Hilda, my heart racing. Her eyes, deep pools of sorrow and rebellion, bore the weight of 1,000 prayers. Once the village's healer, she wore the scars of her trade as if they were badges of honor. But now, she was hunted, her herbal remedies branded witchcraft. "They'll come for us, Freya," she whispered, her voice no more than a breath against the wind. "I know," I replied, the truth clawing at my throat. In her hands, the herbs danced like ghosts, remnants of a world that was slipping away. She clutched a sprig of rue, its bitter scent mingling with the earthy musk of the forest. The old ways were dying, they were ghosts, fading into shadows behind the imposing figure of the new faith, its piousness smothering us like a heavy cloak. The night was alive with murmurs, a cacophony of dread echoing through the trees. I could almost hear the whispers of ancient spirits, their voices intertwining with the rustling leaves, urging us to remember, to resist. But how could we fight against the tide? How could we stand firm when the very soil trembled beneath our feet, scorched by the zeal of those who sought to cleanse our very existence? A flash of light broke through the darkness, a torch, flickering like a heartbeat. They were coming. I felt Hilda's grip tighten around my wrist, her pulse racing in sync with mine, a shared fear that bound us. "We must hide," she gasped, but I stood rooted, paralyzed by the weight of what this meant. The shadows of our lives danced ahead of us, a grim ballet of loss and hope. In that moment, I saw him. Eric, my brother, his face a storm of defiance. His hands were stained with earth and blood, a warrior's resolve etched into his steely gaze. "They think they can erase us," he breathed, his voice a low growl, "but they do not understand the fire within." I could see the flicker of the bonfire reflected in his eyes, a reminder of our shared past, our defiance, our laughter echoing through the night. Yet, there was something else, an undercurrent of doubt, curling like smoke in my mind. But what if they succeed? I dared to ask, my voice trembling with the weight of the question. What if we fade into nothing but stories, mere shadows in the eyes of the living? He stepped closer, the heat of his body radiating against the chill. Then we become legends, he declared, and legends never die. The fire in his words ignited something primal within me, a flicker of fierce hope amidst the encroaching darkness. But I saw Hilda's despair, felt it like a dagger in my chest. She had always been the heart, the one who healed, but what good was hope when the world turned against you? Suddenly, the air shifted, thickening like a cloying fog. The torchlight grew brighter, illuminating the figures clad in cloaks of darkness, faces obscured by the shadows of their convictions. They bore the emblem of the cross, a symbol of both salvation and damnation, and I felt my heart race like a caged bird. Eric stood firm, his stance unwavering. "Leave this place," he shouted, a warrior's roar that echoed through the woods. "You do not belong here." But beneath his bravado, I sensed the desperation, a man on the precipice of ruin, fighting against the tide of fate. "We come to cleanse you," one of the figures replied, their voice a cold whisper that curdled the air. "To save you from the darkness." I felt Hilda's breath hitch, a ghost of a sob escaping her lips. "They think us lost," she murmured, and I couldn't help but feel the weight of her words, the truth slithering under my skin. We were lost in the shadows, trapped between two worlds, a bridge over an abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. The confrontation spiraled into chaos, the clash of ideals a violent war, each word a sharpened blade. "You cannot erase our history. Our blood," Eric shouted, but the zealots advanced, eyes blazing with a fervor that chilled my soul. I stood frozen, caught in the tempest of emotion, of memories flooding back, of laughter around the fire, of Hilda's hands weaving magic into the air, of Eric's fierce protection. Memories that now felt like chains binding me to a past that was slipping through my fingers like sand. But then, in that moment of despair, I felt a spark of rebellion ignite within me. I lifted my chin, meeting the gaze of the encroaching darkness, the weight of my ancestors behind me. "We are not yours to save," I cried, my voice rising above the storm, a flame against the chill. The echoes of old gods resounded within me, a chorus of defiance that thundered through the night. We were not merely victims, we were the stories that would rise again, like the phoenix from the ashes. And then a scream pierced the night, the sound unraveling the fabric of our reality. A cry of desperation, of hope, of surrender. It fractured the moment, drawing all eyes, including mine, to the direction it came from, the haunting call that sent chills down my spine. I turned, breathless, my heart pounding as the shadows closed in, the lines of fate blurring before me. In that precarious moment, beneath the moonlight that bathed the forest in a ghostly glow, I realized the battle was not just with the men who bore torches but with the very essence of who we were, who we would become. The world was shifting, and in the chaos, in the heartbreak, in the heavy silence that followed, our fate hung in the balance. The night whispered promises and threats, and I felt the weight of history pressing down, urging me to take a step forward, or fall into oblivion. The air is thick, tinged with the scent of damp earth and a whisper of smoke that curls upward, curling like lost memories into the night sky. Shadows stretch, clawing at the edges of a flickering fire where the flicker of flames dances in a macabre ballet. This is where it begins, where the legends breathe, where the heroes are forged. Ilya Muromets, a titan with a heart that beats like thunder, wrapped in the weight of his own shadow. The night is alive with the echoes of forgotten battles, and I can feel the pulse of history coursing through the very marrow of this land. Ilya stands, a colossus among men, muscles taut like the bowstring of a hunter preparing for a kill. His face is etched with a lifetime of conflict, eyes darkened by the burdens he carries, his heart split open by the pain of loyalty. Friends are a mere flicker against the vast tapestry of time. Kostroma, the ethereal beauty in the throes of anguish, flickers like the dying embers by the fire. Her spirit is fierce, yet she walks the knife's edge of despair, caught between love and duty. I remember the way she trembles, a leaf caught in a tempest, yearning for a world unchained from sorrow. Why must the night be so cruel? She whispers, her voice barely breaking above the crackle of the flames, and in that moment, I feel her pain, the ache of dreams deferred, of moments stolen by the ravenous hunger of fate. Ilya, burdened by the strength of giants, turns to her, and in that silence, a symphony of unspoken words hangs between them, heavy like iron chains. But the stillness is deceptive. From the darkness beyond, danger lurks, monsters born of shadows, of nightmares unforgotten. And I can sense it, the pulse of impending doom, the shiver that races up my spine like a ghost uninvited. A distant roar breaks the silence, it's a reminder that the past does not rest easy. The tales of old whisper of a beast that hungers for blood, a monstrous figure that could swallow the very stars. Stay close, Ilya growls, his voice a low rumble, the kind that ignites courage in the hearts of men. But Kostroma, with her fiery spirit, steps forward, defiance glinting in her eyes like a blade drawn in battle. She embodies the very essence of life, raw and untamed, but her heart is a fragile thing, shattered and pieced together again, echoing the pain of countless souls lost to time. I am not afraid, she declares, yet I can hear the tremor beneath her bravado, a ripple of fear that cuts deeper than any sword. The night seems to hold its breath, waiting, watching, an audience to their unfolding drama. Ilya's fists clench, a tempest brewing in his chest. He knows the truth, strength is a dual-edged sword, and love can be as treacherous as a serpent's bite. I remember the stories, he murmurs, his voice a tapestry woven with memories of battles fought and lives lost. The tales of heroes who stood against the tide of darkness. Kostroma, my heart aches for you. But every hero is bound by chains of fate, and in this moment, I can see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the shadow that lingers. What if the weight is too much? What if the stories are just that, nothing more than whispers in the wind? The ground begins to tremble, a low growl that rises beneath their feet. The air thickens with anticipation, the palpable heat of fear igniting the taste of copper on my tongue. Ilya's muscles tense, poised like a coiled spring, ready to unleash fury upon whatever darkness dares to approach. Kostroma stands resolute, defiance etched in her features, yet I can feel her heart racing, each beat a countdown to an uncertain fate. In that moment, time shatters, memories assault me like ancient soldiers marching back to life. I recall the laughter echoing in the village, the faces of those they've lost, the price of heroism steeped in blood and sacrifice. Ilya, Kostroma, their journey is woven into the fabric of existence, where love and pain intermingle like wine and water, where every heartbeat is a reminder of all that must be faced. And then, the beast emerges from the shadows, a grotesque figure cloaked in darkness, eyes like twin suns igniting the night with an otherworldly glow. The air crackles with tension, the space between them charged with fear and bravery intermingling. Ilya steps forward, a guardian ready to protect, but I see the flicker of uncertainty in Kostroma's gaze, a mirror of his own turmoil. Together, she breathes, and I can feel the strength of their bond weaving through the air like a silken thread, yet it trembles, a fragile tether in the face of the oncoming storm. The beast roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the earth, and in that moment, the world narrows to a singular truth: they are heroes, yet they are painfully human, flawed and vulnerable. Ilya charges, a force of nature, every muscle roaring with the echoes of his ancestors, while Kostroma stands still, rooted in place, a beacon of light against the encroaching darkness. I wish I could reach out, to tell her that fear is a part of the journey. I remember when I too stood at the precipice, heart racing, grappling with the shadows of my own fears, yet there is beauty in vulnerability, a rawness that binds us together in shared humanity. The confrontation spirals into chaos, a furious dance of strength and spirit, light and darkness colliding in a symphony of sound and fury. I feel each blow resonate in my chest, the heartache palpable, the thrum of their emotions echoing in my bones. Kostroma steps forward, her voice rising above the din. This is our moment. And I see the flicker of hope, a spark igniting against the bleak expanse of despair. And just like that, the world around them fades, leaving only the essence of their struggle, the truth laid bare. Every heartbeat echoes, every breath carries the weight of legends, of Kostroma and Ilya, entwined with the threads of fate, caught in the crossfire of love and duty, fear and courage. The echoes of the past swirl around them, and as the beast lunges, time stands still, a moment stretched into eternity. A heartbeat, a breath, a confrontation not just with the darkness that lurks outside, but with the shadows that dwell within. I remember, each hero's tale is a reflection of our own, the weight of our choices, the pulse of our fears, the luminous flicker of hope. And as they clash, the fire crackles, the shadows dance, and the night holds its breath, waiting for the dawn. The stories, the legends, they echo and reverberate, a haunting melody that will never truly end, for in each heartbeat, in each breath, they live on, infinitely, eternally, just as we must. The wind howled like a banshee, slicing through the skeletal branches that clawed at the night sky, striving for something beyond their reach. It whispered secrets of the ancient, a language spoken in the rustling of leaves, a hymn sung by the shadows. I stood there, heart hammering against my ribs like a caged beast, feeling the pulse of the forest beneath my feet, feeling it awaken, hungry and alive. The moon hung low, an icy spectre casting silvery tendrils across the ground, illuminating the jagged silhouettes of the trees, sentinels of time, witnesses to tragedies long forgotten. I could see them now, their gnarled forms twisted in agony, roots knotted like the hands of the damned clutching at the earth. Each tree was a story, each scar in the bark a memory of loss, betrayal, and the sweet ache of love. They bore witness to lives intertwined with their essence, a connection that transcended the mundane. I remember my sister, Yelena, laughing beneath the branches of a mighty oak. The way the sunlight filtered through the leaves, turning her hair into a halo of gold, a moment suspended in time. But now I stand alone, haunted by that laughter, echoing in the hollow spaces of my heart. I remember the day the forest turned against us. We weren't supposed to venture far, not that day. The villagers whispered of the dark magic that dwelled deep within the woods, of the malevolent spirit that awoke when the moon was full. But excitement bubbled in our chests, a wildfire that urged us forward, and we danced through the trees, oblivious to the danger that lurked in the shadows. Then came the silence, a shroud heavier than a funeral pall. The trees leaned closer, their branches tangling like fingers entwined in a lover's embrace, blocking out the sun, swallowing the warmth. And there, in that suffocating darkness, I felt the air shift, electric and charged with something ancient and wicked. Peta, my childhood friend, stood beside me, a boy of wild dreams and reckless courage, his eyes wide with fear. "We should go back," he whispered, but the words hung in the air, thick as the silence. I wanted to comfort him, to reach out and assure him that the trees wouldn't harm us. But something in their stance struck a chord of primal terror deep within me. I could almost see the faces of those who had come before, lost souls entwined in the branches, their cries muted by the weight of centuries. "Yelena!" I called out, panic clawing at my throat. She had wandered too far, chasing after a flicker of light that danced like a firefly, beckoning her deeper into the unknown. I took a step forward, and the ground beneath me quaked, the roots shifting as if alive. "Come back!" But my voice was swallowed by the trees, devoured by the shadows that surged around me. Suddenly, the forest erupted into chaos. A howl, a keening sound that echoed from the depths, chilling my blood. The trees shuddered, branches snapping like bones under the weight of unseen hands. I turned, and there they were, the spirits of the forest, wailing in torment, their faces marked by sorrow and rage, twisted into grotesque masks that mirrored my own agony. They reached out to me, their fingers clawing at the air, desperate for release. "Yelena!" I screamed again, my voice raw, a plea laced with desperation. But the wind carried my words away, leaving only silence in its wake. I was losing her, and the thought shattered me to my core. I remember the moment I realized the trees were not just wood and bark, they were alive with the weight of souls, binding the living to the past. Peta grabbed my arm, his grip tight and trembling. "We can't stay here," he urged, his voice barely a whisper. The shadows seemed to pulse with malevolence, a thick fog of despair that wrapped around us, urging us to flee. "Yelena!" I cried, my heart racing as I tore away from him, plunging into the depths of the forest, where the trees throbbed with a heartbeat of their own. Each step felt like a descent into madness, each breath a struggle against the encroaching darkness. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of decay and the bitter tang of fear. Then, through the swathes of black, I spotted her, a pale figure, bathed in moonlight, standing still among the trees. My heart soared, a fragile thread of hope weaving itself through the chaos. But when I reached her, the light flickered, and she turned, her eyes clouded like the stormy sky, blank and hollow. "Help me," she whispered, her voice cracking, a haunting echo. But it wasn't Yelena, no, it was a reflection of what she once was, trapped in the amber of loss. I reached for her, but the branches twisted, curling around my wrist like a serpent, pulling me back, pulling me into the very heart of darkness. "Yelena!" I screamed, fighting against the pull of despair. Petar's voice was a frantic whisper behind me, his own struggle resonating through the trees, both of us caught in this dance of life and death, love and loss. The wind screamed, a cacophony of anguish that clawed at my sanity, and then I saw it, a vision, a flicker of memories absorbed by the trees. I saw Yelena's laughter, a cascade of joy, and then her fear as shadows swallowed her whole. I felt the weight of every heartbeat, every sorrow that clung to the bark, every joy that had bloomed and withered beneath the canopy. This forest, these trees, they were not just wooden roots. They were a tapestry woven from the very essence of humanity, a reminder of what we held dear and the price we paid for our existence. As the shadows around us thickened, my heart hammered with the weight of every decision I had made. I remembered the stories of the wise, the tales of the dark spirits that roamed these woods, and the consequences of awakening them. I had to choose, to save Yelena or to save myself. But then, in that moment of desperation, an overwhelming clarity washed over me. I wasn't alone. I had Petar, my friend, my anchor in this tempest of despair. We were bound together, and somehow, that connection ignited a fire within me. Together, I gasped, and Petar nodded, his eyes fierce and determined. The trees around us seemed to tremble, their whispers mingling with our resolve. It was more than just a fight, it was a pact, a declaration that we would not be consumed by the darkness. As we plunged deeper into the forest, hand in hand, the shadows shifted, but our hearts burned bright, illuminating the path ahead. I could feel the souls of the trees urging us on, a chorus of whispers rising in strength, reminding us that even in the depths of despair, hope could grow. And in that moment, the forest pulsed with life, with history, with the pain and joy of countless souls. I felt it all, every heartbeat, every breath, every flicker of light and shadow mingling into one. The trees became our allies, guiding us through the labyrinth of night, their branches weaving a tapestry of destiny that would lead us to the heart of our story. I remember every step we took, every heartbeat that echoed through the woods. The darkness may have loomed, but the light of our resolve shone like a beacon, a reminder that even among the shadows, the trees would hold our memories, our hopes, and our truths. A chilling wind sliced through the narrow streets of the old town, igniting a shiver that crept up my spine. The moon hung low, a watchful eye cloaked in clouds, as I stumbled upon the village square, its cobblestones slick with rain and memories. There, beneath the flicker of a guttering lantern, stood Lena, her face pale as the ghost stories told by the fire, her breath shallow and quick. She was waiting for something, no, someone, a spectre from her nightmares. I could feel the heaviness of the air, thick with unspoken words and predictions that loomed like storm clouds overhead. "Did you see it?" she whispered, her voice barely breaking the silence, a haunting melody that echoed in the stillness. I could see the trembling in her hands, the way her fingers curled tightly around the tattered cloth of her skirt, as if it were the only tether to reality. The dream, it came again. But this time, it was different. I remembered the tales, how dreams were not mere figments of our imagination but windows to another world, a language of omen spoken in riddles and shadows. In Slavic belief, dreams were alive, filled with warnings and premonitions, twisting their way into the very fabric of our lives. But Lena's dream was not just any dream, it was a storm brewing in her heart, a tempest that threatened to sweep her away into the unknown. I glanced at Anton, his brow furrowed in thought, eyes darting between us. He was a mass of contradictions, a man burdened by his own fears, yet drawn to Lena like a moth to the flame. "What did you see?" he asked, his voice a low rumble, more a plea than a question. There was something in the way he looked at her, something that burned with longing and dread. "The wolf," Lena said, her voice cracking like ice underfoot. "It came for me in the night, its eyes like embers, its breath a whisper of decay. But there was someone with it, a figure cloaked in shadow." I couldn't see their face, but I felt their presence. It was suffocating. I felt the weight of those words settle around us, thick and heavy. The wolf, the embodiment of predation, fear, and the wild. It prowled through the dreams of our ancestors, a harbinger of death and change. But the shadow figure was new, an omen that twisted the knife deeper. What would come for Lena? What secrets lay hidden in the corners of her mind, waiting to unravel? Dreams are lies, Anton said, his voice breaking the spell, but even he sounded unsure. You can't let them control you. But we both knew he was grasping at straws, desperately trying to convince himself more than her. The truth hung in the air, palpable and suffocating. Lena's dreams were not just dreams, they were warnings, a dark tapestry woven with the threads of fate. I remember the stories my grandmother told, I murmured, trying to lighten the oppressive atmosphere, but my voice wavered. How she saw her own death in a dream, a clear vision of the river and the shadows lurking just beneath the surface. I swallowed hard, memories flooding back like the tide on a restless shore. But she didn't believe it until it was too late. Lena's eyes glinted with tears, her fears laid bare, and I felt my heart ache for her. How could I help? How could anyone help when the cosmos decided to weave such a tangled web of destinies? I reached out, but the moment my fingers brushed her arm, a spark of something electric jolted between us, a connection that felt like destiny, or perhaps disaster. Please, she said, her voice trembling with urgency. You have to help me understand. The depth of her need wrapped around me like a serpent, squeezing tightly. What does it mean? The wolf or the shadow? Is it a warning, a curse? The shadows danced in the flickering light, teasing the edges of reality. I could feel a cold sweat trickling down my spine as I realized we were all standing on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. The myths whispered in the dark, reminding us that dreams were not to be taken lightly, each one a puzzle piece in the grand design of existence. The answers are in the dreams, Anton finally said, though I could hear the tremor in his voice. But they're also in the waking world. We have to find the meaning. His determination struck a chord in my heart, but I could see the fear lurking behind his bravado, the fear of what we might uncover. I don't want to lose you, I murmured, and the confession hung between us, raw and unrepentant. In that moment, I saw the flicker of uncertainty in Lena's eyes, the hesitation that twisted our fates tighter. It was a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, hope flickered like a distant star, but it was often eclipsed by the cold embrace of fear. What if we're too late? Lena asked, her voice dropping to a whisper that chilled my bones. What if the wolf is already here? The clock tower struck midnight, its echoes sending shivers through the air as if time itself had paused, holding its breath. The village seemed to lean in, listening, waiting, as the shadows deepened. I felt the weight of destiny pressing against my chest, a heavy mantle that threatened to crush us under its burden. As I looked into Lena's eyes, I saw the storm swirling, a blend of fear, hope, and something unnameable, a flicker of rebellion against the dark. The shadows whispered around us, weaving tales of dreams and omens, spiraling out of control, each breath bringing us closer to an inevitable confrontation, each heartbeat a reminder that we were running out of time. I gripped Lena's hand, the warmth grounding me, and I could feel Anton's gaze on us, heavy with expectation, as if the cosmos held its breath, waiting for our next move. In that moment, we were not just three souls adrift in a sea of uncertainty, we were a force to be reckoned with, bound by the threads of fate and the haunting specter of what lay ahead. The night stretched before us, unfurling into the unknown, a canvas upon which our dreams would collide with reality, and as the shadows danced, I knew we would either rise or fall together. But the question loomed large in the air, what price would we pay for the truth? What ghosts would we awaken in our quest to understand the dreams that held us captive? The wolf was coming, and so too was the shadow. The night was a churning abyss, the kind that swallowed sound and light, leaving only the thrumming pulse of the universe. A storm brewed in the distance, dark clouds racing across the sky like a pack of wolves on a hunt. I stood rooted at the edge of the hill, breath hitching in my throat. Beneath my feet, the earth trembled, a living thing, connected to the chaos above. I could feel it, a shiver, an electric hum that ran through the air like a secret shared only with the stars. And there they were, the stars, flickering like distant memories, like the ghosts of dreams long past. I squinted, searching for a familiar constellation, something to tether me to this moment. But the sky was an indifferent canvas, the moon a veiled deity, obscured by the chaos swirling in the heavens. I remembered that night, how I had begged the universe for an answer, for a sign. I was desperate to understand the tangled web of love and fear that bound me to them. Ruth was there, just a whisper away. Her silhouette was a dark shadow against the night, the wind tousling her hair like wild flames. She was vibrant, alive, a tempest of emotions bottled up tight, ready to burst. "Look," she yelled, pointing to a streak of light that sliced through the darkness. "A meteor, a fleeting promise. We should make a wish." Her eyes sparkled, filled with hope, desperation cloaked in laughter. But how could I wish when I felt so deeply torn? My heart ached like a drum, pounding against my ribs like a caged beast. I wanted to scream, to pull Ruth into my arms and whisper that the stars would guide us, that we were invincible against the cosmic chaos. But the truth curled in my gut, a snake of uncertainty. My breath caught. I remembered the last time I had let my heart lead me. The taste of betrayal was still bitter on my tongue. Then there was Caleb, his presence a storm of its own, shards of anger and regret swirling around him like the very clouds that threatened to break. He stood with his back to us, his muscles tense, fists clenched. "You think the stars care about our wishes?" The words shot out like arrows, each one a direct hit. "They're indifferent. Just like everything else." His voice trembled, a cocktail of resentment and pain laced through it. I could see the flicker of vulnerability in his eyes as he turned to face us, the night casting shadows that danced across his face. His gaze was a tempest, a mix of longing and despair, and in that moment, I saw the boy he used to be, the one who had once believed in magic. "They're just balls of gas, Ruth. They don't hold answers, they hold nothing." The wind howled, swirling around us like an angry spirit, and I felt the weight of Caleb's words pressing down, suffocating. "No!" I shouted, feeling the intensity of the air pulse around us, thick with memories and unspoken words. "They have to mean something." The truth hung there, heavy as the storm clouds, where shadows loomed, teasing the edges of our reality. I remember the night Caleb and I had stolen a moment beneath the same stars, how we had laid on the grass, fingers entwined, dreaming of futures painted with stardust. But that was before the world had splintered around us, before the dark realities crept in like a thief in the night. "Do you really think they care?" Caleb's voice was low now, almost a whisper. "Do you think they notice us?" Ruth stepped forward, her heart a wild drum, pulsing with conviction. "They might. They might see us, Caleb. They might understand." Her words hung in the air, fragile, daring to break the tension. Maybe they're the only ones who do. In that moment, I felt the very fabric of our connection stretch taut, pulling us together and tearing us apart all at once. I wanted to tell them both that the stars had been my refuge, my solace in a world that felt perpetually on fire, but the words tangled in my throat. Then the first crack of thunder rolled across the horizon, a rumble that echoed the turmoil within me. My heart raced as lightning split the sky, a flash of brilliance illuminating our faces for just a heartbeat, revealing the raw, unfiltered emotion swirling in our chests. "Make your wish," I dared to say, feeling the storm build inside, the wind screaming our uncertainties. "Let's make our wish." Ruth closed her eyes, summoning the universe with fervor. "I wish for understanding," she whispered, her voice trembling. "I wish we could find a way back." Caleb scoffed, but his eyes glistened, caught in the net of her longing. "I wish for answers," he spat, frustration curling his lips. "I wish I could forget." "And me?" I was paralyzed, frozen in the moment. I wanted to reach out, to pull us all together, to wish for something so simple yet so impossibly tangled: trust, love, a way through the darkness. The tension crackled like electricity in the air, raw and charged. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, silence fell, a heavy, suffocating quiet draping over us like a funeral shroud. The storm did not relent, but the chaos calmed. Our breaths became the only sounds, mingling with the distant echoes of thunder. The stars twinkled down, impassive and ancient, as if amused by our fragile humanity. I felt them watching, felt the weight of their gaze, the infinite distance that separated us. And in that moment, I realized, this was not an end, merely another twist in our cosmic dance, a reminder that even in our deepest fears, we were all intertwined, a constellation of broken dreams and whispered wishes. And so, beneath the swirling chaos of the storm, we stood together, three souls adrift, waiting for a sign, yearning for connection, each heartbeat echoing the unspoken truths of our entangled fates. The night deepened around us, the stars flickered, and I felt the pull of the universe, a siren call that promised something more, something yet to be discovered. A prelude to the confrontation that loomed like the storm above, a reckoning that would challenge everything we believed. The night was thick with the scent of damp earth, the air crackling with a tension that suffocated and inspired. Under a crescent moon, shadows twisted like fingers reaching into the darkness, grasping for something unseen. I was there, knees buried in the wet grass, heart hammering like a war drum against my ribcage. The world around me was alive with whispers, ancestors, legends, fears, echoing through time, clawing at my sanity. They will come, I thought, trembling. They always come. I was not alone. Beside me, Yelena stood as a fragile pillar of strength, her frame taut with anticipation. Her eyes, pools of dark secrets, flickered with an intensity that both repelled and attracted. She was the keeper of stories, the last link in a chain of lore that connected our past to the present. "Can you hear them?" she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with the weight of countless nights spent listening to the tales of the Leshy, the Rusalka, and the Vodianoi, all swirling around us like a tempest. And then there was Ivan, the embodiment of reckless bravery, his laughter a rebellion against the shadows. But oh, how I envied him. He had the reckless abandon of youth, the audacity to flirt with danger. He was a storm, unpredictable, untamed, yet so achingly vulnerable. "They're just myths," he scoffed, his bravado a thin veil over the tremors of fear I could see in his clenched fists. "Nothing to worry about." But even as he spoke, I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way he shifted his weight, as if the earth beneath him had begun to tremble. I remember the dim glow of firelight, the way it flickered against the trees like ghosts in a waltz of remembrance. I remember the legends I had grown up with, tales that had seeped into my marrow, wrapping around my bones and weaving into my dreams. "You think it's just a story?" I challenged, my voice rising, thick with urgency. "These myths are more than tales. They live, breathe, and haunt us." Yelena took a step closer, her fingers brushed against mine, grounding me. Her touch was electric, and yet, her face was a portrait of despair. "What if we can't preserve them?" she asked, the vulnerability in her voice cutting deeper than any blade. "What if they are lost to time, swallowed whole by the void of forgotten dreams?" "Then we are the last of the guardians," I replied, my heart pounding in rhythm with the heavy silence that hung between us, waiting for something to break it, a sigh, a promise, a scream. And then it began. A rustling in the trees, low and hungry, echoing from the depths of the darkened woods. Something ancient stirred. Its presence coiled around us, wrapping tight like a noose, a reminder that the myths were alive, breathing, and they resided not just in stories, but in the very essence of our beings. "Run!" Ivan shouted, his voice shattering the stillness like a glass dropping to the ground. But where was there to run? The shadows closed in, their embrace a suffocating blanket. I could feel my pulse thundering in my ears, a sinister rhythm that matched the pounding of the earth beneath our feet. Crack! A branch snapped, its sound slicing through the fog of our fear, and in that moment, I felt time stretch and warp. Memories crashed in, festivals beneath the stars, laughter shared over a meager meal, whispered secrets on the banks of the river. I remembered the faces of those who had come before us, their eyes alight with the very essence of the myths they cherished. What would Barbara say? I whispered, fear gripping my throat. Would her stories guide us now, or lead us astray? Yelena turned, her eyes wide, reflecting the moonlight and something darker. We can't let them go, she cried, a desperate plea, the weight of tradition clinging to her like a shroud. They matter. We matter. But Ivan's laughter rang hollow, a bell tolling for the dead. What can we do? We're just kids playing in the dark. He was a flash of bravado, a flickering flame threatening to extinguish. Kids? I barked, my voice raw, cracking. These myths are not games. They are the blood in our veins. And then, in the breathless quiet, the air shifted. The shadows writhed, and I felt the ancient pull of the Leshy, the forest spirit who cradled the woods. His voice slithered through the trees, a haunting lullaby that promised both salvation and doom. What will you give to keep the stories alive? My throat tightened. What would it take? A sacrifice, a pact? The weight of my history bore down on my shoulders, a burden I had never wanted to carry but could not abandon. Silently, I turned to Yelena, her face a mirror of my own turmoil. Together, I whispered, the word heavy with the gravity of our decision. We'll carry the weight. We have to. Ivan stared at us, disbelief flashing in his eyes. No, he said, stepping back. You're both insane. But the shadows beckoned, a siren song filled with promises of power, of preserving every thread of our existence. Insanity is just another name for bravery, I murmured, my resolve hardening. If not us, then who? And with that, the air thickened, a prelude to the storm that was about to break. The myths were not just tales, they were a part of us, woven into the fabric of our lives, and the weight of our decision pressed down like the darkest night. In that moment, as the forest loomed around us, we stood on the precipice of the unknown. The continuum of time flickered, the shadows danced, and I understood that this was not the end but merely the beginning, an unending cycle of stories, of struggles, and the haunting echoes of the myths that would refuse to be silenced. As the shadows coalesced, wrapping around us like a lover's embrace, I realized I had become part of the very tale I had feared would fade into oblivion. The stories would endure, as long as we fought for them. And so, we surged forward, hearts racing, breathless, into the heart of darkness, where myth and reality were one and the same, forever intertwined, the pulse of our existence echoing in the night. The moon hung like a silver coin in a night heavy with dread. An unsettling stillness cloaked the village, each heart racing to the rhythm of unwelcome omens. I stood there, breath fogging in the chill, watching as dark figures twisted through the trees, shadows that whispered tales of old gods, of forgotten spirits who feasted on the despair of the living. There were 3 of us. 3 souls entwined in a tangle of anger, longing, and fear, anchored in the present but haunted by the echoes of the past. Myra clutched her pendant, fingers trembling around its worn edges, as if it could ward off the spirits that lurked beyond the veil. They're coming, she hissed, voice low and heavy, a warning laced with panic. Her eyes were wide, pupils contracting with the pulse of something ancient. I could see her memory swirling in the depths of childhood tales told by flickering fires, of a mother's soothing voice painting vibrant images of Vodyanoi, the water spirit, whose laughter echoed like the gurgle of streams and whose wrath drowned the unwary. But Myra had forgotten. She had chosen the modern world, where whimsy was lost to the harshness of reality. She had turned away from her roots, from the songs that sang of the sacred and the profane. Now, those songs were a haunting melody, a cacophony of fear that threatened to unravel her sanity. Beside her, Alex stood rigid, shoulders tense, eyes fixated on the shadows, searching. His breath came in shallow gasps, each exhale a battle against the rising tide of terror. He was a skeptic, a man molded by reason, yet here he was, entangled in a web of the inexplicable. It can't be real, he muttered, a mantra repeated like a prayer. Just stories. Just stories. But I could see the cracks forming on his facade, the way his knuckles whitened as he gripped the wooden staff he had crafted in defiance of the unknown. He wanted to believe he was immune, that the law was but smoke and mirrors. Yet, the air crackled with ancient magic, a force that laughed at human arrogance and disbelief. I remembered the stories too. I remembered the old gods, their laughter like thunder, their eyes like burning coals. I remember being told of Baba Yaga, the witch whose hut danced on chicken legs, an embodiment of both terror and wisdom. The tales wove through my childhood, binding me to a world teetering on the brink of the fantastical. But here, standing in the heart of this restless night, I felt their pull, the allure of the supernatural that clawed at my chest, demanding recognition. "Myra," I whispered, trying to reel her back from the precipice of her fear. But she shook her head, eyes glassy as if looking through me, into a realm I couldn't touch. "No, you don't understand. They're angry. They're coming for us." The way she spoke felt like an incantation, summoning shadows that danced just beyond our reach. And then, the wind shifted, an icy breath that snaked around us, carrying the scent of wet earth and something sweeter, something sickly familiar. It twisted through the branches like an omen, and I could feel the ground beneath us shudder. "We need to leave," Alex urged, his words woven with urgency. Yet, where could we run? The village, once bustling with life, was now a ghost town, haunted by the very tales that had lingered in the air like a thick fog. "What if," I started, the thought creeping in, uninvited, "what if we face them?" The words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in desperation. I didn't know if I wanted to confront the darkness or simply to understand it. I felt the weight of ages pressing down, an ancient curse that demanded recognition, ownership. "Face them." Alex scoffed, incredulity etched across his face, but I could see the spark of curiosity flicker in his eyes. "Are you out of your mind?" "I remember the tales, Alex. I remember the rituals. They need to be acknowledged." I felt a surge of something akin to power swelling within me, a rush of defiance against the ignorance of the modern world. "We can't keep pretending they don't exist." Myra took a step back, her fear palpable. "You're inviting them in, don't you get it? We'll be lost." Her voice trembled, laced with the weight of her own ghosts. But perhaps it was time to embrace the darkness. Perhaps the stories that once terrified us were not just fables to frighten children but rather a mirror, reflecting our deepest fears and unspoken truths. I thought of the Rusalka, the water nymph who lured men to their doom, and how she was once a woman, a soul yearning for love, twisted by betrayal. I thought of the power in those tales, the bittersweet pull of longing, the haunting resonance of heartbreak. "Let's find them," I breathed, the edges of my sanity fraying as I stepped closer to the shadows, feeling their embrace. "Let's show them we're not afraid. Maybe then they'll listen." The air crackled. The shadows thickened, coalescing into shapes that flickered at the edge of my vision, ghostly figures, remnants of the past clawing their way into our reality. I could hear their whispers, urging me, pleading with me, drawing me closer. And in that moment, my heart raced not just with fear, but with a desperate yearning to connect, to forge a bond with the very essence of my heritage. "Wait!" Myra's voice cut through the stillness like a knife, but it was too late. The night had come alive, swirling with energy, and I stepped into the abyss, reaching out to the past, ready to embrace whatever madness awaited me. I could feel their stories beckoning, tantalizing in their darkness, and I knew that I could never turn back. The threads of my existence, woven through time and myth, were pulling me deeper into the heart of Slavic lore. I could sense the weight of ancestral eyes upon me, ready to judge, ready to enlighten. As the shadows closed in, I whispered a silent prayer for courage, for understanding. The night pulsed with secrets, as we stood on the threshold, caught in the liminal space between the known and the unknowable, and the air hummed with the promise of revelations that would change everything. The wind howled through the skeletal branches of a tree, its gnarled fingers clawing at the starless sky. In that freezing darkness, Anna stood, breath hitching as the air thickened with an unspeakable dread. She could almost hear the whispers of forgotten gods, echoing from the depths of the earth, their ancient power crackling in the silence. "What have we done?" she muttered, her voice lost in the void, though she pleaded with it to be heard. The weight of generations pressed upon her, a tidal wave of history crashing against her fragile heart. Beside her, Mikhail trembled, his hands tattooed with the sigils of their ancestors, ancient symbols of protection that felt more like chains now. He was a warrior lost in time, his heart a battlefield, his mind a cacophony of dreams and nightmares, where the lines between heroism and cowardice blurred. "We need to go back, Anna," he whispered, his voice raw. "We can't face the spirits unprepared. They will consume us." The shadows danced hungrily around him, as if they understood his fear and were eager to feast on it. Anna felt it too, that creeping sensation of inevitability, a storm brewing in the distance, dark clouds swirling with the echoes of their past. You think we can run from our history? She shot back, fire igniting in her chest. They are not just stories, Mikhail. They are warnings. They are us. Her words hung in the air, pregnant with truth, but the chill pressed down on her, numbing her resolve. The spirits of Slavic mythology were woven into the fabric of her being, a tapestry of law and loss, and she was their unwilling heir. And just as the weight of despair threatened to crush her, a flicker of light burst through the shadows, a ghostly figure gliding toward them, the air around it shimmering. Doria, Mikhail breathed, a mixture of reverence and trepidation. The spirit, once a goddess of fate and fortune, had become a harbinger of despair, her once vibrant essence dulled by centuries of neglect. Her eyes, once bright and fierce, now seemed like endless voids, grasping for something lost. Why do you summon me, children of ashes? Doria's voice was a symphony of sorrow, echoing off the trees. You tread upon sacred ground, and yet you wear the masks of ignorance. Anna felt her heart race, an electric pulse throbbing through her veins. Was this a warning or a beckoning? The dichotomy twisted within her, the thrill of fear and the longing for connection intertwining like vines. Tell us what we must do. Mikhail pleaded, desperation coloring his tone. The world is changing. The old ways are forgotten. Each word cut deeply, a reminder of their fractured lineage, of ancestors buried beneath the weight of time and indifference. Doria's presence was both a balm and a blade, slicing through the veil of complacency. Opportunities bloom in the ashes of despair, yet who will tend the garden? She sang, her voice ethereal. The myths you fear are but shadows of your truth. They are not dead, they are dormant, waiting for the warmth of your faith. Anna felt a shiver, each word wrapping around her heart like a noose. Could she believe? Could they breathe life back into the stories that once defined their very existence? I remember the tales, Anna whispered, her memories flooding back like a torrent, her grandmother's voice weaving the stories of Leshy and Rusalka, the wisdom and folly, the love and vengeance. But how do we resurrect what's been buried in silence? The question hung heavy, a weight that threatened to pull her under. Doria's figure flickered, swirling in the shadows. You must reclaim your narratives. You must dance with the ghosts, not cower. Embrace the absurdity of existence, your laughter can echo through the ages. The spirit's form shimmered, a wisp of smoke and starlight, and Anna felt a tension build within her, a rising storm of potential and fear. What if we fail? Mikhail's voice broke, raw and vulnerable, like a child's wail in the night. What if the stories consume us? He stood on the precipice of belief and despair, his heart a ticking clock counting down to an unknown fate. You are already consumed, Doria countered, her gaze piercing through him, stripping away the illusions. Each moment you deny your heritage, you surrender to the void. The stories are not your prison, they are your liberation. Her words were both a challenge and a promise, igniting a flicker of courage in the suffocating darkness. Anna stepped forward, emboldened by a fierce resolve that surged through her veins. No more hiding. No more denying what we are. As her declaration echoed off the trees, the shadows seemed to shift, swirling around her, alive with dormant energy. She felt the pulse of her ancestors, their cries intertwining with hers, a chorus of voices demanding recognition. Mikhail's eyes met hers, the fear still flickering but now mixed with something else, a glimmer of hope. Together, then, he asked, his voice steadier as he reached for her hand, forging a bond that transcended the chaos around them. Together, she affirmed, their fingers intertwining, a lifeline drawn from the depths of a tumultuous sea. The echoes of forgotten deities roared through the forest, a cacophony of voices rising in a symphony of rebellion against silence. As they stood on the edge of destiny, the night erupted, and the world around them transformed. Shadows danced with wild abandon, and the very fabric of time stirred, whispering secrets to those brave enough to listen. The future of Slavic mythology hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven into the heart of a new generation. And with each heartbeat, they felt the promise of rebirth, the opportunity to reclaim their stories from the grasp of oblivion. The clock ticked, the spirit stirred, and the air crackled with the raw intensity of what was to come. They were on the brink, standing at the threshold of history, and neither could turn back now. But the past is a relentless tide, and as they faced the horizon, they knew the shadows would not release their grip without a fight. And so, they plunged into the unknown, ready to meet the ghosts that awaited them, hearts pounding, breathless with anticipation. A chill sliced through the air as I stood there, the night thick with an unease that curled around my spine like the fingers of a long-dead ghost. The ancient tree swayed overhead, whispering secrets of lost souls and forgotten gods. I could feel it, the weight of history pressing down like a thick fog, wrapping its tendrils around my heart. There, amid the shadows, I saw them, Myra and Nikolai, two souls tangled in a dance as old as time itself, struggling against the pull of a world shaped by myth and memory. Myra's eyes glistened with fear, a flicker of defiance dancing within them, but her voice trembled like the brittle leaves beneath her feet. "Nikolai, we can't run from this," she cried, as if the very essence of their existence hung in the balance. The wind howled, carrying her words into the night, making them echo with a haunting finality. "The past will swallow us whole if we let it." Nikolai, burdened by the weight of his lineage, felt the chasm of his ancestors' choices yawning open at his feet. They were not merely stories, oh no, but living nightmares that breathed fire and left scars on the fabric of their reality. "But what if the past is all we have left?" he replied, his voice low and steady, laced with an aching resignation. "The tales of Baba Yaga and the Rusalka haunt me, Myra. They'll come for us." And they were, those ancient stories that shaped their very identities, clawing at the edges of their minds. The oppressive history of the Slavic land surged forth, flooding their hearts with a primal knowledge that was both exhilarating and terrifying. The spirits of the forest, the rivers, the mountains, they were alive, watching, waiting. I remember the warmth of a summer day, laughter rolling like a distant thunderstorm, and the crackling fire that illuminated their faces with a flickering glow. How naive they were then, wrapped in the safety of youth, unaware of the spectral chains binding them to a past that refused to fade. But now, as the darkness encroached, they were not just characters in a story, they were flesh and blood, caught in a web of desperation and longing. Nikolai clenched his fists, feeling the pulse of his ancestors in his veins, a symphony of triumph and tragedy. "I can't be what they want me to be," he whispered, a raw edge to his voice that hinted at the struggle for identity amidst the shadows of his forebears. Myra stepped closer, her breath warm against the chill. "Then let's rewrite the story, Nikolai," she urged, a spark igniting between them. "We have the power to change the narrative. The gods may have shaped our past, but the future is ours to mold." Her fervor ignited something deep within him, a flicker of hope that battled against the oppressive weight of despair. But the night was unforgiving. The air thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, as if the world itself mourned the choices yet to be made. Shadows flickered at the periphery, hinting at the darkness lurking just beyond sight. "What if they don't let us?" he murmured, the fear palpable in his voice. "What if the past is a chain we cannot break?" Then came the silence, stretching like a taut string poised to snap. It was the kind of silence that crushes a heart, that makes you question your very existence. They stood there, on the brink of reckoning, the weight of their ancestors' choices looming like a spectre in the night. I remember a time when my own heart raced with the thrill of discovery, unearthing tales of harvest rituals beneath the autumn moon, of warriors who danced with the spirits of the forest. Those stories, rich with beauty and terror, had seeped into my very bones. I felt every heartbeat of those who had come before me, their fears, their dreams intertwining with my own. "Let's summon the spirits," Myra suggested, her voice a blend of urgency and hope. "We can reshape these tales into something new, a tapestry woven with our own threads." Nikolai hesitated, torn between the pull of tradition and the push for freedom. "What if the spirits don't want to be disturbed?" he asked, the tremor in his voice betraying his fear of the unknown. But she reached for him, grasping his hand with a fierce gentleness that spoke of trust. "Then let them come. Let them see what we've become." The air crackled with energy as they stood on the precipice of change, surrounded by the ghosts of their past, whispering echoes of forgotten names and broken promises. As they began their chant, their voices intermingling like a haunting melody, the world around them shifted. I could feel the air thicken, the pulse of the earth rising to meet their call. Shadows flickered at the edge of my vision, Baba Yaga, the Rusalka, the spirits of the forest. They stirred, awakened by the resonance of their words. For a heartbeat, the night held its breath. Tension hung thick as smoke, and the world stood still. Then, in a whirlwind of sound and fury, they emerged, figures from the depths of mythology, their eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom, their forms shimmering like the last rays of twilight. I remember the way their presence filled the space, a raw energy that crackled and hummed. It was overwhelming, a cacophony of voices and memories that threatened to drown out their resolve. "You dare challenge the stories?" one spirit questioned, its voice like the rustling of leaves, both beautiful and terrifying. Myra and Nikolai stood firm, their hearts racing as the weight of destiny pressed upon them. "We are not here to challenge," he declared, his voice strong despite the trembling in his hands. "We are here to honor, to reclaim what was lost. Our identities are not just shadows of the past, they are our own." The spirits paused, their ethereal forms twisting, contemplating their words. The air shimmered with possibilities, a choice hanging in the balance. What would be born from this confrontation? What new myths would rise from the ashes of the old? But the answer lay not in the hands of the ancient, it lay in the hearts of Myra and Nikolai, beating with a fierce determination to carve their own stories amidst the echoes of those who had come before. And as the night deepened, the energy soared, pulsing with a rhythm that spoke of hope and fear intertwined, a reminder that the past, though haunting, does not have to define the future. The dance of myth and memory continued, an eternal cycle that whispered promises of rebirth. I remember the tension, the electric charge that hung in the air like a promise unfulfilled. The confrontation was just the beginning, a spark igniting the embers of change. Their struggles, raw and visceral, echoed through the fabric of time, binding them not just to the stories of the past but to the dreams of what was yet to come. And in that moment, the world held its breath, waiting for the dawn.